Chapter 151, Disadvantages of Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline and Going to World 228. Hey? Your Majesty, have you become the Super Saiyan God? It doesn't seem like it, Lin Chen said, puzzled. In the distance, Tights, who was watching, suddenly said, Lin Chen, just now the five of them shone with a golden light, but you didn't transform. Could it be that you don't have a righteous heart? That's impossible. Yet, His Majesty has led us Saiyans on the right path, how can he not have a righteous heart? Bardock and the others immediately shook their heads. Lin Chen also thought it unlikely. After all, what others didn't know was that underneath his Saiyan appearance, he is an earthling. At least since he came to this world, Lin Chen had never done anything evil. But why couldn't he transform into Super Saiyan God? Ding! Just then, Lin Chen suddenly heard a voice in his mind from the system. Reminder to host, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is a demonic bloodline. After merger, the host's heart couldn't possibly be purely a righteous heart. So the host can only become a Super Saiyan God through self-training. Oh! Lin Chen was surprised, why didn't you tell me about it before, system? Host didn't ask. Lin Chen showed a middle finger to the system in his mind. It looks like it's not possible, I'm afraid I can't transform into a Super Saiyan God. What do we do now? Seeing that even Lin Chen couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan God, everyone was somewhat regretful. However, Lin Chen thought differently. The system had just said that the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline merely restricts him from transforming into a Super Saiyan God through the ceremony. But it's not just via ceremony that you can transform into a Super Saiyan God. In the original work, Vegeta just underwent training with Whis, and ultimately mastered the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. So it is clear that there must be other ways to transform into a Super Saiyan God besides the ceremony. Moreover, he now possesses a Divine Realm experience card, so there's no need to rush. Bardock, King Vegeta, and Paragus. Now that we've roughly confirmed that the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan God is feasible, I'll be leaving soon. You should quickly start checking and find out how many Saiyans on the planet are able to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Besides Tarbal, there must be many Saiyans with a righteous heart. If we could have more Super Saiyan gods, Planet Vegeta would no longer have to fear any force. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Bardock and the others nodded firmly. Not only would we no longer have to fear any force, but if it were truly as Lin Chen said, with more Super Saiyan gods on Planet Vegeta, even conquering the entire universe would be an easy task for their future. No one had any doubt about this. A few days later, after everything was settled, Lin Chen set off on his journey to World 228. Upon arriving in the vicinity of the black hole from last time, Lin Chen checked his current condition. Host, Lin Chen. Power level, 8.1 million. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Beginner Martial Arts Talent, Time Skip Technique, etc. Techniques, Kaioken, Kamehameha, etc. Time Points, 2. During this 1 year when he was looking for the Dragon Balls in Universe 6, Lin Chen fought Hit many times. Although he was never able to defeat him, he was able to greatly improve his strength. 810,000 normal state power level, and in his peak state, Lin Chen's power level has surpassed 800 million. With this strength, as long as it is not some extremely dangerous world, Lin Chen has the power to protect himself. The only problem is that he has a shortage of time points. Now he only has 2 points, and after using them all up, Lin Chen will have no more time points. If there is an opportunity in the future, he will have to accumulate more. After collecting his emotions, Lin Chen immediately said to the system, System, can I now select the target of the space-time door? Ding! Replying to the host, please confirm the world you wish to go to. I want to go to World 228. The next moment, the familiar scene appeared again, and a sudden burst of power shot out from Lin Chen's body, striking the distant black hole. After a while, a blood-red space-time door appeared in front of him. The color of the door continuously changed, and finally stabilized on a deep blue. Ding! The space-time door has locked onto World 228, please cross over quickly. Lin Chen did not immediately leave, but instead asked, System, this time I am using 2 time points when I come back, can I return to the current time point? Ding! Replying to the host, the time flow rate of the 2 worlds is the same. No matter how much time the host spends in that world, the same amount of time will have passed when you return. Then why did 6 years pass by when I returned last time? That time, someone had interfered with the space-time door. This time, by using 2 time points the host can effectively avoid similar risks. That's what you said. After saying that, Lin Chen jumped into the space-time door. Then, the space-time door quickly disappeared, and unlike last time, it left behind a coordinate point in the original world. Not long after Lin Chen left, 2 people suddenly appeared at this place. One of the tall figures said curiously, "Sir, it's strange, why is there an anomaly in space-time here again?" The short figure said, "It should just be the effect of the black hole. Look, the reaction here is gone now." 2 individuals were engaged in discussion when, not far away, a burst of colorful light suddenly illuminated the area and a multitude of light rays gathered together. As the light dissipated, a little girl with orange hair appeared before them. Upon seeing her, both individuals were momentarily startled before quickly bowing in respect, saying, "Universe 7's Supreme Kai Shin. Attendant Kibito. Greetings, Supreme Kai of Time-sama. Long time no see, you too." Supreme Kai of Time, looking like a little girl, displayed a cheerful smile and asked, "Why did you two came here? Was the space-time reaction just now caused by you?" "And no." Supreme Kai Shin quickly shook his head. "We came here because we observed an anomaly in space-time. As you can see, everything appears to be normal now." "How strange!" Supreme Kai of Time pouted, "I could have sworn someone was using the power of time and space here." "Power of time and space? Is there someone like that in our universe?" Supreme Kai Shin inquired in disbelief. Never mind, it was probably just my imagination. Farewell, Universe 7's Supreme Kai, until next time." With a flash of colorful light, Supreme Kai of Time came and went quickly, soon disappearing from sight, leaving the 2 Supreme Kai standing there in daze. Chapter 152, Ripping Apart the Doomsday. This is the ruins of a city, dilapidated and desolate. Everywhere one looks, one could see a sight as if it was the end of the world. Lin Chen was standing in the ruins, looking at the 2 humans who were fighting not far away, and felt confused. Which world is this? Why does it look as if Earth had suffered a doomsday? Did a war happen here? After passing through the space-time door, Lin Chen went to search for the whereabouts of Planet Vegeta, confirmed that this was not his world, and then came to Earth. It is hard to travel to another world, and although Lin Chen had no mission, he was still curious and wanted to know what world this was. Then, he saw this doomsday-like scene. Is this really the Dragon Ball world? Could it be that he has stumbled into some world like Fist of the North Star? Lin Chen looked at the humans fighting below, full of questions. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that there were 2 powerful auras ahead, as if they were in battle. And one of them was surprisingly the aura of a Super Saiyan. But Lin Chen was somewhat unfamiliar with this ki, it was not from a Saiyan he knew. Could it be Gohan? Lin Chen instantly teleported there. At that time, amidst the ruins, 2 figures were fighting fiercely. The people fighting were both warriors holding swords. But the situation of the battle was a bit one-sided. "It's over." After a sound of swords crossing, a sword was sent flying into the sky. Among the 2 fighting, the shorter warrior stepped back and spat out a mouthful of blood. A wound had appeared on his chest in which even his bones could be seen, and the swordsman opposite him had a cold smile on his face. "Now, you will never bother Sir Bojack again." Trunks. Trunks' golden aura gradually dissipated and his hair also returned from Super Saiyan's golden color to its original purple color. "I'm sorry, father, mother, everyone." Just as Trunks' eyes were turning dim and he was falling forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere beside him and held him in one arm. And this person was naturally Lin Chen. Seeing the light purple-haired teenager in his arms, Lin Chen recognized his identity at a glance. "Trunks?" Trunks opened his eyes in daze, and before he had a chance to see who the person in front of him was, he fainted. Lin Chen saw that Trunks' injuries were so serious that he had lost consciousness, so he prepared to save him first. But at this moment, the swordsman on the side snorted coldly, "Who are you?" Looking at the opponent's blue skin, and wearing clothing full of exotic style, Lin Chen exclaimed, "Are you Bojack's subordinate?" "Humph! You know that I am Sir Bojack's subordinate, but you still dare to cause trouble? This kid is someone who is wanted by Sir Bojack. Immediately hand him over, or else die." "Shut up!" Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand and waved his hand towards him. A fierce palm wind blew out, making the swordsman retreat several hundred meters away. By the time he was done blocking the attack, Lin Chen and Trunks had already disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert on Earth. I must hurry and report to Sir Bojack. The swordsman said in a low voice and immediately flew back towards somewhere. Meanwhile, in a wilderness far from the area where Trunks fought, Lin Chen brought Trunks to this place. Lin Chen put Trunks on a rock, took out a senzu bean, and fed it to him. After eating the senzu bean, Trunks, who was on the brink of death, finally quickly recovered from his injuries. Not too long after, Trunks opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Chen next to him, he suddenly jumped up and looked at Lin Chen with a guarded expression. Who are you? Don't be nervous, I just saved you, my name is Lin Chen, I'm a Saiyan. Lin Chen smiled and shook his tail. Saiyan? You're a Saiyan? Trunks exclaimed, but my mother told me that in this world, I'm the last Saiyan? The last Saiyan? What about your father Vegeta and others? Goku and Gohan? Lin Chen slightly frowned. You know my father and others? Mr. Lin Chen, who are you exactly? Trunks looked confused. Before I answer your question, can you tell me what's going on here? Why does it seem like the Earth is facing a doomsday? Lin Chen asked, after all, your life was saved by me. The current world is not among any world that he knows of. Except for the original works world where Goku died of a heart disease, there doesn't seem to be a world like this that resembles a doomsday. Alright. I forgot to say it earlier, but thank you Mr. Lin Chen for saving me just now. Trunks bowed to Lin Chen, and then began to answer Lin Chen's doubts. How should I say it? Oh, Mr. Lin Chen, you asked about my father and others just now, right? Unfortunately, they are already dead. Dead? Is it because of the androids? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Trunks said in surprise, Mr. Lin Chen, you know about androids too? Yes, my father and the others were killed by android Cell. Cell? Lin Chen was greatly surprised, he had originally thought Trunks was referring to androids 17 and 18. After all, looking at Trunks' age, among the worlds, the one that most closely aligns with the current situation is the future timeline where the Z warriors were killed by androids 17 and 18. But he didn't expect to be mistaken. But how could Cell have killed Vegeta and Goku and the others? Through Lin Chen's questioning and Trunks' explanation, Lin Chen finally understood what kind of world he had come to. This is a world of doomsday where there is no hope for any future. If only looking at the timeline before the Android Saga, this world was one that was extremely similar to the Dragon Ball's main world that Lin Chen knew of. However, the history of this world changed unexpectedly at the end of the Cell games. In the original work, the final ending of the Cell games was that Gohan awakened his Super Saiyan 2 transformation due to anger and defeated Cell. But in this world, the situation was completely different. Although Gohan also awakened his Super Saiyan 2 transformation, in the end, the powerful Cell still defeated him. After Gohan's death, the remaining Z fighters also died one by one at Cell's hands, and none were able to survive. The Z fighters were almost completely annihilated. Chapter 153, Cell, an overwhelming victory. World 228. Age 767. May 26. Earth. A decisive battle that would determine the fate of the multiverse was currently taking place. Cell, who has come from the future, has absorbed the android 17 and 18 of World 228 and become Cell perfect form, possessing overwhelming strength. Even Goku, who has saved Earth numerous times, has fallen in the face of Cell's immense strength and placed his final hope on his son, Gohan. Only 10 years old, Gohan finally awakened, after the sacrifice of Android 16, unleashing all of his potential and becoming the first Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan 2 in this timeline. However, possessing such immense strength for the first time, Gohan made a naive mistake, leading to an irreversible deadly mistake. Under pressure from Gohan's powerful strength, Cell suddenly self-destructed in an attempt to take everyone down with him. Although Goku uses instant transmission to take Cell away, he also died during Cell's self-destruction. But Goku's sacrifice was not enough to save the world. Amidst the self-destruction, Cell not only didn't die, but instead, he was reborn with an even more powerful form. With the Saiyan cells within his body, Cell possessed the power to rival a Super Saiyan 2 and became even more powerful than Gohan. Under the overwhelming and almost despairing power, Gohan and Cell engaged in a final showdown with Kamehameha against Kamehameha. 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 Two energy beams capable of destroying the world collided. In an instant, a strong wind blew up and the sky and earth changed color, with sand and stones flying everywhere. Under the raging winds, the spectators at the Cell Games site were forced to close their eyes, a sense of impending doom filling the air. "Dad, I can't do it!" cried out a wounded Gohan, holding one of his injured hands. Despite having his father, who had come from the other world, standing behind him, the injuries on his body were preventing Gohan from using all of his strength. "Hang in there, Gohan! You haven't even used all of your strength yet!" shouted Goku from the other world. But no matter how much he encouraged him, it couldn't change the weakening of Gohan. Cell, who had been resurrected, already had an advantage over Gohan in terms of strength. As time passed, Gohan found himself unable to fight against him. "I'm sorry, Dad, I can no longer use my strength." "No, Gohan. Farewell, Gohan, go to hell and give my regards to Goku." With a maniacal laughter, Cell gave a final push forward. In an instant, two energy blasts converged together, both rushing towards Gohan. Boom! Gohan was completely consumed by the intense energy, with a feeling of reluctance and regret. And Earth's last hope disappeared. After that, Father and the others used their last strength to try and kill Cell while he was still exhausted. But the disparity between them was just too large. First it was Father, then Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and Yamcha. All the Z fighters died that day at the hands of Cell. Only I was able to escape because I was still young and was able to run away with my mother. Recalling those past events, Trunks' body trembled. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He couldn't believe that something like this happened in this world. Gohan died at the hands of Cell? What happened later? Why is the Earth still fine? I think Cell would have destroyed it. According to my mother, after Cell Games, Cell did indeed go on a rampage on Earth, killing almost 3/4 of the population. But in the end, he seemed to have grown tired of it and left Earth for the universe. However, Cell left behind a message before he left, saying that he may come back in the future and hoped that there would be interesting opponents for him on Earth. That guy always treated everything like a game. Trunks clenched his fist. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked again, what happened later? What's going on with Bojack and his gang? They came 1 year after Cell left. At that time, the remaining people on Earth, knowing that Cell would come back someday, were divided into two groups. One group believed that the end of the world was coming and wanted to enjoy themselves while they still could, while the other group decided to find a way to deal with Cell during this time. But, at that time, Bojack suddenly appeared. He was originally a villain sealed by the 4 Supreme Kais, but he escaped from the seal after the death of the North Kai. Bojack seems to have heard about Cell and decided to wait for Cell's return to Earth. He then occupied Earth and enslaved the remaining people, and even built huge palaces. Because of Bojack's tyranny, many innocent people died, but some people united and formed a rebel army. My mother and I are members of the rebel army. Earlier, a base of the rebel army was discovered by Bojack's subordinate Kagu. I wanted to cover everyone's retreat, so I fought Kagu. But I didn't expect that although I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I was still not his match. If Mr. Lin Chen hadn't appeared today, I'm afraid I would have been sent to Otherworld to meet my father. Hearing this, Lin Chen sighed. He didn't expect that this world would go through such a development. So, Mr. Lin Chen, I've told you everything I can, now can I ask you to reply to my question? Who are you, and why do you know my father and the others? And the thing you just gave me, were those senzu beans? But Korin Tower doesn't exist anymore, where did your senzu beans come from? Trunks asked a series of questions, his mind full of doubts. He was both happy and doubtful about Lin Chen's appearance. He was happy because Lin Chen's appearance might bring a turning point to the world that is heading towards the end. He was doubtful because Lin Chen's body was full of mystery, and many things were incomprehensible to him. As I said before, I am a Saiyan, but I am not a Saiyan from this world, I've come from a parallel universe. Trunks was stunned. Mr. Lin Chen, did you just say parallel universe? Is it true what my mother said? Does a parallel universe really exist? Is your mother Bulma? Yes, parallel universes do exist and our two worlds have different timelines. In my world, not only Cell didn't appear, but you have also not been born yet. Trunks was stupefied. So Lin Chen was from a parallel universe in the past and he himself had not been born yet in that world. For a moment, Trunks couldn't react. But even though he was from the past, he could feel that Lin Chen had much more powerful strength than himself. If he had his help, maybe this world could still be saved. So Trunks urgently said, Mr. Lin Chen. Please. I beg you, please help me save this world. Chapter 154, The Choice to Save the World. Just as Trunks' voice fell, Lin Chen heard a familiar system prompt. Ding! Detecting Trunks' request, triggering the strongest choices. Choice 1, refuse Trunks' request and kill him. Reward, technique, evil spirit bomb. Choice 2, eliminate Bojack and his gang with your own hands. Reward, technique, duration of time skip increases by 0.1 second. Choice 3, train Trunks and let him eliminate Bojack and his gang, restoring the peace on Earth. Reward, technique, 2x Kaioken without side effects. Choices with techniques? Lin Chen did not hesitate and made his choice. He didn't even consider the choice of killing Trunks for evil spirit bomb technique. The duration of time skip skill increasing by 0.1 second is decent, but it still falls short compared to the last one 2x Kaioken without side effect. System, I choose option 3. Beep. Confirming host's choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. On the other side, Earth. An island surrounded by sea. The island is not large, but it is surrounded by a tumultuous sea for a 10-kilometer radius. Giant sharks, measuring up to several meters in length, also lurk beneath the sea. It has been a secluded place in the past. In the past, this island was used as a secret base by Central City to research space-time technology. However, after an accident, the base was abandoned and only an old person was left living on the island. But now, this island has become a secret base that nurtures the last hope of humans. On the island, one can see many human soldiers training. In addition, there were also a group of young teenagers with turtle shells on their backs, who were sweating profusely in the sun under the guidance of an old man. The old man was wearing a pair of sunglasses, and no expression could be made out from his face. At this time, a good-looking female instructor with short hair arrived behind the old man. Master Rashi, Aunt Bulma has calmed down and she has started researching again. Aunt Shishi is taking care of her now, said Videl. Nodded Turtle Hermit. Thank you, Videl. It's been hard on Bulma, losing Vegeta and now Trunks too. I can understand her feelings. Master Rashi, do we still have a chance? Trunks was our strongest warrior and now even if we defeat Bojack and his gang, Cell will come back one day. Who will be able to defeat Cell then? Do we humans still have a chance? Child, never give up hope. Replied Master Rashi. But, Videl bit her lip, Master Rashi, is Trunks really dead? Is there still a chance for him to come back? Turtle Hermit let out a sigh and shook his head. The chances are slim, because Trunks' aura has already disappeared. Just as Turtle Hermit finished speaking, he suddenly looked up. He took off his sunglasses, and his small eyes widened like copper bells. Master Rashi, what's wrong? Don't speak. Turtle Hermit raised his hand and stared in the distance. I can feel Trunks' aura again. And there's also another powerful aura near him. At that moment, Turtle Hermit's gaze turned back towards the research facility on the island. Master Rashi? Let's go. Let's see. Trunks' aura has actually appeared in the research facility. After saying that, Turtle Hermit ran towards the research facility with an excited look on his face. When they arrived, they saw Bulma embracing Trunks while loudly crying. By the side of the emotional mother and son, there was an unfamiliar man they had never seen before, but the tale behind him made Turtle Hermit excited. Saiyan? Is there another Saiyan in this world? Hey! Master Rashi! Lin Chen greeted Turtle Hermit and looked at the girl next to him with some surprise, because her appearance reminded him of Satan's daughter, Videl. Mom, Master Rashi, everyone, this is Mr. Lin Chen, he is also a Saiyan. If it wasn't for Mr. Lin Chen appearing in time, I fear I would not have been able to return. After Trunks briefly recounted what had happened, everyone was shocked. Bulma rushed towards Lin Chen, tightly gripping his hand. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you for saving Trunks. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Bulma, Lin Chen smiled slightly. No need to thank me, after all, in my world, we are all friends. Is Mr. Lin Chen really from another world? Vidal asked. That's right. Lin Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Vidal immediately looked at Bulma with surprise. Aunt Bulma, since Mr. Lin Chen can come here, maybe your research can also be successful. Research? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Trunks said, Mr. Lin Chen, my mom has been researching time machines on the island. We want to go back in time and change the outcome of the Cell Games. Lin Chen laughed. He knew that in this world, there should be two Trunks, one who traveled from the future and one who was born in this world. Bulma should also have a time machine, the same one that Cell used to travel through time. So, it wasn't strange that they had this idea. But now that Lin Chen has come, it's not necessary to go through so much trouble. Bulma, you should know that the time machine can't really manipulate time, it's just a parallel universe jumping machine. Even if you go back in time and change history, this world will not change. What? Trunks turned back, it was the first time he had heard of this. But what shocked him was that Bulma did not deny it. I know, but this is our only hope. Mr. Lin Chen, Goku, and the others are all dead, and only Trunks is left. Humans have no means to survive. Lin Chen shook his head, maybe, but don't worry, now that I am here, humans will not perish. I will help you eliminate Bojack and his gang. Really, Mr. Lin Chen? Bojack and his gang are very powerful. Vidal and the others heard this and immediately became excited. Turtle Hermit had a serious look on his face. Mr. Lin Chen, I don't know how strong you are, but Bojack's strength should not be inferior to Cell during the Cell Games. Don't worry, my strength should be above theirs. In fact, you don't even need me, Trunks has a lot of potential. With proper guidance, he alone can deal with Bojack and his gang. I can? Trunks said with some disbelief. After all, he couldn't even defeat Bojack's henchmen before, and Lin Chen is saying he could defeat Bojack? This was hard to believe. Of course, you are a half Saiyan and half Earthling hybrid, you have a very good potential. You just needed the guidance of a good teacher. If you train well, defeating Bojack and his gang will be a very simple thing. Lin Chen patted Trunks on the shoulder. Chapter 155, The Female Warrior of World 228. Not long afterwards, in a corner of the island, in an old and dilapidated house, Bulma and the others prepared a seemingly bountiful feast to entertain Lin Chen. I'm sorry Mr. Lin Chen, I know that Saiyan's appetite is big, but there's not much food on the island and we could only barely gather these. The one responsible for the food was Shishi, who is now already a middle-aged woman. She is around the same age as Bulma, but looked much older, her face full of wrinkles and white hair. Unfortunately, compared to Bulma and Trunks, Shishi had lost all of her loved ones. Looking at the table, filled with bread and steamed buns and a few overripe leafy vegetables, but not a single piece of meat, Lin Chen sighed. He had fully realized the predicament of Bulma and the others. So, he waved his hand and took out the supplies from the system space that he had purchased from Universe 6. Let's eat, I brought these from my world. Trunks and the others were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up. They had not eaten such a bountiful feast for a long time. Mr. Lin Chen, do you have more of this kind of food? Trunks asked. Why? Are you afraid it's not enough? No, I just want to let other people have a taste too. Lin Chen laughed and threw a few hoi poi capsules, which were filled with food. Trunks immediately ran out and distributed the capsules to the people on the island. As everyone feasted, Lin Chen also learned about the situation here. When the Z warriors were all wiped out and Cell began slaughtering the people on the planet, Bulma brought a group of surviving humans to this small island and established the Resistance Army's base. This island was the residence of Dr. Takuna Shinomori, whom Bulma met when she was young. Due to its remote location and many research facilities left behind by Dr. Amori, it was used as a secret base for the Resistance Army. Turtle Hermit, who miraculously survived from Cell's hands, also began teaching youngsters here, hoping to train warriors who can defeat Bojack and his gang. By the way, Miss Bulma, where is your sister Tights? Lin Chen asked. Bulma shook her head and said, my sister died after the Cell Games, just like my parents, they all died in West City, killed by Cell. I was able to escape because I was with Master Roshi. Lin Chen was speechless, he didn't expect that his wife had already died in this world. At this moment, looking at Vidal on the dinner table, Lin Chen suddenly had a question, Vidal is Satan's daughter, right? Vidal raised her head in surprise and said, Mr. Lin Chen knows my father? Recalling the mark of his world, Lin Chen's lips couldn't help but curl up, then he asked, did Satan also participate in the Cell Games? Did he not die? No, Videl shook her head and said, maybe my father was too weak. Cell ignored him directly. But it was also thanks to Satan that we knew what happened that day, Turtle Hermit said. Lin Chen nodded, so where is Satan now? He is with Bojack. Videl said with embarrassingly, after Bojack and his gang came to Earth, my father joined them and now serves as the head steward in Bojack's palace. Actually, he is a spy. Thanks to Satan, we can know Bojack and his gang's every move. He is really brave. Bulma said. A spy? Lin Chen was surprised. Mr. Satan has the courage to do this kind of thing? After dinner, it was already late. Lin Chen and Trunks walked around the island and saw the island's rebel army. On the small island, there are now hundreds of people living. Among them, there are dozens of strong aura, the strongest of which has reached 400 or 500 power level. Trunks told him that these people are all students taught by Turtle Hermit. Lin Chen shook his head. If it were before, these people might have become great martial artists in the future, but now, does Turtle Hermit expect them to defeat Bojack and his gang, who has strength comparable to Super Saiyans? It's not realistic at all. Turtle Hermit's approach is nothing but a desperate struggle. So these years, the rebel army has been relying on you alone to support? Lin Chen asked. No, I definitely couldn't have done it alone, especially when the Cell Games just ended and I was still young. At that time, thankfully, there was another expert who helped us, so we were able to survive. Another expert? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Didn't all the Z fighters die during the Cell Games? Now, more than a decade has passed since the Cell Games. Even if this world's Trunks is the same as the original one and mastered the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan at the age of 7, who protected Bulma and the others during the 7 years before that. Just as Lin Chen felt confused, Trunks' gaze suddenly fell on the distant sea, and he said with some excitement, they're here. They're back. Who? The expert I just told you about. Trunks said, and then flew excitedly towards the sea. Lin Chen looked over and saw a cruise ship floating above the surface of the sea. Why is the cruise ship floating above the surface of the sea? Lin Chen looked closely again and discovered that the cruise ship was actually being held by a person floating above the sea. At the feet of that person, a few giant sharks that were almost the same size as the cruise ship would occasionally jump out of the water from the depths, trying to eat the person. However, the jumping sharks were kicked back by the person's foot. The person then brought the cruise ship to the shore of the small island and released the ship back into the sea before landing on the shore. When Lin Chen arrived, there were already many people excitedly rushing onto the ship and carrying boxes of supplies back to the island. From the cruise ship, there were also many warriors with guns excitedly landing on the island and embracing the people on the island. Lin Chen walked past them and arrived beside that person. Android 18? If the current state of the world had already surprised Lin Chen, then seeing the person in front of him, Lin Chen was even more surprised compared to the news he received before. So the other warrior that Trunks had mentioned was actually Android 18? Who are you? 18 turned around and looked at Lin Chen with a wary gaze. Sister Lazuli, this is Mr. Lin Chen, he's the one who saved me today. Trunks explained. Mr. Lin Chen, she is the other warrior I told you about. Sister Lazuli was the one who protected the rebellion army for a time after Bojack and his gang arrived. Chapter 156, Lin Chen vs 18. With Trunks' explanation, Lin Chen finally understood the reason. As in the original work, when this world's Gohan first transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his powerful strength caused Cell to lose his rationality, and in pursuit of more power, Cell underwent a transformation to increase his muscle mass. But even then, Cell was surprisingly beaten by Gohan till his strength weakened, resulting in him spitting out Android 18. And later, because of the Saiyan cells, Cell was able to transform into his perfect form even without Android 18, and had even more powerful strength. Finally, Cell, who had eliminated all the Z warriors, left only 2 people alive on the scene. One was Satan, who looked like a clown in Cell's eyes, and the other was Android 18, who had already been ignored by him. At the time, 18, who had just escaped from Cell's body and had not yet regained consciousness, was saved by Satan, who brought her back and revived her. After Bojack and his gang descended on Earth, 18 also saved the child Videl and joined the rebellion army. Upon hearing this from Trunks, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. 18, why did you do this? Atone for my sins? If I hadn't been absorbed by Cell, Earth wouldn't have suffered these disasters. 18 brushed her hair back and said coldly. Lin Chen clicked his tongue, he didn't expect 18 to do these things. At this time, the other people on the island came over, and seeing this, 18 said goodbye to Lin Chen and the others, then led a group of people and left. Watching their backs, Trunks said, Mr. Lin Chen, although Sister Lazuli was an android in the past, she is now the leader of the rebellion army. Everyone relied on her to hold on until now. Sister Lazuli is very strong, it's a shame that Bojack has 5 people on his side. If it was one-on-one, except for Bojack, his 4 henchmen might not be able to win against Sister Lazuli. Lin Chen nodded, he knew that 18's strength was far from that, and it was probably because she had to take care of the rebellion army and had no time to train, so 18's strength had not improved much. In fact, if she could put everything down and fully concentrate on training for a period of time, although she might not be able to win against Cell, it is not impossible to defeat Bojack and his gang. Right. Trunks suddenly remembered something. Mr. Lin Chen, in fact, you don't need to train me, as long as you and Sister Lazuli work together, you should be able to defeat Bojack and others, right? That's right, but Trunks, I hope you can be the one to eliminate Bojack and his gang. Patting Trunks' shoulder, Lin Chen said, after all, this is your world, one should protect their own world. I'm sorry. Trunks lowered his head, knowing that his words were indeed inappropriate. It's okay, go back and rest well. Tomorrow we will start training, I can guarantee that in no more than 2 days, you will be able to defeat Bojack. That night, Lin Chen slept in Dr. Takuna Shinomori's former residence. But in the middle of the night, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A figure was standing at his feet. 18? Lin Chen looked at 18, who had appeared in his room, in surprise, and then stood up. Is there something? I heard you're going to train Trunks? 18 said in a cold voice. Yes. 18 stared at Lin Chen, her ice blue eyes looking at him coldly. Trunks said you're from a parallel universe, Bulma, and the others all see you as the hope to save humanity. She stepped forward, but they forgot that you are ultimately someone of unknown origin. What? You're doubting me? Lin Chen laughed. Yes. Humanity can't afford to lose, as the leader of the rebellion army, I must eliminate all risks. So what do you want to do? Fight with me. I want to confirm your strength. All right. Soon after, on a desolate planet far from Earth, Lin Chen and 18 suddenly appeared in the wilderness of this planet. 18 looked around in surprise at the unfamiliar scenery and then turned back. What kind of magic did you use just now? Where are we? My ability is called instant transmission, it allows me to instantly go to any place. We're not on Earth right now, we're on another planet. Another planet? 18 exclaimed in surprise. I don't know if Bojack and his gang will sense the key or not, but you don't want us to attract their attention while we're fighting, right? It's different here, you can use all your power without anyone noticing. Humph. That's not bad. 18 sneered and took a stance. Come on, let me see if you're qualified to teach Trunks anything. In the next moment, 18 suddenly charged forward, attacking first. Lin Chen smiled slightly, thinking in his mind, System, what is 18's power level? Ding! A number appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Android 18, power level, 98 million. That's a pretty good power level. It's important to note that at this time, Bardock and the others, even in their Super Saiyan form, only possess about 30 to 40 million power level, while Android 18 is far stronger than them. However, even then, for Lin Chen, it would only take the normal Super Saiyan 1 form to handle 18. In an instant, a golden light burst out as Lin Chen transformed into Super Saiyan and then, he raised his hand, waving it towards 18. Suddenly, several powerful energy waves shot out and managed to send 18 flying. Ah! 18 exclaimed in surprise, stabilizing herself in midair and raising her head to continue chasing after Lin Chen, but found that Lin Chen was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, 18 suddenly felt someone patting her shoulder. Hey, I'm over here. She turned around and saw Lin Chen standing behind her. 18 was startled and quickly retreated, shooting out energy waves from her hands. But to 18's surprise, Lin Chen simply stared at the energy waves and slowly walked towards her as he raised his hand at her energy waves. A green energy sphere suddenly expanded, like a large water balloon, and quickly appeared in front of 18. I'm going to die. At that moment, 18's mind was suddenly filled with fear. But just as she panicked, she saw the green energy sphere suddenly fly past her ear and land far away. Rumble! A massive green energy sphere suddenly lit up the desolate planet. As the green radiance dissipated, 18 saw that the planet's surface had been reshaped by Lin Chen's attack. Is that enough? Hearing Lin Chen's voice beside her ear, 18 suddenly turned around. Your power should be enough to kill Bojack and his gang directly, why do you still want to train Trunks? Lin Chen's lips curled up, do you expect that every time danger arises, there will be a savior like me to save the earth? 18 suddenly fell silent. I understand, then I'll leave Trunks to you. I'll guide him well. Lin Chen smiled, and walked forward and took 18's hand, then he returned to Earth with her. Chapter 157, On Lookout and Meeting Mr. Popo Again. I'm leaving, bye. As soon as they returned to Earth, 18 decided to leave. Suddenly, Lin Chen stopped 18. 18, wait. What is it? 18 turned around warily. Lin Chen smiled kindly and pulled out a set of casual clothing that he had prepared for Han Asia to wear during their trip to Universe 6 from the system space. Although they had hoi poi capsules, they had to often evade Hit's pursuit, making it inconvenient at times. As a result, a considerable amount of things was stored in Lin Chen's system space. 18, your clothes got all torn up, why don't you go inside and change before leaving? 18 looked confused as she took the clothes before looking down at her own body. Sure enough, her original clothes had been torn from the recent battle. 18's face suddenly turned red, and she walked inside Lin Chen's house with the clothes. After a while, 18 had changed into the new clothes. I'm leaving, she said. Okay, good night, Lin Chen nodded, preparing to go back to sleep. But 18 suddenly stopped. Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned around. Thank you. 18's eyes flashed with a peculiar look and she thanked him in a low voice. Also, call me Lazuli from now on, except for a few people, the people here don't know I am an android. Oh. After 18 or to say Lazuli left, Lin Chen couldn't help but be dazed, feeling a bit regretful. He, like many others, was a fan of 18 before he crossed over. But Lin Chen didn't expect that after crossing over, he would end up recruiting Dr. Gero. This meant that the future android 17 and 18 would never appear. He originally thought that it wouldn't matter much. But now, seeing this world's 18, Lin Chen realized that the Dragon Ball world without 18 would be missing a lot of fun. The next morning, Trunks came to Lin Chen's place early, accompanied by Bulma, Lazuli, and others. When Lazuli saw Lin Chen, her face didn't show any special expression, as if the previous night's events had never happened. She had also changed back to her own clothes. Lin Chen, where do you plan to take Trunks to train? Bojack and others will sense the energy, if you make too much commotion, they might discover you, Lazuli asked. I have thought of an excellent training location, if we go there, no matter how much commotion Trunks and I make, it wouldn't alarm anyone. Is it on another planet? No, it's on Earth, in the lookout above Korin Tower. Are you talking about the hyperbolic time chamber? Bulma exclaimed. Hyperbolic time chamber? Bulma, do you know about that place? Lazuli asked with a frown. Bulma nodded, yes, the hyperbolic time chamber is a special room in the lookout. A year inside is equal to a day outside. There's such a magical place? Why didn't you mention it before? Lazuli asked. Bulma shook her head, it's not that I didn't want to mention it, it's that the place probably doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist? This time it was Lin Chen's turn to frown. Bulma said, yes, after the Cell Games, Cell went to Korin Tower. He first killed Korin, destroyed Korin Tower, then went to the lookout and killed Dende and Mr. Popo. With Dende's death, the Dragon Balls no longer existed and the people killed by Cell could not be revived. At that time, Turtle Hermit was on his way to Lookout, he wanted Dende to summon Shenron, but he saw Lookout being destroyed by Cell. Turtle Hermit on the side nodded, that's right, I saw Cell destroy the Lookout using Kamehameha with my own eyes, so Lin Chen, I'm afraid you may need to change your plan. Could Lookout really have been destroyed by Cell? Lin Chen didn't share their pessimistic view. Because when it comes to Lookout, it is an extremely mysterious place. It is important to note that, in Dragon Ball World's universe, manipulating time is a very serious crime, but in the remote place of Earth, there is the hyperbolic time chamber in Lookout, a mysterious space that can bend time. This completely defies logic. Will such a strange place disappear because of Cell's destruction? Lin Chen didn't think so. Don't worry, I'll go to Lookout first and take a look. If Lookout is really destroyed, then I'll think of other ways. Then, Lin Chen used instant transmission and headed directly towards the location of Lookout. Far away high in the sky, outside of Earth's dimension, Lin Chen's figure suddenly appeared here. His feet landed on a square. Looking at the slightly dilapidated but still intact Lookout's buildings around him, Lin Chen thought to himself, as I thought, Lookout wasn't destroyed. But after the excitement, Lin Chen felt that something was weird. According to Turtle Hermit, Lookout should have been directly destroyed by Cell's Kamehameha, but what Lin Chen was seeing currently is an intact Lookout. Either Turtle Hermit was lying or someone restored the destroyed Lookout. It is not very likely for Turtle Hermit to lie, therefore the most reasonable explanation is that someone restored Lookout. Who was it? Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes detected a shadow in the Lookout. Although the shadow passed by in a flash, Lin Chen was able to use instant transmission to move the opponent's side and extend a palm to try and stop them before they disappeared. But to Lin Chen's surprise, the person in front of him was able to block his hands. This shocked Lin Chen greatly. Because the person in front of him was someone Lin Chen knew, and theoretically speaking, the other person should not have been able to block the current him. But the other person surprisingly did it. What's going on? With a thought, Lin Chen immediately launched a chase in the Lookout with the person in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen's fists were fast as lightning, but the person in front of him easily dodged them all. Lin Chen increased his speed, but the person in front of him remained unfazed. Even when Lin Chen was almost using his full strength in normal state, the person across from him still dealt with it effortlessly. Knowing that continuing might attract Bojack and others' attention, Lin Chen stopped and asked with a confused expression, Mr. Popo, who are you actually? Indeed, the person who had been fighting Lin Chen was none other than Mr. Popo, who had always considered himself as the attendant of successive Camus on Lookout. According to Turtle Hermit, Mr. Popo should have died along with Kami Dende, yet he is still alive. Furthermore, despite being just an attendant, Mr. Popo was able to fight evenly with Lin Chen, whose power level was over 8 million in his normal state. This was quite mysterious. You know Popo? But Popo doesn't know you. Mr. Popo stood with his arms behind his back, expressionlessly looking at Lin Chen. Chapter 158, Training Trunks. When Lin Chen first met Mr. Popo in his own universe, he found him to be somewhat mysterious. Moreover, at one point, he even suspected him to be a being at the level of an angel. And now, in this world 228, Lin Chen has once again witnessed the mystery surrounding Mr. Popo. Despite his power level being measured at around 1000 by both Scouter and Lin Chen's own system, Mr. Popo was able to fight on par with Lin Chen, whose normal state's power level is over 8 million. Can you believe it? Furthermore, according to Turtle Hermit's testimony, Mr. Popo should have died at the hands of Cell, yet he is still alive and seemingly has restored the Lookout. The mystery surrounding Mr. Popo was enough to drive one crazy. Lin Chen slowly explained his background, being cautious about the mystery surrounding Mr. Popo, in order to avoid being misunderstood by him. Of course, there is also Lin Chen's intention to test Mr. Popo. So you come from another timeline? No wonder Mr. Popo doesn't know you. As expected, Mr. Popo did not show confusion or disbelief in Lin Chen's origins, which made Lin Chen more suspicious of his identity. So, what brings you here? I want to borrow Lookout's hyperbolic time chamber to train Vegeta's son Trunks. Upon hearing Lin Chen's request, Mr. Popo did not immediately agree or refuse, but instead stared at Lin Chen, making him a bit uncomfortable. But fortunately, he quickly nodded, all right, you can use it. Thank you, I'll bring him up now. Lin Chen quickly returned to the ground. How was it? Seeing Lin Chen return, Turtle Hermit and the others gathered around. Lin Chen smiled and gave them the good news, just as I thought, Lookout is still there. Hyperbolic time chamber can still be used for training. How is that possible? I clearly saw Lookout being destroyed. Turtle Hermit exclaimed with wide eyes. It's Mr. Popo, he didn't die, and he restored Lookout. Really? That's great. Although they didn't understand why Mr. Popo didn't die, everyone was very happy, and besides Trunks, several of Mr. Popo's friends also wanted to go to Lookout to take a look. You guys go ahead, I'll stay here to take care of things. At this time, Lazuli refused, she is the leader of the rebellion army. After Trunks leaves, she is the only one who could protect the rebellion army, so she did not want to leave. Lin Chen looked at her and then said to Turtle Hermit, Bulma, and Trunks who wanted to go, then let's go, grab my hand. Moments later, the four of them appeared in Lookout that was thousands of miles away. Lookout is really fine. That's great. Looking at the familiar environment, Bulma felt melancholic, as if she was reliving the scene of bringing battle armors to Vegeta and the others when they first came to Lookout. Trunks, who was visiting Lookout for the first time, was breathing heavily. Trunks, Lookout is in a higher dimension, so the air here is thin and breathing takes more effort. Lin Chen pointed out. Trunks nodded. At that moment, sound of footsteps came from the side, and Mr. Popo walked over. Seeing Turtle Hermit and Bulma, he greeted them, long time no see, everyone. Mr. Popo. Turtle Hermit and Bulma were both overjoyed on seeing Mr. Popo, whom they thought had died. Mr. Popo, you're alive? Mr. Popo, if you were not dead, why didn't you come find us? Popo must guard Lookout and cannot leave at will. Mr. Popo's gaze fell on Trunks and then said, is he the Trunks of this timeline? He looks just like the Trunks from before. From before? Trunks was taken aback. Mom, did the future Trunks you told me about come here too? Yes, at that time he and your father also trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, Bulma said with emotion. Cough, cough. Lin Chen coughed, let's talk about the past later, Trunks, we need to make the most of our time. Alright. Mr. Lin Chen. Then follow me, Mr. Popo said as he led Lin Chen and the others towards the location of the hyperbolic time chamber. After arriving at the bottom of Lookout, and Mr. Popo said, this is the hyperbolic time chamber, who wants to go in? Me and Trunks, Lin Chen said. Popo nodded and warned, hyperbolic time chamber, one person can only enter for 2 days' time, that means you can only stay inside for 2 years, once the time is up, the door will disappear, so please be careful. Before entering, Lin Chen thought of something, Mr. Popo, I want to ask. I also entered the hyperbolic time chamber in another world, will it affect my time? No, Mr. Popo shook his head, what happens in another world won't affect the laws of this one. Laws? Upon hearing this word, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. Soon after, Lin Chen and Trunks pushed open the door and entered the world inside. For Trunks, this world was full of unfamiliarity. But for Lin Chen, it was nothing new. Trunks, starting from today, I'll be training you from scratch here. Even though you can transform into a Super Saiyan, to be honest, your current power level is too low. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, it's useless. In order to defeat Bojack and the others, you must first raise your normal state's strength. Lin Chen said seriously. As far as Lin Chen knew, Trunks of this world had never received training from someone as strong as Vegeta or Goku. The only guidance Trunks has received was from the Turtle Hermit and Lazuli. The former's own strength is limited and the guidance he can provide to Trunks is also limited. Meanwhile, the latter's strength is artificially created and cannot be taught to others. Therefore, Trunks of this world has a very poor foundation. In his normal state, his power level is not even as high as Vegeta from Lin Chen's world, with a power level of only around 600,000. With this level of strength, even when transforming into a Super Saiyan, he only has a power level of 10 million. No wonder he can't even defeat one of Bojack's subordinates. Therefore, in order to complete his chosen mission, Lin Chen's immediate priority is not to let Trunks master higher level transformations, but to lay a strong foundation and raise his normal state strength as soon as possible. At the same time, while training Trunks, Lin Chen planned to use this opportunity of using hyperbolic time chamber, an isolated space from the outside world, to use the Divine Realms experience card. Chapter 159, Experiencing the Divine Realm. When initially he obtained the Divine Realm experience card, the system had warned Lin Chen. Once activated, this experience card would give Lin Chen godlike powers for a short period of time. However, as the divine powers would stir too big of an activity, it would be easy for stronger individuals to detect him. This also meant that, should Lin Chen use it in his original world, it was highly likely that it would awaken the god of destruction prematurely, drawing the attention of the Supreme Kai and the like. For him, whose strength was yet insufficient, this was definitely not a good thing. But it was different here. Firstly, the hyperbolic time chamber was isolated from the real world, and is a completely another world. Secondly, even if it stirs too big of an activity that couldn't be concealed even in the hyperbolic time chamber, this was still a parallel universe, so if worst comes to worst, Lin Chen could simply leave without fear of causing any major problems. However, before that, it was necessary to guide Trunks properly. Trunks? Hearing Lin Chen call him out, Trunks walked over, a look of caution on his face. Just now, Trunks had followed Lin Chen's orders and completed a regular training session, but looking at Lin Chen's stern expression, he thought Lin Chen wasn't satisfied. Mr. Lin Chen, do you have any instructions for me? There's no hurry. Before guiding you, I must first unlock your potential. Lin Chen said this as he placed his hand on Trunks' head. Mr. Lin Chen, how are you going to unlock my potential? Just stay still. Lin Chen closed his eyes and began to use Planet Vegeta's unlock potential technique. Can it really unlock my potential? I always thought that my potential had already reached the peak, Trunks said cautiously. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a warm current gushing out from within his body, and shortly afterwards, Trunks realized that his power was expanding rapidly, like a volcanic eruption. Strength! Such powerful strength! As Trunks was wild with joy, Lin Chen also narrowed his eyes and looked at the little boy from the side. He didn't know if it was because he was a hybrid of a Saiyan and an Earthling, but he found that Trunks' potential seemed to be quite unfathomable. Now Lin Chen understood Great Elder's feeling when he raised Gohan's potential in the original work. Using the unlock potential technique of Planet Namek, Trunks' potential could only be unlocked to less than half. Nevertheless, when Lin Chen let go of his hand, Trunks' power level had already leapt from the previous 600,000 to 1.5 million. Such a significant improvement all at once was somewhat unexpected for Lin Chen. He also wondered if Vegeta from his world would feel ashamed when he saw his son Trunks' potential. Thinking about this, Lin Chen threw a tree of might's fruit to Trunks and increased his power level by another 100,000. After completing everything that needed to be done, Lin Chen began formally training Trunks, gradually correcting and refining his previously crude martial arts techniques over the course of time. The training process was naturally very strict, but Trunks' talent was truly astonishing, impressing Lin Chen. When Lin Chen just pointed out that there is a higher level above Super Saiyan, Trunks figured out the second stage of Super Saiyan 1 on his own. It should be noted that in Lin Chen's world, Han Asia and Bardock took a long time to understand the key points of the second stage, even with Lin Chen's guidance. Very good, but your problem now is not transformation, but foundation. Try to maintain your breathing while in Super Saiyan state. Idiot! Use your ki to perceive, not just your eyes. After Trunks' foundation training was on track, Lin Chen also prepared to begin his own training. The space inside the hyperbolic time chamber was almost as big as Earth. After a few words of warning to Trunks, Lin Chen directly used instant transmission to go to a very far place. System, use the Divine Realm experience card. As soon as his voice fell, an amazing power enveloped Lin Chen's body. And the next moment, he was surprised to find that his aura had disappeared. What's going on? Before Lin Chen could even figure out what was happening, the time around him seemed to have come to a standstill in that moment. A huge halo suddenly appeared behind Lin Chen. Under the halo, Lin Chen's eyes widened and many things appeared in his mind out of nowhere. This is... Lin Chen raised his right hand and a purple energy burst out of nowhere, swallowing the space in front of him. This was the power of destruction. Lin Chen raised his left hand, and a white light enveloped the space that was swallowed up by the power of destruction, and in a flash, the space recovered. This was the power of creation. Lin Chen turned his head and looked into the distance, in the direction of Trunks. He lightly waved his right hand. Far away, Trunks, who was in training, seemed to freeze, becoming motionless. This was the power of time. Lin Chen then pulled with his left hand, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Trunks. This was not Lin Chen using instant transmission, but rather him bringing himself closer to Trunks. This was the power of space. With another pull, Lin Chen returned into distance and once again gestured with his right hand towards Trunks, causing the frozen time to start flowing again. Destruction, creation, time, space. Lin Chen discovered that he had actually mastered the power of the four laws at the same time. Divine Realm Experience Card. So this is the power of the Divine Realm Experience Card. It seems that his choice was not in vain. But this was just the beginning. The power of the four laws correspond to God of Destruction, Supreme Kai, God of Time, and God of Space. Although powerful, it was not the ultimate state Lin Chen wanted to achieve. His goal was to take a path that no one had taken before and become the God of Saiyans. What would the power of the God of Saiyans be like? Lin Chen's thoughts stirred again and a gentle breeze picked up, blowing through his hair. The halo that was originally floating behind him disappeared, then a mysterious and sacred aura rushed towards him. Lin Chen's black hair turned into a fiery red in the blink of an eye. Far away, Trunks, who was in the middle of training, suddenly noticed something unusual. He could no longer feel Lin Chen's aura. That's right, at this moment, Lin Chen has transformed into a person with red hair and red eyes, and his previously powerful aura was gone, as if he is now just a normal human. A real god has no aura, and at this time, Lin Chen had become Super Saiyan God. Feeling this realm carefully, Lin Chen felt a sense of disappointment. Compared to the form that controlled the power of the laws before, Super Saiyan God should be far superior to Lin Chen's previous form in terms of power, but in terms of realm, it was much weaker. It is simply reaching the level of a god in power level, but not having control over the power. Let alone being inferior to a god of destruction like Beerus, it is probably even worse than the level of fused Vegito in the original work. This is not the god I want to become, Lin Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 160, Pure Power of Demon God. Lin Chen's transformation into a Super Saiyan God is the true divine realm. This state is much stronger than that of Tarbal, who gathered the power of many people on planet Vegeta and became a Super Saiyan God. Not only is there a 500-fold increase in power level, but it also has the connotation of the divine realm. Lin Chen can feel that his body, mind, and willpower were all qualitatively better than before. However, in essence, this state is still the Super Saiyan God transformation. It is still far from what Lin Chen wants. Thinking about this, Lin Chen voluntarily cancelled the Super Saiyan God state and returned to his mortal state. Then, he activated the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Ha! Trunks, who was far away, could feel Lin Chen's aura again at this time, and this aura was far stronger than before. How powerful! Is this Mr. Lin Chen's true strength? Trunks was wrong, legendary Super Saiyan is not Lin Chen's true strength. In the next moment, Lin Chen raised his aura once again. Legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation, complete. Trunks, who was far away, suddenly paused. Although he was far away from Lin Chen, he could still feel that overwhelming power that made him powerless and despair. He never knew that a Super Saiyan could become this strong. Mr. Lin Chen was giving himself a lesson. At this time, Lin Chen, who was in the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form, also began his experiment. The effect of the Divine Realm experience card can last for the whole day. During this time, Lin Chen's Divine Realm will always exist, including when he transforms. And what Lin Chen wants to do is to try to use the Divine Realm to perform a higher level transformation in his legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. Not like the Super Saiyan God transformation, but a Divine Realm transformation that belongs to Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan. The only question is, how should he begin this Divine Realm transformation? If it was in the past, Lin Chen would have been at a loss, not knowing what to do. But now, Lin Chen can freely use the power of the four laws, and he has just experienced the feeling of Super Saiyan God. So he quickly found a way to achieve his goal. Tail. The tail of a Saiyan, it seems that this is the way I can achieve my goal. For the Saiyans, their tail is a very special organ on their body. This tail is not only the source of their power, but also their weakness. And from the knowledge he obtained from Universe 6, Lin Chen learned that a Saiyan's tail could also be the source of their downfall. The tail of a Saiyan is very special for them. And now, what Lin Chen needs to do is to infuse the divine power he currently possesses into his own tail. Power of destruction, infuse. Power of time, infuse. Power of space, infuse. Power of creation, infuse. As all four powers were infused into his tail, Lin Chen's aura disappeared again and his originally yellow-green hair turned black all of a sudden. Then, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly became blank and his hair began to extend backwards. It looked somewhat like he was about to transform into the Super Saiyan 3 form. At this moment, Lin Chen, just by looking at his appearance, it looked somewhat like a Super Saiyan 3. But his hair was black, just like in his normal form. And his body was surrounded by a black aura. But what was different was that, although Lin Chen had a black aura swirling around him, like the previous Super Saiyan God, this aura was completely imperceptible to ordinary people and only gods could sense it. Moments later, Lin Chen came back to his senses and stared at himself in amazement while pulling on his hair. My hair is still black, but I have a divine aura. No, this aura is not divine. As expected, this is a completely different transformation from the Super Saiyan God. Mr. Lin Chen. Just then, Lin Chen saw Trunks fly over from a distance at high speed. The constantly changing aura on Lin Chen's side made Trunks curious, so he came over to check it out. After landing, Trunks exclaimed, "Mr. Lin Chen, what's happened to you? Why can't I sense your aura? This is a new transformation I've researched." New transformation? What level is this? Why can't I sense Mr. Lin Chen's aura at all? It's simply Trunks stammered. Simply like a dead person? Lin Chen spoke out what Trunks couldn't say. Not being able to sense his aura was right, because the current Lin Chen had stepped into the divine realm. And mortals are not able to sense his aura. Just how powerful is this realm? Lin Chen took a look at his own status and was suddenly shocked. Host, Lin Chen. Power level, 8.1 billion. Divine realm, 3rd stage. Although he was mentally prepared, Lin Chen never expected his power level to reach 8.1 billion. A full 1,000-fold increase from his normal state. Even higher than the increase of a Super Saiyan God. Indeed, this is a new divine realm transformation that belongs to Lin Chen himself. However, what confused Lin Chen is the newly emerged attribute of the divine realm. What does this mean? System, what does the divine realm mean? Explain it. Ding. Replying back to the host, stepping into the divine realm, power cannot be simply judged by power level. Power level is simply a value calculated by humans based on indicators such as speed, attack power, defense power, etc. In addition to these indicators, the divine realm also possesses divine power. Divine power is distinguished by the divine realm and is superior to the power level attribute. As long as the divine realm is higher than the opponent, even if the power level is lower than the opponent, you may be able to defeat the opponent. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Chen has a general understanding of the reason, but he still has a question. So my divine realm is 3rd stage, what is it roughly equivalent to? Ding. Replying back to the host has seen Angel Vados, she is at divine realm 2nd stage. Lin Chen's face lit up with a smile, but he also immediately felt that it was only natural. After all, the state he is in now, with the power of 4 laws combined, is higher than the realm of angels, which is only natural. My current realm has integrated the power of 4 realms, but this power is no longer any of those 4 realms. This power contains pure power, and if I had to describe it, I would call it the power of pure. This is the law I have grasped and what I am pursuing. Power of pure. I will become the Saiyan God who controls the power of pure. However, the aura of this form is somewhat evil. It is better to call it a demon than a god. I suspected before that legendary Super Saiyan might be some kind of demonic Saiyan, and now it seems to be true. No wonder I can't transform into Super Saiyan God, but if I can't become a god, becoming a demon god is not bad either. The power of a demon god is just a tool, as long as my heart does not get corrupted, there will be no problem. Speaking of which, this form is somewhat similar to the one that was nicknamed the White God in my original world, the Super Saiyan 5. But since the hair is black, I'll call this form the Black God. Black Demon God of Saiyans. Lin Chen suddenly punched towards the sky. Crack, boom, boom. The sky above Lin Chen and Trunks was suddenly torn apart by this power. With unrivaled dominance, this force shattered the dimensional barrier of the hyperbolic time chamber and charged out into the outside world. Chapter 161, Exiting. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, several hours have passed since Lin Chen and Trunks entered. Although it's only been a few hours, it feels like several months have passed for Bulma. She was pacing back and forth outside, looking impatient and saying, "Sigh, I wonder what training Trunks and Lin Chen are doing in there?" "Don't worry, Bulma. Mr. Lin Chen's strength is unfathomable. With him there, Trunks will be fine," says Turtle Hermit, leaning on his cane. Seeing that Bulma didn't listen to him, he turned to Mr. Popo beside him and said, "Mr. Popo, how did you survive back then? I thought you were killed by Cell." "Popo is not that easy to kill," replied Mr. Popo, with his hands behind his back. But at that time, Turtle Hermit was still speaking when suddenly, a loud sound came from Lookout's direction. Everyone turned around and saw that the lookout, which had already been repaired by Mr. Popo, appeared to have been pierced by an astonishing power, disintegrating in the process. A pure black energy shot into the sky. Wow! Mr. Popo, what is that? Bulma ran to the two of them in panic. Turtle Hermit jumped in shock. What's going on? Could it be that Bojack and his crew found us? Mr. Popo didn't speak, his small eyes fixed on the black energy, watching it disappear into the horizon with a thoughtful expression. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks had fallen on the ground on his butt in fear. Mr. Lin Chen, what is that? Lin Chen looked at the spatial crack overhead. Don't panic, it's a spatial crack, it will be fine in a while. Sure enough, after a moment, the spatial crack that was created by Lin Chen's power slowly restored to its original state. Seeing the crack recover, Lin Chen lowered his head and smiled at Trunks. Trunks, my form can only last for 1 day, come on, let's fight. Me? No way, no way. Trunks hurriedly shook his head. Mr. Lin Chen, you're too odd right now, I can't even muster up the courage to fight. Lin Chen immediately put on a sad face. Trunks, Saiyans are a fighting race, and we should never lose our fighting spirit in any situation. Although you only have half the Saiyan bloodline, don't forget this. Yes, yes. Trunks nodded. Lin Chen immediately smiled. Then let's fight. In the blink of an eye, 2 days were almost up. Even though time was almost up, Trunks and Lin Chen still haven't shown up, causing even Turtle Hermit to become impatient. And as they say, misfortune does not come alone. Bulma suddenly received a call from the mortal world. Bulma! Bulma! Hearing the voice coming from her hand, Bulma immediately opened a watch-like communicator on her wrist. She? What's wrong? Bulma, it's bad. Bojack and the others found our base. Right now, Lazuli is stalling for time to cover everyone's retreat. You need to bring Trunks and the others down here quickly. What? Bulma exclaimed and turned to Mr. Popo. The latter shook his head. Not possible, the hyperbolic time chamber can only be opened from the inside after it's closed. We can only wait. Damn it! Bulma stomped her foot in anger. However, at that moment, Turtle Hermit suddenly threw down his cane and approached Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, I remember you can teleport to any place on Earth, can you please take me to the mortal world? Before Popo could answer, Bulma cried out, Master Roshi, have you lost your mind? Your era has passed, Bojack and his group are too strong for you to handle. What are you going down there for? Master Roshi removed his sunglasses and looked at Bulma seriously. Bulma, what you say is true, my era is long over. Old people like me should be the ones going to the other world. But until today, I have shamefully lived on Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, all the young people are dead, only I am alive. So this time, it's this old man's turn. Mr. Popo, please send me over. No, it seems it's not necessary, Mr. Popo shook his head, then looked towards the lookout. Upon hearing this, Turtle Hermit and Bulma were startled and their eyes were fixed on the lookout's entrance, anxiously awaiting. Click, click, click. Sounds of footsteps gradually echoed. Soon, Lin Chen and Trunks emerged from the lookout looking disheveled. Trunks? Bulma ran over in surprise, you guys finally came out. Oh! How did your hair grow so long? Trunks touched his head. Mr. Lin Chen was helping me break through my limits, we took a little more time. Mom, don't worry, now my strength is enough to handle Cell even if he comes back. Amazing! Turtle Hermit, who was behind Bulma, yelled in excitement after hearing the news. He could sense that the current Trunks had undergone a complete transformation. Trunks, quickly go down. Bojack and his gang have found our base. What? Trunks' expression became serious. He spread out his senses and immediately found Bojack and his gang's aura and that they were indeed near their island. Teacher Lin Chen. 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber had changed how Trunks addressed him. Lin Chen nodded, I'll bring you down, well use instant transmission to get there quickly. Okay, please, teacher, Trunks replied. In no time, the two of them disappeared from the lookout. At this time, the mortal world, the rebellion army on the island. What was once a peaceful island was now burning with flames everywhere. Occasionally, you can see small boats escaping from the island, but these boats hadn't gone far before they were caught up by several energy balls and disappeared into the sea. Damn it! Lazuli shouted, trying to stop the person who just fired the energy balls, but was blocked by 4 figures. Woman, your opponent is us. Zanja, one of Bojack's subordinates and also a woman, sneered at Lazuli. The latter gritted her teeth and attacked Zanja, but quickly found herself surrounded by Bojack's 4 subordinates. In a one-on-one match, Lazuli is not afraid of any of the 4 of them, but facing Bojack's 4 subordinates at the same time, Lazuli ultimately found it too difficult. Just as Lazuli was fighting desperately, on the other side, the remnants of the rebellion army on the island had all gathered together. Many of them were heartbroken at the sight of the ships that were about to sink. On those ships were old people and children who had negligible power level. Their death has sparked a desire for death in many people. Captain Videl, please lead us into action. Yes, Captain, we can't let them die in vain. We have to take revenge. Revenge. Everyone. Let's go. Soon, the rebel army boarded small boats and headed towards the other side of the island. On this side of the sea, a luxury cruise ship was floating on the sea surface. The energy balls that sank the escapees just now were fired from this cruise ship. On the cruise ship, the current king of Earth, Bojack, was leisurely lying on a lounge chair on the deck, watching his subordinates fight Lazuli in the sky, and occasionally throwing energy balls towards the island to take away people's lives. Chapter 162, Tyrant Bojack. Rumble. As the distant island erupted with a flash of light, on the deck of the cruise ship, someone cheered, King Bojack. You just hit a villa on the island. Haha. So accurate. Long live King Bojack. Long live. Long live. Others joined in on cheering. These humans on the deck were all followers of Bojack, living an ignoble life under his rule. Among them, there was once a person who was unduly trusted by Bojack for being the best at flattering. But today that person was hung above Bojack as an example for those who dared to betray him. Not long ago, Bojack's subordinate Kagu discovered evidence that this person had been passing messages to the rebel army all along. Lightly taking the sip of the wine, Bojack laughed at the person above him. Satan, can you guess if your daughter was in that villa just now? Satan, with bruises all over his body, tiredly lifted his head and sneered, Bojack, humans will never surrender to you. One day, someone will come and overthrow your brutal rule. One day, when will it be? Satan, if I wasn't waiting for Cell's return, I would have killed all the humans long ago. In my eyes, you are all like ants, I can dispose of you all however I please. Suddenly, Bojack extended his 10 fingers and shot out thin light beams, instantly killing those who were just shouting their long live Bojack. Only the person who spoke first luckily survived. But upon seeing the tragic deaths of those around him, this person was so scared that their legs turned soft and they almost knelt on the ground. As for Satan, he closed his eyes again, with all hopes lost. Ever since he infiltrated Bojack's side, he knew that such a day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon and so tragically. Through his communicator, Bojack and his gang had locked onto the secret stronghold of the rebel army. Is humanity really going to perish like this? Just then, the lucky survivor suddenly exclaimed, King Bojack, there's a rebel army ship in the sea, it seems like they're going to attack us. Humans, truly an interesting species. Bojack stomped on the deck and waved his hand, hang Satan out there for them to see. Moments later, the humans on the ship worked together to hang Satan on an iron pole off the deck. On the sea, a few fishing boats were carrying the remaining rebel army's soldiers, trying to launch a final attack against Bojack. But at that moment, someone on the leading boat suddenly exclaimed, Captain! That's Mr. Satan! Videl, sitting in the boat, immediately stood up and shouted in surprise, Dad? On the cruise ship, Bojack's ears twitched and his lips curled into an arc. He floated up, flew to Satan's side, and grabbed his afro-haired head, pulling his head up. Oh, Satan, isn't that your daughter down there? Satan, who was on the brink of death, opened his eyes and soon caught a glimpse of Videl's figure. Videl? Idiot! Get out of here quickly! Satan shouted. Dad! Ha ha ha! She is indeed your daughter, isn't she? Bojack had a cruel smile on his face as he raised his hand towards Videl and others, and a light shone from his palm. Satan, as a traitor, I have decided what punishment to give you. Your punishment is to watch your daughter die with your own eyes. No, don't! Ha ha ha! Amidst the laughter, Bojack threw an energy bomb emitting death rays. No! With Satan's scream, the energy bomb flew towards Videl and the other's boat, just about to hit it. Not good. Lazuli attempted to block the attack but was bound by the energy thread from Beidou and Bujin, unable to move, and could only look on helplessly as the energy bomb approached closer and closer towards Videl and others. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the boat, and one of them raised their hand and deflected the energy bomb thrown by Bojack. The deflected energy bomb changed its direction and eventually landed on the sea, exploding with astonishing power. Bojack was stunned and didn't expect someone to deflect his energy bomb. In the distance, Zanja and others also turned their heads and gazed in amazement at the two sudden arrivals. Bojack! Your end has come. In the aftermath of the explosion, Trunks first gazed towards the distant, smoke-covered island, then at Satan, who was on the verge of death, and finally with a face filled with resentment towards Bojack in the sky. Because of their appearance, many more people also just lost their lives. Among them, how many of the smiling faces were familiar to Trunks? Unforgivable. Trunks growled in anger and in the blink of an eye transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden hair fluttered in the wind, the emerald pupils devoid of any luster. Ha! Are you the blonde-haired boy who can transform that Zanja and others mentioned, who's been opposing us all this time? I thought you were dead. Sir Bojack! Leave those two to us. Zanja and Kagu threw down Lazuli, who was already tied up, and flew towards Lin Chen and Trunks, blocking them. As he witnessed that a big battle was going to begin, Lin Chen voluntarily stepped back and came to the boat where Videl was. Trunks, I'll leave everything to you, let me see the results of your training. Yes, teacher. Mr. Lin Chen, aren't you going to attack? Videl asked. No, Trunks alone is enough for this fight. You all leave this place, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Then, he grabbed hold of Videl and others' fishing boat and used instant transmission to bring them to the shore. He kept repeating this, and the rest of the rebel army was also brought back to the island by Lin Chen, including Satan and the cruise ship. Next, Lin Chen teleported and appeared next to Lazuli, using one hand to cut the threads binding her and pulling her into his embrace. Let Trunks handle this, let's go. Lin Chen declared. Wait. Upon seeing this, Bojack finally could not help but want to stop Lin Chen, who was using a move that appeared strange to him, but was stopped by Trunks first. The fistful of anger hit Bojack's face, sending him flying a distance. You brat, how could you? Stopping his momentum, Bojack covered his face and looked at Trunks with anger. Your opponent is me. Trunks' gaze was firmly fixed on Bojack. Ridiculous. Just by you? Such arrogance. Zanja, Bujin, Kagu, Beidou. Take care of this brat first. Bojack raged. Chapter 163, Trunks in full swing. Yes. At Bojack's command, Zanja and others immediately gave up on Lazuli, who had been rescued by Lin Chen, and surrounded Trunks. Lin Chen. Let me go. Let me go. Brought back to the island by Lin Chen, Lazuli immediately tried to break free, but was stopped by Lin Chen. Don't be impulsive. What impulsive? Do you want Trunks to face those 5 alone? Relax, Trunks is not the same as before. What? At this time, Bojack's 4 subordinates had already surrounded Trunks from all directions. They raised their hands at the same time and countless faintly discernible threads appeared in their hands. These threads entangled Trunks and then suddenly tightened. Ha ha ha, presumptuous kid, you have been trapped by our psycho threads, the more you struggle, the faster your energy will be consumed. Bujin sneered coldly. The other 3 also laughed elatedly, as if they could easily finish off Trunks. But at this time, Trunks' cold voice resounded. I am different from before, from today on, your days of doing evil on earth are over. Fine. Let's see how you can be so boastful. Kagu maintained the threads with one hand while he drew out his long sword with the other, then he lowered his body and thrusted it at Trunks' chest. Faced with Kagu's attack, Trunks took a deep breath and suddenly shouted. The next moment, the dazzling golden light fiercely flared up, and Trunks' golden hair seemed to have grown a bit longer, rising into the sky, and glittering silver electric arcs appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, Trunks, who should have been unable to move, suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Kagu's long sword. What's going on? Kagu was taken aback and tried to pull the sword back, but found that the blade seemed to have been welded fixedly and could not move at all. With a loud crack, Trunks suddenly crushed Kagu's long sword and then his lightning-filled fists penetrated Kagu's chest. No, it can't be. The dying Kagu uttered in disbelief. What happened to this brat? Just a few days ago, wasn't he almost killed by me? Pucci. Trunks withdrew his bloody fist and Kagu, who was already dead, immediately fell from the sky into the sea. Super Saiyan 2. Trunks looked at his fists with a cold look on his face. In the 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, after being trained by Lin Chen, he finally mastered the power of Super Saiyan 2. Now, he finally has the power to protect Earth. Bojack, today, I will avenge everyone. Trunks turned around and pointed his finger at Bojack. What are you waiting for? Quickly, kill him. A hint of fear had surprisingly appeared on Bojack's face. Upon hearing his command, Bujin and Beto rushed towards Trunks like 2 beams of light. But then, 2 heavy bang, bang were heard. Blood splattered out. Bojack's 2 subordinates suddenly twisted, breaking apart, and then their bodies divided in half fell into the sea, causing 2 ripples. How terrifying! The last female warrior Zanja was horrified to see that none of her 3 companions could withstand a strike from Trunks. Her face turned pale and her expression showed fear as she couldn't help but retreat backwards. Zanja, are you willing to die for me? Suddenly, Bojack's voice echoed behind Zanja. Before she could turn around, she felt a tremendous force push her towards Trunks. Grand Smasher! Taking advantage of the opportunity when Zanja was blocking Trunks' line of sight, Bojack joined his hands together and suddenly condensed a massive energy sphere that was incredibly powerful, then launched it straight towards Zanjia's back. The energy sphere first swallowed Zanjia's body and then crashed into Trunks. The intense energy exploded in mid-air, pushing away almost all the seawater near it and revealing the seabed full of fish and shrimps. Several huge sharks over dozens of meters long thrashed around on the seabed without water. The pushed-away sea waves turned into a tsunami and rushed towards the shore, but before they reached the shore, Lin Chen raised his hand and a blast of energy wave broke apart the sea waves. Lin Chen, is Trunks okay? Lazuli shouted. Relax, just look. Lin Chen pointed to the sky in the distance. When the smoke cleared, Trunks was seen standing unscathed in his original spot. Oh, how is this possible? I am Bojack. There's no one in this universe who is my match. With a loud shout, Bojack's body suddenly swelled up. His clothes were all torn apart by his expanding muscles and his orange hair changed to red. Look! This is my true power. Go die! Bojack roared in anger. He, who had been wreaking havoc on Earth for over a decade, felt a tremendous sense of despair for the first time. He was like an enraged beast, rapidly gathering a massive amount of energy capable of destroying Earth in both of his hands. At this point, Bojack no longer cared about the possibility of destroying the Earth. Trunks! Don't hold back! Lin Chen immediately shouted loudly as he noticed Bojack's movements. All right! A glint of cold light flashed in Trunks' eyes as he joined his hands and suddenly condensed a large blue energy ball. Kamehameha! This world's Trunks didn't receive guidance from Vegeta or learn from Gohan. Only this move, Kamehameha, learned from Turtle Hermit, was his strongest technique. Although it was only a simple move inherited from Turtle Hermit, at this moment, it unleashed an astonishing power. In an instant, Bojack's energy wave was swallowed by the blue waves of the Kamehameha. Then, under Bojack's disbelieving eyes, it rushed towards him. Desperately, Bojack created a shield, trying to block the attack, but it was to no avail. Before the power of Super Saiyan 2, Bojack's defense was as frail as paper, instantly crumbling. How could I, Bojack, lose to a little brat like you? The scorching energy burned Bojack's body, completely devouring him in seconds. After a flash of light, when he confirmed that Bojack had completely disappeared, Trunks clenched his fists. From today on, the world will no longer have to endure Bojack's brutal rule. Humans have finally gained freedom. On the island, when people saw that Bojack and his gang completely disappeared, everyone cheered and jumped in joy, and some even shed tears, pulling out their firearms and firing into the sky. The entire island was engulfed in an ocean of cheers. Chapter 164, World Peace. At Lin Chen's side, the sound of wild cheers never stopped, and sounds of laughter kept erupting out from the crowd. Great! Bojack is finally dead. The evil Bojack is dead. The world is finally at peace, humans are saved. Dad, did you see that? Videl was holding the rescued Satan and crying tears of sorrow, while others were joyous and bouncing around. Compared to the others, Lazuli didn't know how to express her feelings. She looked around blankly and then found that there were people like her, with no smile on their faces. Ding! Congratulations on completing half of the task, but a reminder to the host, peace has not yet been restored on Earth. Lin Chen's expression was serious because when Trunks and the others were celebrating the arrival of peace, he heard the system's reminder. He thought about it and understood the meaning of the system. Although Bojack and his gang are dead, the real culprit behind the tragedy of humans in this world is still alive. Cell, although he has left Earth and disappeared who knows where, don't forget that he left a message behind, saying that he would return someday. As long as Cell lives, the threat of destruction will not be lifted from Earth. Lin Chen, Earth is saved, why don't you seem happy? Suddenly, Lin Chen heard a voice next to him, and turning his head, he saw Lazuli looking at him. Aren't you the same? Lin Chen laughed. Lazuli shook her head, I am an android. Androids are people too, they're just modified by Dr. Gero, and also you're not a robot, said Lin Chen. Then, what should I do? Lazuli asked in a panicked tone. Lin Chen thought for a moment and suddenly thought of a phrase, in times like this, a smile is all that's needed. Lazuli was taken aback, but her face soon filled with a warm smile. It feels good this way, doesn't it? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Hearing that, Lazuli's face turned slightly red. At that moment, Trunks returned and deeply bowed to Lin Chen, his eyes slightly red. After many years, peace has finally returned to Earth. Although Trunks took care of Bojack and his gang on his own, he knows that without Lin Chen's guidance, he would never have been able to do it. Therefore, Trunks was filled with gratitude for Lin Chen, who personally taught him. Trunks, it's fine to be happy for now, but don't forget, there is still a lot left to do, and Cell is still not dead, Lin Chen said. Yeah, Trunks nodded firmly and looked back at the battlefield, then clenched his fists, this time, I'll avenge my father and others. On the same day, the island was filled with revelry as everyone celebrated the long-awaited victory. Although logically it wasn't time to celebrate yet, those who knew the truth didn't disturb the excitement of the people. While others were drinking and getting drunk outside, Lin Chen and others gathered together to discuss future plans. It's not time to celebrate yet, Mr. Lin Chen reminded me earlier, Cell isn't dead yet. Trunks said with a serious expression, looking at the people present. At this moment, in addition to Lin Chen and Lazuli, Turtle Hermit, Bulma, Satan, Videl, and others were also present. The leaders and core members of the rebel army were all gathered together. Hearing Trunks' words, Satan, who had just recovered, said in a gloomy tone, yes, as long as Cell doesn't die, humans do not have the time to rejoice. Satan, among all present, is the most qualified to speak those words. For he was the one who witnessed Cell's terror with his own eyes that day. Trunks, it's impressive that you took down Bojack, but I must remind you, Cell's power is far beyond anything Bojack can compare to. Trunks nodded, I understand, Mr. Satan, don't worry. I won't be careless. Moreover this time, we also have Mr. Lin Chen. Don't be fooled by how I easily defeated Bojack and others this time, Mr. Lin Chen's true strength is far above mine, by 100-fold. 100-fold? That's great. Upon hearing this, the clouds of worry on everyone's faces finally disappeared. At this point, Bulma couldn't help but say on the side, if only we still had the Dragon Balls now. Once we defeat Cell, using the power of the Dragon Balls, Earth can quickly return to its original state. What about the Namekian's Dragon Balls? Lin Chen asked. I actually thought of this before, but Dende was the one who found the new planet Namek and no one besides him knows its location. The spaceship is also a problem. The previous spaceships were all destroyed during Cell's attack. Our facilities are also not enough to build a new spaceship, Bulma sighed. Hearing that, Lin Chen chuckled, so that's how it is, don't worry, let me handle the matter of Dragon Balls, I have a way to find the Namekians. Really? That's great, the world can be saved. Mr. Lin Chen, with the Dragon Balls of Planet Namek, can Goku and the others be revived? Woohoo! That's great! Excited by the knowledge that everything was going to get better, even Bulma and the others drank wine in excitement. Everyone got drunk that night. Although Lin Chen also drank a lot, his body, after years of training, was naturally immune to alcohol. Seeing that everyone else was asleep, he went out and walked to the beach. The sea breeze blew by as he thought of his next plans. Once the issue with Cell is resolved and peace is restored to Earth, he can search for the location of the seventh and final Super Dragon Ball in the depths of the universe. However, defeating Cell will not be as easy as defeating Bojack. After all, it has been over a decade since the Cell games and Cell, who has gone out to space, may have become even stronger during this time. According to Satan, Cell already had the power equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 2 during the Cell games. Now after several years, with Cell's intelligence and the cells of a Saiyan and Frost Demon within him, Lin Chen expects a tough battle ahead. Sigh. Just as Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Why are you sighing? Can't you handle Cell? Lin Chen turned around and saw Lazuli standing behind him. Weren't you drunk? I'm an android, Lazuli stroked her hair. Anyway, you're worried about Cell? I'm not worried, but I know there's probably going to be a tough battle ahead. Lazuli laughed. Don't worry, after all these years, humans have become much tougher than before. Yet. Lin Chen turned around. I'm going to sleep now, tomorrow I'll go find the Namekians. Wait. Lazuli suddenly stopped Lin Chen. What's up? Just as Lin Chen turned to look at her, Lazuli briefly touched Lin Chen's face. This. Thank you for saving me today, this is a gift, that's it, don't think too much about it. As she spoke, Lazuli stepped ahead of Lin Chen and left the beach. Watching her retreating back, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile a little. Chapter 165, Grand Kai's Planet. The second day, Trunks and others arrived on lookout with Lin Chen's help. When Lin Chen spoke about his plan to search for the Namekians and revive Dende, allowing the Earth's Shenron to revive once again, Mr. Popo was so excited that tears appeared in his eyes. Really? Kami can be resurrected? That's great. Popo has been so lonely since Kami died. Mr. Popo then asked Lin Chen to wait a moment. Moments later, Mr. Popo came out of lookout holding 7 stones. These are the Dragon Balls. They turned into stones after Kami died. If Kami can be resurrected, we can immediately use Shenron to revive others. That's great. Then everyone, wait a moment, I'll go look for King Kai and confirm the position of the Namekians. Lin Chen said. Planet Namek in this world was already destroyed during the Frieza era, and later the Namekians collectively moved to another planet. Since this has not happened in Lin Chen's world, although Lin Chen has a map of the entire universe in his mind, he still doesn't know where the Namekians are. But King Kai should know about this. Mr. Lin Chen, well, leave it to you. Everyone sincerely bowed to Lin Chen. Although more than a decade has passed, everyone still misses their former companions. Now, those companions are about to return, and many people can't help but shed tears from excitement. All right, I'll leave first, Lin Chen said calmly, then disappeared instantly with instant transmission. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in the other world, on Kai's planet. However, when he saw that there was nothing under his feet, Lin Chen was suddenly stunned, and then he reacted. Oh no! I forgot that Kai's planet is gone. Lin Chen smacked his head and remembered that during the Cell games, North Kai's planet had been destroyed due to Cell's self-destruction. I can't believe I forgot this part. Lin Chen remembered that in the original work, after the destruction of Kai's planet, King Kai went to hell with Goku, and he wasn't sure if the same happened in this world. Thinking about this, Lin Chen looked down at Snake Way and used instant transmission again, this time directly arriving at King Yema's palace on the other end of Snake Way. King Yema. This world's King Yema was seeing Lin Chen for the first time, but like in Lin Chen's world, King Yema's face immediately showed a serious expression upon seeing him. What made King Yema even more surprised was that he could feel a higher dimensional aura coming from Lin Chen. Suddenly, the bewildered King Yema treated Lin Chen as an unknown deity. Hello, mister, is there anything you need? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled by King Yema's respectful attitude, but he immediately put aside his doubt and asked, King Yema, I would like to know where North Kai is now? North Kai, he should be on Grand Kai's planet now. Can I go there directly from the other world? Yes, you can go from there, take the other world's flight to Grand Kai's planet. That's too slow, just tell me the direction. Yes. King Yema pointed in a direction and said, fly in that direction, about 150,000 kilometers in human distance, and you will arrive. Thank you, Lin Chen said, and then employed instant transmission. After Lin Chen left, the little ogre on the side asked, King Yema, who was that person just now? King Yema said, fools. Couldn't you guys feel the faint divine aura on that senior? That must be a deity from a higher dimension. In a much higher dimension than other world, in a red space, a blue planet slightly smaller than Earth was floating. In an instant, Lin Chen appeared near this planet. Is this the Grand Kai's planet? Lin Chen spread out his senses and indeed found the aura of North Kai that he was familiar with on the planet. Although North Kai has died, being a deity, he still retained his body and aura even after death. Lin Chen teleported, and when he reappeared, he was on Grand Kai's planet, near North Kai's aura. The gentle breeze blew over the green grasslands on the planet, where many warriors with a halo above their heads were undergoing training. These were other world warriors who, due to their significant accomplishments in their past lives, were granted permission to retain their physical bodies and come to Grand Kai's planet for training after death. Upon Lin Chen's appearance, these warriors glanced at him and continued their training. Newcomers often join this world, so they were not surprised by Lin Chen's arrival. However, no one noticed that Lin Chen was different from them, as he did not have a halo above his head. After walking for a while, a strange gorilla appeared from somewhere, staring at Lin Chen with wide eyes, then it tilted its head and shouted, "Woo-oh-oh." "Hello there, Bubbles," Lin Chen greeted casually. "Where's North Kai? I need to see him." Bubbles seemed to understand Lin Chen's words and pointed in a direction. Sure enough, there, Lin Chen saw a short, plump figure lying leisurely on a deck chair, snoring loudly. Before Lin Chen could wake him up, Bubbles jumped over and smacked North Kai's face. "Ow!" North Kai screamed and got up. "Bubbles!" But immediately, North Kai noticed Lin Chen in front of him. "Who are you?" "King Kai-sama, I am Lin Chen from Earth." "Earth?" North Kai stood up abruptly. "Earth hasn't been destroyed yet? I thought the humans there had already been killed by Bojack." "Of course not, not only have humans not died, but Bojack has already been killed by us." "What?" North Kai was shocked and quickly investigated Earth using his antennas. A moment later, he found out that Bojack and his gang had indeed died on Earth. How could this be? Bojack is dead? Back then, we four King Kais tried our best, but we could only seal him. Who did it? Could it be Goku? No, Goku can't go to the world of living anymore. It was Vegeta's son, Trunks, Lin Chen explained. Trunks? North Kai didn't turn back, but continued his investigation for a while before finally stopping and turning to Lin Chen in amazement. "So, it was all because of you? You're actually a Saiyan from another world?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect King Kai to know everything so easily. It seems this is the power of King Kai? This saved him from a lot of explaining. Chapter 166, North Kai's warning and cell about to arrive. That's right. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Awesome, awesome. Back then, the four Kais and Grand Kai teamed up with a group of warriors who had trained in heaven, and we barely managed to seal Bojack and his gang. But I never would have thought you would be able to defeat them all. That's amazing! North Kai exclaimed in admiration. Bojack and his gang were extremely evil, and it took North Kai and others a lot of effort to temporarily resolve the crisis. And with Bojack's seal being lifted, North Kai and others believed that they were unable to handle him and thus chose to play the ostrich, pretending that nothing had happened. Fortunately, Bojack and his gang never left Earth, otherwise the Milky Way galaxy would have suffered. North Kai must already know why I'm here to see you, right? Lin Chen asked directly. North Kai nodded. I understand, you're here to ask about the location of the Namekians. I'll tell you the location of the new planet Namek right away. By the way, do you want me to contact the Great Elder of the new planet Namek for you? That would be best, Lin Chen said with a smile. Namekians in this world don't know him, so having North Kai stepping in would save him a lot of effort and was naturally the best. So, North Kai nodded and searched the location of the new planet Namek, and also contacted the Great Elder for Lin Chen. With these things done, the purpose of Lin Chen's trip was achieved. He was just about to bid goodbye to North Kai when the latter suddenly remembered something. By the way, after you go back to Earth, please tell the people there that Goku may not want to be resurrected. Why? Lin Chen was taken aback. Goku in this world has been resurrected once, so the Dragon Balls of Earth cannot resurrect him, but with the Dragon Balls of planet Namek, this will not be a problem. And as a hero who has saved the Earth, Goku's soul has not reincarnated and even his physical body has been preserved. So, it is an easy matter to be resurrected. North Kai sighed. he is blaming himself. At that time, if it weren't for his carelessness where in order to draw out the potential of his son Gohan, he let Cell keep becoming stronger, Earth would not have suffered such a great calamity. I understand. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Indeed, looking back on that part of the storyline, Goku was indeed walking on a dangerous edge during the Cell games. In the original work, it was actually Cell who was supposed to have the last laugh if not for a miracle happening at the crucial moment. However, in this world, the miracle didn't occur, so in the end, everyone paid a heavy price due to Goku's carelessness. Oh, there's one more thing I have to remind you. North Kai added, I know that you're planning to revive the people on Earth next, but you must be careful. Cell is very likely to return to Earth in the near future. Cell? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. King Kai, do you know where Cell is now? No, North Kai shook his head. Not long after leaving Earth, Cell learned how to use psychic barriers on a planet. Since then, I have no way of observing Cell. But I can clearly tell you that in the past decade, Cell has become much stronger than before. Cell is always looking for strong opponents in the universe. This time you killed Bojack, he may have sensed it, and he may already be on his way back to Earth. If I were you, I would temporarily put aside the idea of restoring Earth and wait to resurrect the other people after dealing with Cell. I understand, thank you for your reminder. After listening to North Kai's advice, Lin Chen waved goodbye to him and used instant transmission to return to Earth. Not long after Lin Chen left, a figure appeared behind North Kai. Goku, are you fine with me telling him that? Thank you, King Kai-sama. Do you really not want to be resurrected? No, although I know it's not fair to Gohan and Shishi, it's my sin and I must bear the consequences. Furthermore, Earth no longer needs me, with Trunks and the resurrected Gohan and others, I have no need to go back. Goku. Back on Earth, the news brought back by Lin Chen greatly cheered up everyone. Everyone was now preparing to go to Planet Namek to make the wish. However, the warning from King Kai has made everyone hesitate about whether they need to revive everyone immediately. Among them, Trunks is more inclined to wait until Cell is dealt with and then look for the Namekians. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the ears of everyone. Trunks? Resurrect me immediately. The grudge from back then. I will personally take revenge. Who? Trunks raised his head in surprise. He did not notice that Bulma on the side had suddenly begun to shed tears. Vegeta. Trunks, this is the voice of your father Vegeta. Dad? Trunks' eyes widened. Trunks and others didn't know. At this moment, in King Yema's palace in the other world, North Kai and a group of people were standing together, and the person who had just talked to them was Vegeta who was in this group. Besides Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Krillin, Yamcha and even future Trunks were all present. North Kai especially had King Yema bring them over in advance from heaven and hell. Upon hearing the familiar voices, Turtle Hermit and the others were left behind in tears, and Shishi even began to cry loudly. Dad! You guys might get killed by Cell if you're resurrected now, so let us take care of Cell first and then resurrect you guys. Trunks shouted. But then he heard Gohan's voice, Trunks, please resurrect us. It's because of our weakness that Earth suffered a loss, and we must make up for our previous mistake by our own hands. That's right Trunks, you've already saved the Earth once, it's time to give us the chance next. This time it was Krillin who spoke. Then Yamcha said, Trunks, do you know why we haven't reincarnated in the other world for over a decade? It's for this day. Don't let our wait go to waste. Everyone. Trunks was helpless. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and laughed, Trunks, just trust them. I understand. Soon, the group of people headed together to new planet Namek. On planet Namek, the Namekians had already prepared the Dragon Balls, and to fulfill the needs of Earthlings, they had even assembled the power of several elders to adjust the Dragon Balls. Now, planet Namek's Dragon Balls can revive multiple people at the same time, just like on Earth. Following the summon, the sky of the new planet Namek became dark and, in no time, the massive divine dragon Porunga was floating in the sky. Trunks loudly made the wish they had prepared to the divine dragon. Soon after, on Earth, Mr. Popo wiped away his tears as he watched Kami Dende appear before him. And in a desolate canyon, on the Cell Games battlefield, Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha. One by one, Z warriors who perished during the Cell Games revived. Chapter 167, for the future of Earth and the strength of Z warriors. After making their wish with the Dragon Balls of the new planet Namek, Lin Chen and the others said goodbye to the Namekians and returned to Earth. As soon as they arrived on lookout, everyone shouted out in surprise. Gohan! Krillin! Tien Shinyan! Yamcha! Vegeta! Trunks, that's your dad! Seeing long-lost friends and family suddenly appear in front of them, everyone couldn't help but get emotional and excitedly rush forward. Mom, you've aged! Gohan hugged Shishi, tears streaming down his face. Years have passed, but Gohan still looked like a young man while Shishi's hair had already turned white. Master Roshi! Krillin, Tien Shinyan and Yamcha all deeply bowed to the turtle hermit, who smiled and nodded. 18 Krillin glanced over at Lazuli on the side, his mind filled with various emotions. Compared to that, Lazuli merely gave a nod, causing Krillin to sigh. On the other side, Trunks shyly stood in front of Vegeta. Although he met Vegeta when he was young, he has no memories of it. The father in front of him now felt unfamiliar to him. Vegeta snorted and said, "You've done well. I've been watching you from the other world all these years. I am proud of you." Vegeta was already aware that Trunks could also transform into a Super Saiyan too, though he had accomplished it many years later than Gohan. But Vegeta was already quite satisfied and only the pride of being a Saiyan prince prevented him from easily showing his emotions. Yes. Trunks' face lit up with excitement. This was the first time in his life that he had received praise from his father. He couldn't help but feel like crying. Don't cry. You have the blood of a Saiyan. Saiyans do not cry easily. Yes. Trunks. Look, this is the Trunks from the future that I told you about. Oh, by the way, aren't the two of you the same age now? At this moment, Bulma affectionately hooked her arm with another Trunks and walked over. The two Trunks looked at each other with widened eyes, and besides the length of hair, the two of them looked almost identical. Vegeta walked over to Lin Chen after looking at his two sons. Upon seeing this, the other resurrected Z warriors also temporarily put down their conversations with others and walked over to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you very much, they said together politely. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, no need to be polite, you should have already heard about the situation from King Kai, right? Yes, the newly resurrected people nodded. Since you all know, then I'll just say it straight. Cell was already stronger than you back then. Now more than a decade has passed, his power is likely even more beyond imagination. If you want to seek revenge, you must work hard to train in the remaining time. Excuse me, Mr. Lin Chen. Gohan raised his hand, do you know when Cell will come back? Sorry, King Kai doesn't know that either, Lin Chen shook his head. Why not ask Shenron? Suggested a small Namekian as he emerged from lookout and spoke to Lin Chen. Krillin and Son Gohan excitedly ran over upon seeing him. Dende? You got resurrected too? Yes. After exchanging greetings, Krillin asked, Dende, what did you just say? Ask Shenron? Yes, Dende nodded. I have heard from Mr. Popo that the Earth is still not safe, so it is not suitable to resurrect everyone, so Shenron is temporarily of no use. But we can make a wish and ask Shenron about Cell's return time to Earth. Won't that be a waste? Gohan asked skeptically. No, Dende shook his head. Shenron can grant 2 wishes. If only one is granted, we just need to wait for half a year to make another wish. Let's do it then. Lin Chen said. Let's determine Cell's return time as soon as possible so that everyone can prepare accordingly. Everyone nodded in agreement, following Lin Chen's lead. Soon, Mr. Popo brought out the Dragon Balls that he had protected for over a decade. With Dende's revival, the Dragon Balls had regained their original form from stone. Moments later, the majestic Saiyan dragon appeared above lookout. Dende asked, Shenron, can you tell us how long until Cell returns to Earth? Thy wish is simple, there are 259200000 seconds until Cell returns to Earth. Half of the people present were dazed at the news. Gohan shouted, Shenron, can you put it another way? About 10 months. 10 months. Hearing this, everyone's faces suddenly turned grave. So, there were still 10 months left before the final battle? This time is neither long nor short. Everyone, 10 months from now is our time for revenge. Let's go. Amidst the silence, Trunks was the first to break the calm. With his encouragement, everyone snapped out of it and nodded their heads in unison. 10 months later, will the Z-Warriors of Earth be able to reclaim their honor, or will they be sent back to the other world by Cell once again? It all depends on whether they can surpass their limits in these 10 months. So, in the upcoming time, the revived Z-Warriors quickly began a life and death training. Although many of them wanted to spend more time with their families and friends, the countdown of 10 months, like the sword of Damocles, was hanging over their heads, making them dare not to slack off. Fortunately, with the hyperbolic time chamber at their disposal, the time they have for training is actually not limited to just 10 months. Vegeta, future Trunks, Gohan, and Piccolo have already entered the hyperbolic time chamber for a day, so they can enter it again for another day of training, which is equivalent to 1 year. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and Android 18, on the other hand, have never been in the chamber, so their training time is a whopping 2 years. And this time, they also have Lin Chen as a special teacher. For Vegeta and future Trunks, Lin Chen directly asked Trunks to teach them the way to break through the limits of Super Saiyan. Lin Chen has already taught these things to Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, so there shouldn't be any problems. As for Piccolo and others, Lin Chen's plan for them is to have them learn Kaioken. Although they have been to Kai's planet in this world, they have never learned the Kaioken. For those who can't transform into Super Saiyan, it seems absurd to Lin Chen that they wouldn't learn this useful technique. So Lin Chen's plan for them is to first learn the Kaioken and then practice the basics. As for Gohan and 18, the former is already strong and just needs to continue refining his foundation. The latter is an android and can't learn Kaioken, but having a body with unlimited stamina, it gives her unlimited potential. In the past, 18 was too busy protecting the rebel army to train properly, but now that she has time, as long as she focuses and trains hard, her improvement in strength will be effortless and without any obstacles. Chapter 168, The Day Cell Returns. Training can be quite boring, but no one felt bored when they had made up their mind. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. On Trunks' side, Vegeta and future Trunks have roughly understood the key to surpassing the Super Saiyan limit and started their own training. On Piccolo's side, they have also mastered the essentials of Kaioken and started training with higher multiples as their goal. As for Gohan and Lazuli, they have also both made good progress. In addition to these Z-Warriors striving for the future of the Earth, in the mortal world, ordinary humans were also struggling to rebuild the human world. When Bojack occupied Earth, there was actually a considerable number of Earthlings who voluntarily joined him. This pirate from the Milky Way galaxy was originally a guy who worshipped power and evil. He enslaved humans but also attracted those humans who already liked violence and chaos to him. Therefore, Bojack also gathered a considerable number of villains and ruffians under his command. The humans slaughtering each other that Lin Chen saw when he first arrived in this world were actually battles between these ruffians and the rebel army. After Bojack and his gang died, those ruffians continued their past habits and kept attacking the remaining human settlements, although they did not know why their leader had suddenly disappeared. When Lin Chen was guiding the Z-Warriors training, the rebel army on the ground, led by Satan, Videl, and Turtle Hermit, fought against and suppressed the ruffians, rebuilding human society's order. For the sake of convenient publicity, they even claimed to the outside world that Bojack died at the hands of Satan, rallying everyone together under the banner of the hero Satan. This trick was very effective, and wherever the rebel army went, there were constantly desperate survivors joining them. In 2 months, many places had fallen into the hands of the rebel army, and the speed of restoring order was constantly increasing. Seeing that everything on Earth was going well, Lin Chen prepared to temporarily leave and retrieve the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Lin Chen, are you leaving? That day, while Lin Chen was gathering supplies in the mortal world and preparing to go into space, Lazuli, who should have been training on lookout, suddenly approached him. I'm just going to travel in space. I came to this world to find something, and it's not on Earth. Lin Chen didn't explain much. He turned his head and asked Lazuli, what's wrong? Are you afraid I won't come back? No, I'm just curious about the world outside of Earth. Lazuli brushed back her hair and said, you may not know, but I once talked with Lapiso, he is Android 17, we once talked about what we would do after killing Goku and completing our programmed order. Lapis said he wanted to go see animals, while I wanted to travel through the universe and visit different planets. Now I've changed my mind a bit. Compared with different planets, different worlds seem more interesting. Lazuli, what are you? Lin Chen suddenly realized that Lazuli's words seemed to contain a hidden meaning. Lin Chen, when you leave this world, can you take me with you to see it? Well, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm afraid not. I use a special power to travel between worlds, and it can only take me, not anyone else. Oh. Lazuli nodded, but there was no expression of regret on her face. Well, then I'll have to think of another way. Sorry about that. Lin Chen apologized and said goodbye to Lazuli. Lazuli silently watched Lin Chen disappear, straightened her drooping clothes, and then turned to look in the direction of West City. In West City, the rebel army had established a stronghold and was planning to build a new city that symbolized a new order for humanity. Bulma and the others were all gathered there. After leaving Earth, Lin Chen constantly jumped through space and occasionally used the Dragon Ball radar. After a month of searching like this, Lin Chen finally found the missing 7th Super Dragon Ball in an endless darkness. Carefully keeping the Super Dragon Ball, Lin Chen thought for a moment and then went to the sacred world of the Kai. However, the place where the sacred world of the Kai should have been was actually empty. Looking around at the void, Lin Chen wasn't surprised. Going to the sacred world of the Kai was just a plan that Lin Chen had made on a whim. This was already the second parallel universe that Lin Chen had crossed to. On the surface, these two worlds should have been parallel universes. Besides the difference in historical trends, everything else should have been the same. But Lin Chen discovered that these two worlds seemed to have other differences from his own world. That is the layout. For example, there is no sacred world of the Kai in the 228th world where Lin Chen currently is. And without the sacred world of the Kai, there could be no god of destruction's planet. Thinking further, Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder if this world might only have one universe, unlike the Dragon Ball world in the original work, where there are 12 universes in existence. So the layout of this world is actually much smaller than Lin Chen's world. Why is there such a huge difference between the two worlds? Is there also a classification distinction between worlds? Lin Chen felt that there is an underlying secret within. Forget it, these are not what I should be concerned about now. I should go back and see how Trunks and the others are doing. When this mission is completed, it will be time for me to go back. Leaving this void space, Lin Chen returned to Earth, where everyone's training was still continuing. So just like this, the last few months passed. On this day, everyone gathered in front of the hyperbolic time chamber. Today is the day mentioned by Shenron when Cell returns to Earth. At the same time, it is also the day when Vegeta and future Trunks, who entered the hyperbolic time chamber again, will come out. The group plans to wait for them to come out and then head to the 28KS5, northwest of Central City, which is the first place predicted by Shenron that Cell will appear after his return to Earth. Hey, how come Vegeta and the others haven't come out yet? They couldn't have forgotten that today is the day Cell is coming, could they? Piccolo calculated the time and said anxiously. They won't, Uncle Piccolo. Dad and the other me have been preparing to take revenge with all their might. They won't miss this day, Trunks said, and just as he finished speaking, everyone sensed two astonishing auras. Is that Vegeta and future Trunks? They have become so strong. Recognizing these auras, Piccolo said in astonishment. Chapter 169, The Second Cell Games. Soon, two figures walked out from the lookout. Vegeta and future Trunks, both wearing tattered clothes, emerged with streams of energy swirling around their bodies, as if they were wearing a thin layer of cicada wings, exuding a special aura. Vegeta, future Trunks. The crowd gathered around and exclaimed, "Wow, you guys have changed so much." Future Trunks nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Thanks to this world's Trunks' guidance, Father and I have successfully surpassed the limit of Super Saiyan." "Humph. Let me handle Cell by myself," Vegeta said, full of confidence. "Vegeta, don't be careless. Don't forget that your current level is only slightly higher than that of Cell back then," Lin Chen reminded him. In front of Lin Chen, Vegeta immediately restrained himself and lowered his head, saying, "I understand, Mr. Lin Chen. Let's go, everyone." Lin Chen asked everyone to form a circle and then, in the next moment, they all teleported together. When they arrived, someone was already waiting for them. "Satan? What are you doing here?" Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Satan was wearing the same outfit he wore more than 10 years ago during the Cell Games, striking a victory pose in front of everyone. "Everyone, let's do our best. Today, I will represent ordinary people and witness our final victory together." Ha ha ha. Ah, this guy Krillin and others shrugged, but they didn't refuse. The group waited in place, silently waiting for Cell's return. Lin Chen stood on the side with his arms crossed. Suddenly, he saw Gohan's body trembling. Gohan, are you scared? Gohan turned his head and replied, No, Mr. Lin Chen, I'm just a bit nervous. At that time, if I wasn't so naive and killed Cell earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and said, Don't cling to the past too much. If you feel angry at your past self, let out all that anger today. I understand. Suddenly, Piccolo shouted, Look at the sky, Cell is coming. Everyone immediately looked up. At that moment, they saw a figure like a shooting star piercing through the atmosphere and landing on the ground in an instant. Upon landing, the shock wave generated by the impact caused a storm on the ground. Its power was so strong that it immediately blew away Satan, who was the weakest among the people present. After the storm blew over, a dark green figure slowly stood up from the ground. Oh my, when I sensed your auras earlier, I thought it was just an illusion. I didn't expect that you were all really resurrected. Strange, I clearly killed Earth's Kami, didn't I? Cell looked at the group of people and said coldly. Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha ha, have you all been resurrected? Even 18 is here. Oh, I remember sparing you back then, hey? There's another Trunks, and who is that guy? I don't recognize him. Oh well, never mind. Cell's mouth curled into a smile, I never thought you guys would have the courage to appear in front of me. It looks like you already knew I was going to return to Earth, right? Why didn't you run away, instead of staying here? Don't you fear being killed by me again? Cell. Gohan shouted, we came back from hell just to avenge ourselves against you. A bunch of losers, then why don't you all attack me at once? Don't waste my time. Cell grinned evilly and suddenly gave a loud shout, and an astonishing aura erupted out. Immediately, Cell's body was entwined with lightning, and brilliant silver arcs of lightning flickered and intersected, making crackling sounds. At the very beginning, Cell transformed into super perfect form. In this form, Cell was indeed powerful, and has reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, after so many years, his current strength was far stronger than during the Cell games. It looks like he has already reached the level of full power Super Saiyan 2. If it were back then, the current Cell might have been able to easily kill Gohan, who has also reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. What a terrifying power! It's definitely very strong. Krillin and the others took a deep breath. Vegeta and future Trunks, on the other hand, looked serious. Cell coldly said, Can you feel it? I am currently the strongest in the universe. Are you regretting your ignorance now? Unfortunately, I won't hold back. Since I left Earth, I haven't met a good opponent to fight for a long time. Today, I'm going to enjoy myself. What should we do, Mr. Lin Chen? Trunks asked solemnly. Lin Chen smiled, you all heard it earlier, Cell wants you to attack him together, so let's do as he wishes. Alright. Everyone nodded, and even Vegeta agreed. After spending more than a decade in Otherworld, he had long lost his stubbornness. Let's go. Don't hold back, don't forget, Earth has already been reinforced by Shenron. After Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone disappeared and dispersed around Cell, ready to use their full strength. On new planet Namek, Trunks and the others made a total of 3 wishes. 2 of them successfully revived all the Z-Warriors and Kami Dende, while the last wish was suggested by Lin Chen, which was to use the power of Shenron to specially strengthen Earth. In that case, even if the battle becomes more intense, Earth won't be destroyed by accident. Is the fight starting? Satan cautiously crawled back behind a nearby hill, looking at the tense battlefield in the distance and swallowed nervously. With a confident expression, Cell looked at the group surrounding him and sneered, I really missed this. I never thought that after more than a decade, there would be another opportunity for the Cell games. Well everyone, are you all ready to go back to hell? That should be our line. Gohan bit his lip, as the sinner of the previous Cell games, he was filled with a strong desire for revenge at this moment. He shouted, everyone, let's start fighting. For the sake of Earth. As soon as Gohan's voice fell, he released all of his aura and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2 form. However, compared to more than a decade ago, Gohan's aura at this moment was even more astonishing and almost equal to Cell, which surprised Cell and caused his eyes to widen. But what surprised Cell even more was not just Gohan's strength. Under his astonished gaze, Two stunning auras rose up into the sky. Cell turned his head and saw that Vegeta and future Trunks had also transformed into Super Saiyan, but the lightning jumping around their bodies was surprisingly the characteristic of Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 170, The Dumbfounded Cell. Upon seeing Vegeta and future Trunks transform into Super Saiyan 2, Cell's face immediately stiffened. But that wasn't the end. Immediately after, this world's Trunks also let out a roar and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Following that, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan along with others, all fully released their auras. For a moment, the fierce auras swirled up into a vortex, almost breaking through the clouds. Kaioken. 4x. Piccolo gave a loud shout, and gradually white lightning began to jump around him. Piccolo, who originally had a power level equivalent to Android 17, was now around Super Saiyan 2 level under Kaioken. Kaioken. 50x. Tien Shinyan, Yamcha and others also shouted, veins standing out on their foreheads, and they used 50x Kaioken. During their 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, they had been constantly pushing their physical limits, training on the brink of death until their bodies became accustomed to the 50x Kaioken, and this was still not their limit. After seeing everyone unleash their powers, Lin Chen finally took a step forward. After a few waves of yellow-green fluctuations, Lin Chen's appearance suddenly transformed. For a moment, a yellow-green flaming aura rose up around him, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. What kind of transformation is this? Vegeta and future Trunks looked at Lin Chen in amazement. The former had never seen a transformation like this before, while the latter felt that Lin Chen's appearance was similar to the transformation he underwent in his pursuit of power, but the auras were completely incomparable. Similarly, Cell was also shocked. He never thought that after returning to Earth, he would suddenly encounter so many powerful experts. This was completely different from what he had imagined. As a monster who has fused with Saiyan and Namekian's genes, Cell could also sense auras, so he understood very well that the strength of these people in front of him was completely beyond his previous encounter with them during the Cell games. Especially that unfamiliar stranger, whose power was even overwhelming to him. He originally thought it would be just an easy massacre, but after Gohan and others showed their true power, Cell suddenly realized that his proposal earlier was quite foolish. Such experts, even in one-on-one battle, it would be difficult to handle all of them, but he actually suggested that they team up? This is simply asking for trouble. Looking at the 1 2 3 4 Super Saiyan 2 opponents in front of him, plus an unknown person who appeared to be a Super Saiyan, and Piccolo who can match the strength of Super Saiyan 2 with Kaioken activated, and a row of Earthlings who also used Kaioken, Cell suddenly felt like he had tied himself up in a cocoon. Amidst anger and humiliation, Cell suddenly roared and his powerful and fierce aura surged. Cell unfurled the wings behind him, revealing his tail that had been tucked away behind him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 10 Cell Jr. were produced by Cell's reproduction ability. Once the 10 Cell Jr. appeared, they laughed evilly at the Z fighters around them. Reproduction of offspring is the ability given to Cell by the Namekian cells in his body. Despite their small size, each of these Cell Jr. has nearly 70% of Cell's power. In the Cell games more than a decade ago, these Cell Jr. posed a huge threat to everyone. So at first glance, everyone was serious when they saw them. Ha ha ha! My children! Go and kill them! Upon hearing Cell's command, Cell Jr.'s immediately rushed towards Vegeta and the others, screaming and shouting. Everyone, let's finish this quickly and don't let Cell threaten Earth. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he gave everyone the order. TCH, these little punks again. Do you think I, Vegeta, will be in a sorry state as I was back then? With a roar, Vegeta was the first to charge forward, punching the Cell Jr. in front of him and tearing its body apart. What? Cell was shocked to see his child being killed so quickly by Vegeta. But he soon found out that there were others who suffered the same fate, not just that Cell Jr. The Cell Jr. that rushed towards Gohan and the two Trunks was also instantly killed. After dealing with their respective Cell Jr., the 4 Super Saiyan 2 rushed towards Cell together. You all step aside, Cell is mine. Vegeta hastily shouted as he saw others trying to intervene. Uncle Vegeta, now is not the time, we can't be careless anymore. Gohan immediately reminded him. TCH. Vegeta snorted at his words and no longer stopped them. The next moment, the 4 Super Saiyan 2s teamed up to fight Cell. Although Cell's strength had increased compared to the past in the last 10+ years, Due to encountering few opponents in the universe who were worthy of making him use his full strength, his strength had only improved to a limited extent. In terms of absolute strength, he naturally surpassed all four, including Vegeta, almost reaching the ceiling of Super Saiyan 2. But this time, he was facing four opponents who were equally powerful as Super Saiyan 2. Simultaneously dealing with Vegeta and Gohan was already difficult for Cell, and now with the addition of the two Trunks, Cell's face began to twitch. His face and body were constantly hit by the heavy punches of the four people, making Cell almost want to curse. This was just too unfair. But who asked him to make this request in the first place? In the distance, Lin Chen confirmed that Vegeta and the others had completely suppressed Cell. He then stomped on the Cell Jr. that had been continuously attacking him, and then turned to look at the others to see if they needed his help. But it seemed that there was no need for that. Over there, Piccolo and Lazuli had already dealt with their respective opponents. Although Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others had not succeeded yet, their performance was really impressive, making Lin Chen look at them with a whole new level of respect. With the help of Kaioken, although they could only fight Cell Jr. for a draw, they were still not falling behind. And in terms of combat experience, Krillin and the others were much better than Cell Jr. Krillin, do you guys need help? Lin Chen asked, but they immediately answered him with action. Destructo Disc, 100x Kaioken. Krillin loudly shouted, and a bright red light burst forth as he fired Destructo Disc, slicing the Cell Jr. in half in an instant like lightning. Neo Tri-Beam, 100x Kaioken. Tien Shinhan's body emitted a dazzling red light as he fired Neo Tri-Beam at a Cell Jr., who directly evaporated under the huge red column of energy. Krillin and Tien Shinyan each took care of their opponents one after the other, leaving only Yamcha who had yet to defeat Cell Jr. in front of him. However, Yamcha, who had always been a synonym for weak, also burst forth with dazzling brilliance this time. Cell. This is the power of us Earthlings. 100x Kaioken, Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha's body suddenly accelerated, and his fists rained down on the Cell Jr. like raindrops. With a crackling sound, Cell Jr. was beaten without any ability to fight back and finally disappeared under an energy wave that was like a howling wolf. Chapter 171, Farewell Cell. 7 months of special training, plus rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. In the end, what was supposed to be a fierce battle according to many people's expectations turned into a one-sided fight. After just a dozen minutes and with all Cell Jr. eliminated, the battle seemed to be coming to an end. Krillin and the others exited their Kaioken state and flew over to Lin Chen's side, watching Trunks and the others fight together. Not expecting it to go so smoothly, Krillin couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Mr. Lin Chen, is the battle almost over?" On the other side, Trunks and others' battle had reached the climax. The 5 of them, who were fighting crazily, kept moving around the battlefield. Although Krillin and the others had defeated all the Cell Jr., they still couldn't clearly see what was happening on the battlefield. It's almost over, Cell is at the end of his rope. I never thought this guy would only improve so little in more than a decade, said Lin Chen, looking relaxed. They've just become too strong. Your guidance has been very helpful, Lazuli said from the side. Krillin and the others nodded when they heard that. This time, if it weren't for Lin Chen teaching them Kaioken and giving them the Tree of Might's fruit, they wouldn't have thought they could grow to this level, let alone catch up to the level of a Super Saiyan. We're finally going to win. Krillin said. After experiencing over a decade of disasters, peace is finally coming. Tien Shinyan nodded. Yamcha was a little worried, I just don't know if there will be new enemies after Cell. No matter who the enemy is, as long as you don't neglect your training, you don't have to be afraid, Lin Chen said. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Kamehameha. Damn it. After a light flashed, Cell let out a resentful roar. Half of his body had been burned by the energy from earlier, and his blood-red eyes were glowing with a dim light. It has been a long time since he has suffered such serious injuries after he self-destructed last time. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Under Cell's continuous roars, the Namekian genes in him slowly healed his burnt body. At this moment, Cell was on the verge of insanity, his 2 eyes full of bloodshot. Why is this happening? Why are you all so strong? It's all because of Mr. Lin Chen's guidance, Trunks said. Lin Chen? Cell followed where Trunks was pointing, and his insanity-filled eyes stared at Lin Chen. Him? Was it him who had emitted that aura? Cell's thoughts instantly returned to not long ago. At that time, he was searching the universe for an opponent that could excite him. For this reason, he had been traveling in the universe for more than 10 years. But perhaps because he was too strong, in more than 10 years, Cell did not find anyone who could be considered his match. However, not long ago, Cell had sensed a tremendous aura in the universe, which was like a fist pressing down, but amidst that pressure, there was an aura that made him deeply fearful. It was precisely because he felt that this aura came from the direction of Earth that Cell had the thought of returning to Earth. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a trap. It's you. It's all because of you. Cell screamed like a madman as he clasped his hands together, and a blue energy burst out from between his hands. It's all because of you. I'm going to destroy you and the Earth together. Kamehameha. What an astonishing strength. Oh no. Everyone, let's attack together. At Gohan's suggestion, the 4 Super Saiyans began to attack together. Kamehameha. Final Flash. Explosive Wave. Masenko. The 4 destructive energies mixed together, shimmering with a bright light before colliding with Cell's Kamehameha. In an instant, a gale suddenly rose and a powerful aura swept out, spreading out in all directions. As the gale subsided, Cell was left with only a head and half an arm, with the rest completely burned away. This can't be happening. I can't lose like this. Seeing that Cell was still alive even after enduring such an attack, everyone couldn't help but feel surprised. What a strong vitality! But Cell is finished. His strength has declined. Even if his body regenerates, he won't have any strength left. Gohan. At this time, Vegeta suddenly turned to Gohan beside him. I'll leave the final blow to you. Make up for the regret from more than 10 years ago with your own hands. Thank you, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan said solemnly. He stood up, opened his hands, and condensed a bright energy ball. Cell. More than 10 years ago, I couldn't kill you with my own hands. Today, I will end your life. Kameha.me. Fool. Have you forgotten that I can still teleport? Suddenly, Cell shouted and his half-arm which barely existed recovered in an instant. Then he extended his arm toward his forehead, and the next moment, he disappeared from sight. But before anyone could react, in an unseen space, a figure suddenly knocked Cell out of his instant transmission state. Boom! Cell was directly knocked back to his original position. In his eyes, there was still an expression of disbelief. I'm sorry, I can also teleport. Lin Chen smiled and waved his fist. Ha! And at this moment, Gohan's hands also pushed out finally. Seeing the dazzling blue light rushing towards him, Cell roared ferociously, his eyes bloodshot. He was unwilling. Clearly, as long as he could escape, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Why? Why could that person also teleport? No. At this moment, Cell regretted it. He should not have returned to Earth, and he should not have wasted more than 10 years in space to seek opponents. In fact, Cell's personality is very similar to Goku's. He has always been seeking powerful opponents. However, he forgot that encountering powerful opponents sometimes symbolizes death. I'm not willing to accept it. Amidst his unwillingness, Cell was completely engulfed by the intense energy of Kamehameha. The astonishing power not only engulfed Cell but also surged forward, pierced through the Earth's surface all the way, flew up into the sky at the horizon, eventually breaking through the atmosphere. Gohan still maintained the posture of Kamehameha, staring blankly at the sky until he repeatedly confirmed that he could no longer sense Cell's aura, and only then he put down his hands and roared into the sky. It's over. The ending that was more than 10 years late has finally arrived on this day. Cell Games is now over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Technique, 2x Kaioken without any side effects. Chapter 172, Returning to Home and Invitation from Supreme Kai of Time. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. After wasting such a long time, he has finally completed the mission. According to the system's instructions, this without side effect Kaioken would not burden the body like the old Kaioken did, and although its effect was locked at 2 times, it could allow Lin Chen to use it in his legendary Super Saiyan form. In this way, his maximum strength was suddenly increased by 2 times. Although it took almost a year, it was still worth it. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly heard a voice. Ding! Verifying that the history has been corrected. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 time point. Upon hearing the system prompt ringing in his ear, Lin Chen felt both surprised and felt that it was expected. Because what had just happened was exactly like the final battle between Gohan and Cell in the original work. He just didn't expect that time points could be obtained in parallel universes too. Soon after, on lookout, Shenron appeared once again. Under its power, everything was restored. Those who had been killed by Cell as well as Bojack and his gang, as long as they had not reincarnated, all came back to life. Once the wish was made, many people in the mortal world found that the friends and relatives who had died in the past came back to life again. At first, some people were even frightened by this, but after the fear, they were overjoyed. Many people hugged their families with tears in their eyes. Oh my God, what happened to us? God, it must be God's intervention. In the streets and alleys of the earth, people were overjoyed and then devoutly prostrated on the ground, expressing gratitude to the God who had resurrected them. Not long after, the second wish was also fulfilled. Because of Shenron's power, all the negative effects caused by Cell as well as Bojack and his gang on humans after the Cell games were also removed. People still remember the crisis where humanity was almost destroyed by Cell and Bojack, but all the negative emotions were erased by Dragon Balls. At that time, many people fell into despair and became corrupted, but they were not truly evil people. Although they committed sins, it could be said that it was because of circumstances. If these people's negative emotions were not eliminated, the future of Earth would probably not be peaceful. As many things were waiting to be done on Earth and preparations were being made to start anew, Lin Chen was preparing to leave this world. Unlike the last parallel world, this time, the people of the 228th parallel universe were grateful and reluctant to see Lin Chen go. The only thing that surprised Lin Chen was that Lazuli did not appear in front of him again after learning that he was leaving. He thought that she would bring up her previous request again, but she disappeared without a trace. Lin Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. Mr. Lin Chen. Suddenly, Bulma walked up to him and handed him a hoi poi capsule. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you for your help. This is a local specialty of our world, and we hope you will like it. Bulma, our worlds are actually quite similar. But, they are still different worlds, aren't they? Please accept it, this is our little gift. Seeing that he could not refuse, Lin Chen reluctantly accepted it. Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan. Finally, Lin Chen called over the only remaining Saiyans in this world and said, remember, Super Saiyan 2 is not the limit for Saiyans. As far as I know, there are at least 3 more powerful transformations beyond it. 3? Vegeta exclaimed. During his time in the other world, he had pondered the possibility of a more powerful transformation beyond the Super Saiyan 2 level. But he never imagined that there were actually 3 more transformations beyond that. That's right, so don't forget, Saiyans have no limits. After saying that, Lin Chen used instant transmission and left Earth. Returning to the vicinity of the black hole from which he had arrived, Lin Chen activated the time points and reopened a new space-time door before diving into it. This time, when he passed through the space-time door, Lin Chen did not encounter any abnormalities and smoothly passed through the unnamed space of different space-time and returned to his own world. Upon seeing the familiar starry sky, Lin Chen asked in his mind, System, how much time has passed since I left? Ding! 10 months have passed since host left this world. Well, that's good. Hearing that it wasn't like last time when 6 years passed in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly saw a colorful radiance flash not far ahead. As the light dissipated, a little girl with orange hair jumped out, pointing at Lin Chen excitedly, Aha! I finally caught you! Hey? Lin Chen was startled, looking at the little girl who had appeared out of nowhere. Perhaps because he had previously used the Divine Realm experience card, Lin Chen could now sense a faint divine aura, which was present on the girl before him. Are you a god? That's right. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chrono, the Supreme Kai of Time. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Chrono, with a happy smile on her face, leapt over to Lin Chen's side and looked him up and down. So it was you who caused the space-time fluctuations that I had been observing. I let you escape last time, but this time I caught you. Chrono's words caused Lin Chen's heart to tense. Dragon Ball World seems to have particularly strict rules about time travel, such as Trunks going back to the past in the original work using a time machine being a serious criminal offense. Now hearing this Supreme Kai of Time say that she had been searching for him, Could it be because he had traveled through space-time? However, just as Lin Chen was feeling nervous, Chrono suddenly said, "Hey! Are you interested in becoming a member of the Time Patrol, the Guardians of Time?" Lin Chen was taken aback and asked, "What is that?" Chrono said, "Time Patrol is a special force that protects the order of time, and currently there are no members available. So I want you to be my first member. You seem to possess the power of time and space, making you a natural member of the Time Patrol. If you're willing, I can give you a special divine position, no less than that of a god of destruction. So, are you interested?" After hearing Chrono's explanation, Lin Chen suddenly understood what was going on. He also immediately thought of the special strongest choice from the last time, which included an option to become the god of destruction of time. Could it be that this god of destruction of time is actually the member of the Time Patrol that Chrono was talking about? If that was the case, wouldn't he be violating the choice mission if he agreed to Chrono's proposal? The consequence of violating a choice mission may lead to a dead end. Chapter 173, Why Are You Here? So Lin Chen didn't think much about it and immediately shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm not interested." "Oh?" Chrono said disappointedly, "This is a chance to become a god. Don't you have any interest? If you agree, I can teach you laws of time, and soon your strength will be on par with God of Destruction." Hearing this, Lin Chen was quite envious, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to enjoy it. "I'm sorry, but I really have no interest." Chrono pouted in frustration, "Don't be so quick to refuse. It's rare to find someone who can wield the power of time and space. How about this, you can start as a reserve member, and when you become interested, we can make it official." "It can be made official just like that?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes and refused again. "Supreme Kai of Time Sama, thank you for the invitation, but I really have no interest." And also he didn't dare to. Lin Chen silently muttered inwardly. He's afraid to do it, even if he's tempted, because he knows that accepting the invitation will lead to the system erasing him. Is this really not going to work?" Chrono propped up her chin with one finger and suddenly said, "If that's the case, how about becoming my mercenary? It's rare to find someone who has the power of time and space. If you don't help me, I really won't be able to find anyone else." "A mercenary?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Chrono explained, "Yes, when I need someone to restore the order of time, you can come and help. As a reward, I can erase your crime of time traveling." Lin Chen frowned and didn't immediately reply. Seeing that he didn't immediately refuse this time, Chrono thought that there was a chance and continued to sweeten the deal. Hey, I can teach you some more techniques about the power of time and space. These are things that only the god of time can learn. How about it? How about it? Isn't this offer generous enough? If you don't agree, I'll be angry." Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If he becomes a mercenary, it seems like it wouldn't violate the system's requirements. "Miss Chrono, since you're so sincere, I agree to your request," Lin Chen said without any shame. "Woo!" Finally, seeing Lin Chen relent, Chrono breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared next to Lin Chen out of nowhere. As soon as Lin Chen turned his head, he recognized them immediately. East Supreme Kai Shin, and his attendant Kibito? As soon as he saw Lin Chen, Kibito pointed at him and said, "There he is. Are you the one who's been interfering with time and space over and over again? Get lost." Before Lin Chen could say anything, Chrono lifted her hand and spread out her 5 fingers towards the two of them. The next moment, Kibito and the East Supreme Kai disappeared together. To Lin Chen, it was as if someone had hit the rewind button for them. "Alright, I've reversed their time, so they won't bother you anymore. But they'll be back in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Chrono took out a golden ring and handed it to Lin Chen. "This is the time ring. With it, you can travel to the end of time and it can also let me contact you." Lin Chen nodded and put on the golden time ring. "Well then, I'll contact you when I need you." And Chrono said and was about to leave. Lin Chen quickly stopped her. "Supreme Kai of Time Sama, what about the reward you promised me?" Chrono's figure, which had already begun to blur, suddenly became clear again, and she smacked her head, exclaiming, "Oh, I almost forgot." She pointed at Lin Chen and a red light shot into his forehead. In an instant, Lin Chen felt like something had been added to his mind. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were a few techniques for using the power of time. "Alright, I've given you what I promised. Take your time to study it. I'll give you another item as a special reward. Interfering with other timelines is already a serious crime, and bringing people from other worlds is an even greater one. I've wiped the slate clean for you this time. Well then, goodbye. This time, Supreme Kai of Time's figure turned into a colorful light and disappeared in front of Lin Chen. After the other party left, Lin Chen remained stunned in place. What did Supreme Kai of Time mean just now? Bringing people from other worlds? But I didn't do that. What's going on? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Could it be? The next moment, he reached into the system space and pulled out the Hoi Poi capsule that Bulma from the 228th world gave him. With a bang, the capsule opened and something that looked like a coffin burst out of it. This is... Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized the object in front of him. It was Dr. Gero's hibernation chamber for carrying androids. The hibernation chamber came with a glass cover, and through the glass, Lin Chen saw Android 18, or rather, Lazuli. What the hell, how did she end up here? Lin Chen never imagined that Lazuli would be hiding in the Hoi Poi capsule. But wasn't it impossible for the Hoi Poi capsule to hold living things? How could this be? Anyway. Thinking of the Supreme Kai who appeared earlier, Lin Chen grabbed the hibernation chamber and left the place with Lazuli. In the wilderness outside the capital city of Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen appeared while carrying the hibernation chamber. With a thud, he placed the hibernation chamber on the ground. Lin Chen circled around the chamber and found the start button. After a mechanical sound, the hibernation chamber's door opened. After a while, Lazuli, who originally looked as if she was sleeping, slowly opened her eyes, sat up, and looked at Lin Chen. Lazuli, I need an explanation. Lazuli completely ignored Lin Chen. She just glanced at him, stood up from the hibernation chamber, and walked out to take a look outside. This doesn't look like Earth. Is this your world? Lazuli. Lazuli turned her head and said, I asked for Bulma's help. She has my controller and the blueprints of the hibernation device. As long as the controller is activated, my functions will stop. When I stop, I am no different from a machine and can also enter a Hoi Poi capsule. That's not what I asked. Why did you want to come here? Lin Chen asked. Lazuli looked at Lin Chen and said, her voice cold, I've told you my reasons before. I want to see other worlds. Lin Chen stared at her for a while and helplessly said, all right, anyway, I don't have a way to send you back for now. Sending Lazuli back would take at least 2 time points, but Lin Chen only had 1 point now, so he has no choice but to accept reality. Let's go. This is Planet Vegeta, the homeland of the Saiyans. I'll take you to have a look. Planet Vegeta? I remember Bulma said that Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. That's your world. In my world, Planet Vegeta is fine, and Frieza was killed by me a long time ago. It seems like I really came to another world. Lazuli smiled slightly. The two then flew towards the direction of the capital city. Chapter 174, Assault. Cooler forces approaching. Before they could fly very far, Lin Chen sensed several figures with divine aura flying towards them. Stop! This is Saiyans territory, who are you, King Lynx? Flying towards them were 4 Saiyans emitting fiery red aura, and the one leading them immediately shouted upon seeing Lin Chen. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned as he looked at Tarbal in front of him, along with several other Saiyans who were clearly Super Saiyan gods standing behind him. He smiled and said, Tarbal, are you here to welcome me? Your Majesty. Including Tarbal, all the Super Saiyan gods stood up straight and bowed respectfully to Lin Chen. Then, Tarbal said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. The nearby patrol just detected a powerful energy reaction and thought it was an enemy, so they sent us Super Saiyan God to investigate. Are they newly unearthed ones? Lin Chen pointed to the 3 Super Saiyan God behind Tarbal whom he had never met before. These 3 appeared to be younger than Tarbal, and their power level was weaker than Tarbal's, but they still had power level of 30 or 40 million, which was considered top-notch on Planet Vegeta. Tarbal replied, Yes, they were all unearthed by Father and the others after you left, Your Majesty. Unfortunately, only the 4 of us on the planet can transform into Super Saiyan God. But Uncle Bardock thinks that in the future, the number of Super Saiyan God may increase as the younger generation grows up. Lin Chen nodded. Bardock's idea was probably correct. From the fact that these 4 Super Saiyan gods were all young people, it seemed that on Planet Vegeta at present, Saiyans with righteous heart were all born or grew up after the Saiyans left the Frieza force. Only Saiyans who grew up in such a peaceful environment could have a righteous heart. Other Saiyans, like Vegeta in the original work, perhaps need at least a decade of peaceful life to truly change their hearts. But just to investigate, why did they send out 4 Super Saiyan God? Aren't you being too cautious? What's going on with Bardock and the others? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tarbal and the others revealed startled expression, and they looked at each other with a hesitant expression. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and sensed the mood in the air. Is something wrong? Well, Tarbal nodded and said, Your Majesty, actually Mr. Bardock has already died. Lin Chen was stunned. What happened? What exactly happened? 1 week before Lin Chen returned to Planet Vegeta. Not far away from Earth. A Galactic Patrol's fast patrol ship was conducting routine patrols in this area. Inside the ship, 2 Galactic Patrol Organization's field agents were lazily watching TV in the spaceship, leaving the ship's navigation entirely to the computer. Hey, I say, isn't this already the edge of the Milky Way galaxy? Why do we have to patrol this remote area regularly? One field agent suddenly asked. I heard there is a planet called Earth here, and the Saiyan King of Planet Vegeta specially instructed the Galactic King to take care of it, explained the other person. Earth? Why does a Saiyan care about other planets? How would I know? You can ask the official patrolman when you have time. Galactic Patrol is a vast organization, but only a handful of members are officially assigned as patrolmen. However, beneath these official patrolmen, there are many field agents who function as auxiliary patrolmen, and these 2 field agents are of this type. Therefore, there are some things they are not clear about. At this, the other person shrugged and said, Forget it, as long as we're paid, there's no problem even if we have to patrol to the end of the universe. Just as he finished speaking, an alarm suddenly sounded inside the ship. The bright red lights illuminated their panicked faces. What's going on? I'll check. One of them turned over to the control panel, and then turned pale in shock. 3,000 miles ahead, a huge fleet has been discovered. What? 3,000 miles? Why didn't the computer detect it before? It's because of stealth device. These ships are equipped with stealth device. Checking the data cooler. They're from the cooler force? How is that possible? Isn't the cooler force in the east area? At that moment, several beams of light suddenly flashed before the 2 of them. The 2 patrolmen screamed in terror as the beams passed by them. Oh no! They've found us! Quick, run! Run! I'll control it. You notify the headquarters. We've discovered what appears to be the cooler force, and they're headed towards Earth. They're heading towards Earth. Amid the shouting of the 2 agents, the Galactic Patrol's ship darted and dodged amidst a barrage of fire, but ultimately could not escape the cooler force attack. Meanwhile, at the center of the cooler force fleet, on board a disc-shaped mothership. Reporting to His Majesty. Our fleet on the left flank just encountered the Galactic Patrol. A voice reported on the bridge of the mothership. I've seen it. Bombard it quickly. Cooler sat on his egg-shaped hovercraft, with the large screen behind him displaying his fleet's attack on the Galactic Patrol. When he saw the ship explode into a ball of flames, Cooler turned around and sneered, Earth, we're finally here. He, Saiyans, get ready to face my revenge. Having stealthily made his way from the east area to the edge of the north area, Cooler was finally about to arrive on Earth and launch the first phase of his revenge plan against the Saiyans. And as his fleet approached the solar system and drew closer to Earth. On the planet, it was peaceful, and no one knew that soon a disaster unlike any other was about to befall Earth. At this moment, Earth, Mount Baozu. Inside a large, semicircular building, Krillin, Yamcha, and Goku were gathered together and fighting, leaving behind blurred after images. Boom! The 3 individuals quickly exchanged blows, before abruptly changing direction and finally landing back on the ground. After a while, their bodies suddenly felt light, and then they sat down with a thud. Phew, when it comes to training, this kind of gravity training is the best. Krillin took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Goku, thank you for letting us use your gravity training room. We could have gone to Bulma's house, but unfortunately that training room has been taken over by that guy Vegeta, Yamcha said, looking unhappy. It's okay, if you guys need it, I'm always happy to help. Goku grinned and rubbed his head. His gravity training room was given by Bardock. As a high-level member of Planet Vegeta, Bardock saw that both of his sons were on Earth now, so he took advantage of his position and gave them a gravity training room to use. Chapter 175, An Unprecedented Crisis. After resting for a while, the three of them wiped their sweat with towels and walked towards the exit of the training room. By the way, Goku, where is your older brother Raditz? Krillin asked. Goku laughed and said, he went to buy food. She doesn't like Raditz always sponging food at home, so she often makes him do some housework. Ha ha ha, she is really amazing. She can even order Saiyans around. Yamcha also laughed. Just then, Yamcha suddenly stopped laughing and his face became serious as he looked up at the sky. Goku, Krillin. Can you guys sense it? MHM. Krillin and Goku followed his gaze and looked up at the sky. Just now, they had sensed a large number of extremely powerful auras approaching Earth. There were a huge number of auras, which made them tremble a little. Among these auras, there was one that was especially terrifying and evil. Who could it be? From the aura, there must be over 1,000 people. There's one aura that's extremely powerful. It seems even stronger than my father. Among the people Goku knew, although the auras of Lin Chen and Broly were powerful, both of them had never shown their true strength in front of Goku. So, in his impression, the strongest aura he had ever sensed on Earth was of Bardock in his Super Saiyan state. However, Goku now discovered that among the overwhelming number of auras arriving from outer space, there was actually one person whose aura was even stronger than his father's. The thick evil intent emanating from that aura made him feel cold all over. Kakarot. Just then, the door of the training room was pushed open, and Raditz rushed in and said, "Can you sense it?" "Yes." "Big brother, do you know who they are?" "I don't know. Let's go find Vegeta first." "Okay." Goku nodded and said to Krillin, "Krillin, can you go find Tien Shinyan?" "Yamcha, can you please inform Piccolo? Let's meet on lookout later. This situation is not good. I have a bad feeling about it." "Got it." "Okay, well, see you on lookout." Krillin and Yamcha nodded, transformed into two streaks of light, and flew away. Goku then flew back home, informed Shishi, and headed towards West City with Raditz. At this critical moment, both of them felt that they might need Vegeta's help to get Earth through the impending crisis. After a moment, when they arrived at West City, they saw that Vegeta was already wearing his battle armor. "Vegeta." As soon as Raditz landed, he said anxiously, "Did you sense it?" "No kidding, with so many auras, how could I not sense it?" Vegeta pointed to his scouter as he spoke. "I've confirmed with the scouter that there should be at least over 10,000 of them, with an average power level of over 10,000. There's even one person with a power level of over 12 million. 12 million? Raditz became panicked. Who the hell could have such a high power level? Turning to Goku, Raditz said, "Kakarot, let's run. The enemy is too strong, and Earth may be in danger." "No. I'm not leaving." Goku shook off Raditz's hand. "Big brother, this is Earth, my home. I can't just run away. If you want to leave, then leave." At this, Raditz's face froze. He turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta?" "Humph. Raditz, you're a Saiyan who grew up on Planet Vegeta, but you don't even have the same resolve as Kakarot. We Saiyans do not flee from battle. If you want to leave, I'll kill you first." Vegeta said coldly. "Not bad." Vegeta Goku couldn't help but smile. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to protect Earth. I'm just interested in the identity of the other party." Vegeta glared at Goku. "Well, no matter the reason, let's gather on lookout first." At this moment, when Goku and others were about to leave, Bulma came out of the house and asked, "Goku, is there an enemy coming?" "I don't know, but it's highly probable. The opponent's aura is much more evil than Vegeta and Raditz." Goku replied. "Then be careful. And you too, Vegeta." Goku nodded, but Vegeta looked embarrassed and said, "Woman, I don't need your concern." After saying that, as if wanting to hurriedly escape, Vegeta flew away first. Behind him, Goku immediately shouted, "Vegeta! You're flying in the wrong direction." Raditz oddly looked at Vegeta as he walked away and then glanced at the woman named Bulma. He felt that something was off between her and Vegeta. Shortly after, on lookout, Z warriors who had fought against Vegeta and others last time were all gathered together. But this time there were a few new faces. Vegeta and Raditz looked curiously at the surrounding buildings. They had never expected such a strange place on this border planet called Earth. In addition, there was a child in the crowd. He was hiding behind Piccolo and looking around. Gohan? Goku exclaimed excitedly and approached him. The child paused for a moment, then shouted in joy, "Dad!" Goku picked up his son whom he had not seen for a long time and then asked Piccolo, "Piccolo, why did you bring Gohan here? This kid is already strong, and now is the time to test his strength." Piccolo said coldly, "Goku, you wanted your son to be my disciple back then. How to educate him is my business. If you have any objections, take him back." Okay, I have no objections." Goku smiled and then asked about how he had been doing recently. Just then, two figures approached. Is everyone here?" Kami walked over with a serious look on his face, followed by Mr. Popo. "Everyone is here, Kami," Goku replied. "Good. Everyone knows the situation. There is a powerful force approaching the Earth from outer space. It is an unprecedentedly enormous force. If possible, I hope everyone can stand forward and fight to protect Earth," Kami said with a serious tone. Actually, I wanted to say, could this be a misunderstanding? Maybe the one coming is not a bad person? Could it be someone like Vegeta and Raditz?" Yamcha said. After all, they only sensed the evil aura in outer space, but having an evil aura does not necessarily mean that the other is completely evil. Just like Vegeta and Raditz, when they first arrived, their bodies also carried a bit of evil aura. Hearing this, Krillin also nodded in agreement, "Yeah, Yamcha makes a good point." But Kami shook his head, "It's unlikely. The aura in outer space is incomparable to that of Vegeta and Raditz. It is absolutely pure evil. Those people have probably already caused the deaths of at least tens of billions of living beings." Tens of billions? Yamcha's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "Anyway, the enemy this time is very strong, so everyone must be careful," Kami said seriously. Okay. Chapter 176, Kami's Premonition. Shortly thereafter, although it couldn't be seen from Earth, Goku and others had already noticed that the evil aura had arrived in orbit around the planet and had stopped. This meant that the possibility of them just passing by was ruled out. However, what puzzled everyone was that although there should have been at least a dozen spaceships parked in orbit around the Earth at this moment, Kami discovered that only one of them flew out and started to descend. Using Kami's ability, the landing site of this spaceship was quickly predicted to be in the eastern part of the northern hemisphere. "Goku, these are senzu beans from Immortal Korin. Take them with you." "Thank you, Kami-sama." Taking the bag of senzu beans from Kami, Goku waved to the others. "Let's go, everyone." Just as they were about to prepare to fly away, Kami stopped them. "Wait, it's easy for you to be detected if you just fly over. I'll send you there." "Send us there?" Before Goku could react, Kami had already nodded to Popo. "Stand still." Popo warned and then he slowly walked to the edge of the lookout. "Hey, can you move a little faster? They seem to have entered the atmosphere," Vegeta impatiently said. But at this moment, everyone suddenly felt the lookout under their feet shake. Following that, the lookout retracted the power pole connecting it to Korin Tower and then it flew towards the eastern part of the northern hemisphere. "Lookout is moving?" Goku and others exclaimed in surprise. Lookout was not only capable of movement, but its speed was also surprisingly fast. In less than a minute, they had already felt that they were very close to the landing site of the spaceship. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately reminded them, "Conceal your auras, they may have scouters." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately concentrated and suppressed their power levels to the lowest possible level. Soon, Lookout came to a stop, and Mr. Popo spoke up, "The landing site for the spaceship is in the grassland ahead. I wish you all good luck." Vegeta was the first to approach the edge of the lookout, then he turned to Goku and the others and said, "Remember to conceal your auras and walk there. Don't expose yourselves." After saying that, Vegeta jumped down. Piccolo, Tien Shinyan and Chietsu quickly followed suit, leaving Goku standing at the edge of the lookout, holding Gohan in his arms. "Gohan, it's too dangerous down there. You should stay here on lookout," Goku advised. "Dad, I learned a lot from Uncle Piccolo. Please let me help too," Gohan pleaded. "All right, but don't go charging ahead. Remember to protect yourself," Goku warned. Okay. With that, the two of them jumped down as well. Raditz followed behind, his face filled with worry. Damn it! Both Vegeta and Kakarot are like this. Aren't they afraid at all? This is so frustrating. Raditz shouted out loud and then jumped down after them. When Yamcha and Krillin were the only ones left on the lookout, and as Yamcha was about to jump down, he saw Krillin suddenly turn around and walk towards Kami. Krillin? Kami. Krillin looked at Kami seriously and said, "Please tell Broly that this time is different from last time. We need all the help we can get." "I will relay the message to Broly," Kami nodded. "Then, I'll trouble you." After speaking, Krillin gestured to Yamcha and they flew towards the mortal world together. "Kami?" Popo turned his head to look. Kami nodded. "Broly, you've seen the situation outside, right?" As soon as Kami finished speaking, a figure walked out from inside the lookout. Broly's expression remained indifferent as he said, "I'm sorry, Kami-sama, Broly. This situation is different." Kami said seriously, "I have a bad feeling, I can sense my own impending death." Impending death? Broly, who had been expressionless all this time, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. "Kami-sama, you?" Kami calmly said, "I have some magical spells, so I can also sense my own death. I have a premonition that Piccolo will probably die in this battle. Piccolo and I are one. If he dies, I will die too. I have this premonition, and Piccolo probably does too. That's why he promised Goku a year ago to train his son, Gohan. Perhaps, he wanted to do his part in the end." Kami-sama. Broly looked stunned and didn't know what to say. "Broly, you have been living with me for many years now. When Lin Chen sent you here, it was to give you a peaceful life. But this time, for the sake of Earth, I can only ask for your help. If the situation really deteriorates to an irreversible point, I hope you will use your power for Earth." Broly fell into silence. At this time, Goku and the others had already landed on the ground and concealed their auras. After a few minutes, they saw a disc-shaped spaceship descend from the sky before hovering in the sky not far from them. The moment they saw the spaceship, everyone was shocked. Although they had sensed a terrible aura emanating from the spaceship earlier, when the ship approached them, everyone realized that the aura was not just terrifying but also evoked a sense of fear akin to staring into the abyss. It was as if there was a primordial beast hidden inside the spaceship. Everyone involuntarily trembled and watched the spaceship land. "Vegeta. Check the power level of the person in that ship." Raditz turned to Vegeta and asked. Only Vegeta among the people present was wearing a scouter. 22 million. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said. What? Raditz almost stopped breathing. "Hey, Goku, what's your power level now?" Tien Shinyan turned his head to ask Goku. 600,000. Goku's face was serious. About a year ago, Goku's power level was only 90,000, and in just 1 year, it had increased by nearly 7 times. This was already an impressive achievement, but the enemy's strength still far surpassed his. Aside from Vegeta, Goku was the strongest among everyone in terms of power level, but he was still far lacking compared to the opponent. How were they going to fight this battle? For a moment, everyone's face turned pale and their spirits were extremely tense. What kind of joke is this? The disparity is too big, there is no way we can win. Yamcha exclaimed. So, you mean we should just sit still and wait for death? Piccolo asked. Raditz suddenly thought of something and said, that's it. Vegeta, immediately use the communicator to get in touch with Planet Vegeta. Request Mr. Bardock to come over. He's a Super Saiyan and with him, we can surely take on that guy. Upon hearing that, although Vegeta didn't want to admit it, he knew that this was the only way. He immediately used his communicator to send a distress signal to Planet Vegeta. However, at that moment, Vegeta discovered to his surprise that the signal from his communicator was being blocked. Chapter 177, Tremble, Saiyans. Beep beep beep. Saiyans Scouter also has a communication function, but Vegeta tried several times and found that on the Scouter screen, it always showed that the signal could not be transmitted. After a while, Vegeta suddenly realized what was going on. Damn it! Those people are interfering with the signal. What? Raditz exclaimed. The signal is being jammed, does that mean we can't contact Saiyans? Yamcha asked. I know. We have the Dragon Balls. Krillin turned to Piccolo and shouted, Piccolo, can you contact Kami? Ask him to send Mr. Popo to find the Dragon Balls immediately. We can use Shenron to deliver the message to the Saiyans. Yeah, there is also this method. Piccolo was also excited and immediately used telepathy to convey this idea to Kami. On the other side, Vegeta and Raditz were confused. Dragon Balls? What are Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls are a treasure on our planet that can grant any wish. When Vegeta heard Goku mention the Dragon Balls, his eyes widened in shock. What? There's something like this? Can I wish to become a Super Saiyan with the help of Shenron? Don't even dream about it, Shenron also has its limits. It can't do things beyond its ability, Piccolo replied, then turned to tell Goku and the others, Kami has sent Mr. Popo to borrow Bulma's Dragon Ball radar. Before the Saiyans from Planet Vegeta arrive to support us, we must buy some time. Hehe, can we really buy time? Will we be able to do it? Let's go, how will we know if we don't try? Goku chuckled and walked towards the landing site of the spaceship. At this time, the round spaceship landed. When Goku and the others arrived nearby, they saw that a group of aliens had already disembarked from the spaceship and lined up in 2 columns in front of the entrance, wearing familiar battle armors. Upon seeing those people, Vegeta was startled. They seemed to be from the Frieza force? Frieza? Hasn't he already been killed by King Lynx? Raditz exclaimed in surprise. Next to him, Goku asked, Big brother, who is Frieza? He's a universe emperor who once ruled over half of the North area, even Ulu's Saiyans once served under him. Later, it wasn't until King Lynx appeared and led the Saiyans to break free from Frieza's rule that we were able to successfully kill him. Raditz explained. If Frieza is dead, why are his subordinates showing up here? Krillin asked. Raditz shook his head, unsure of how to explain. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly became alert and turned their heads to look at the spaceship once again. Because they suddenly noticed that 3 powerful auras had walked out of the spaceship. Those 3 people were wearing battle armors in purple, green, and brown, and their auras were particularly strong, not in the same league as those previous aliens. So strong. Are these 3 the leaders? Yamcha exclaimed. Humph. They're just weaklings with a power level of 4 to 500,000. If you use the technique that doubles your power level for a short period of time, you can still beat them, Vegeta coldly snorted. The problem is the person behind them. Just as he finished speaking, a purple figure slowly floated out on an egg-shaped hovercraft. Upon seeing this person, Vegeta's eyes widened, and even Raditz seemed to be speechless. Frieza? It's not him. Frieza should have been killed by King Lynx. Right. It's Cooler. He should be Frieza's older brother Cooler. Vegeta clenched his fists, looking disgruntled. Damn it. I heard that Cooler was chased out by King Lynx and escaped to the east area. Why is he here? Earth? Cooler's cold gaze scanned his surroundings. It's not a bad planet, Salza. Salza turned around. My lord. Are all communication jammers turned on? Yes, my lord. The spaceship stationed in orbit has activated the jammer, and this planet is now completely cut off from the outside world. The inhabitants here won't have a chance to notify the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. Very well done. Cooler said with a faint smile. Salza looked up at him, then lowered his head and said, My lord, there is something I don't understand. According to our investigation, most of the creatures on this planet have a power level of less than 10. It's an extremely low-level planet. Why bother coming all the way here for such a low-level planet, my lord? Of course, it's for those Saiyans. Cooler's tail swung fiercely. It's all because of those Saiyans, I had to endure for so many years. Now, just the thought of being able to kill a Saiyan excites me tremendously. How could I possibly miss out on such beautiful scenery? Salza, turn on the Saiyan scouter immediately. I want to know where the Saiyans on this planet are. Yes, my lord. Salza bowed, then gave a signal to Niaz, the member of the Cooler armored squadron next to him. Niaz immediately activated a device on his wrist. The device had a screen that looked like a radar, and several light dots soon appeared on the screen. Niaz said, Lord Cooler, there are really Saiyans here. There are 3 Saiyan reactions 300m away from us in the southwest. Oh ho ho! That's really great! Cooler laughed coldly, and his eyes revealed a venomous gaze. Salza, bring me those 4 Saiyans. I want to personally interrogate them and watch them tremble before me. Yes, my lord. Salza nodded, then gestured to the others and said, follow me. Yes. The aliens in battle armors flexed their arms, and the joints between their bones made a crackling sound. They dispersed and instantly covered the sky. Oh no! They've found us! Just as Cooler's army was about to charge towards Goku and others who were hiding, Piccolo suddenly shouted. The next moment, an energy storm came crashing down towards Goku and others. Boom! Violent explosions erupted out and a huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The place where Goku and others were hiding was instantly destroyed. However, amidst the thick smoke, Goku and others emerged unscathed. Looking at the explosion site behind them, Goku shouted, everyone, no need to hide anymore, let's go. With that, Goku let out a loud roar and suddenly erupted out with a fierce aura. Beside him, the others also erupted out with their full strength. As all the Z warriors strengthened their aura at the same time, the sky became overcast with thunderous lightning rumbling. At this moment, the earth trembled. Chapter 178, Fighting Cooler Force. Most of the soldiers in the Cooler Force followed the armored squadron to suppress the Saiyans, but there were still a few aliens left by Cooler's side, serving as his attendants. When lightning crackled in the distant sky, one of the aliens looked at his scouter in astonishment and exclaimed, What's going on? What's wrong? Sitting in his egg-shaped hovercraft and holding a cup of wine in one hand, Cooler relaxedly drank the wine and asked. The alien tapped his scouter and cried out, my lord, just now, Sir Salza and the others detected a strong energy reaction from the Saiyans on the other side. The power level of those 4 Saiyans is frighteningly high. The lowest one is almost 100,000, and the highest one is 1.11 million. 1 million? Cooler's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be a mistake? Another lizard-like alien next to him exclaimed, my lord, this scouter might be malfunctioning. After all, it was obtained from the Saiyans. The scouter currently used by Cooler Force is not the same scouter developed during the Frieza Force era. Instead, Cooler Force procured these scouters from Trading Alliance, which were originally manufactured on Planet Vegeta. Since this kind of scouter had no maximum detection limit, it could detect any power level no matter how high it was, making it very practical. It has now completely replaced the position of the old portable scouters developed by the Frieza Force. Although Cooler despised the Saiyans, he was willing to make use of this convenient tool. My lord, the ship also has high-power scouters. I'll have them take a look, another alien said. After speaking, he immediately contacted the spaceship, but after a moment, the report from the spaceship also caused his eyes to widen. My lord, what he said is true. The power levels detected by the ship are also this high, and in addition to those 4 Saiyans, there are many other life reactions present at the scene, and their power levels are all over several 100,000. Oh? Cooler's face remained calm. Don't panic. Isn't this what we expected? If there really was nothing on this planet, then that would be strange. Since there are so many high-end combat powers here, it actually confirms my previous speculation that there must be something on this planet. Cooler threw down his wine glass and slowly flew out of the egg-shaped hovercraft. Saiyans, prepare to face your fears. Cooler didn't take Goku and others seriously, but his subordinates weren't as confident. In the distance, Salza immediately turned pale from fright when he saw the power Goku and others unleashed. During the years when the Cooler Force was in hiding, Salza and his 2 teammates were also forced to undergo brutal training. Salza's power level was originally 170,000, but after all these years, it had surpassed 300,000. But he didn't expect that even after undergoing brutal training, their strength was still nothing in front of these Saiyans. Nias, Dory. Fall back. Defensive formation. At Salza's shout, the Cooler armored squadron immediately retreated, but his subordinates were too slow to react. Kamehameha. Gallic gun. Destructo disc. Special beam cannon. Whoosh. 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 Cold light rays flashed as Goku and others each used their own powerful moves against the enemies who outnumbered them. With a loud rumble, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and in an instant, many of the aliens were killed by these energy waves. Then, Goku and others each flew up into the sky and began to mercilessly harvest the invaders' lives. The strongest members of the armored squadron were respectively challenged by Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo. The remaining underlings had to face Krillin and the others' attacks, and behind Krillin and others was Raditz, whose power level was not weaker than Goku and others. Apart from the 3 members of the armored squadron, most of the Cooler Force soldiers had a power level of around 10,000. In the past, soldiers with a power level of 10,000 were already considered experts, as the average strength of Frieza Force soldiers was only about 2 to 3,000. But these people were facing Z fighters who had undergone rigorous training. Power level of 10,000 is already insignificant in the eyes of Krillin and others. Rumble, rumble. Soldiers from Cooler Force kept falling from the sky. If not for their large numbers, these soldiers would have been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Why? Isn't Earth a border planet? Why are these people so powerful? Could they also be Saiyans? Where is Sir Salza? Where is Sir Salza? We can't hold on much longer. Amidst the screams, broken bodies fell from the sky. Those low-level soldiers hoped for the support of Salza's armored squadron, but they didn't know that Salza and his men were also hoping for reinforcements. Facing Goku and his 2 companions, Salza and his men were practically powerless to retaliate. Darn it! Why? Why are Saiyans so strong? Salza! Let's run away. We're no match for them. Fool! If we flee, do you not fear the wrath of our king? Salza gritted his teeth and the energy blade on his palm lit up again, slashing towards Goku in front of him. Easily dodging Salza's attack, Goku punched him hard in the stomach, almost making him throw up. Meanwhile, the strongest member of the trio, Dory, was being brutally beaten by Vegeta. Vegeta's fists continuously fell on Dory, causing him to scream and his mouth to constantly spit blood. However, although the situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided, there was no joy on Goku and his companions' faces. Because in the distance, Cooler, whose strength was tens of times greater than theirs, was watching them like a tiger eyeing its prey. It was precisely because they feared Cooler's presence that Goku and his companions did not dare to use all their power, allowing the 3 members of the armored squadron to survive temporarily. Otherwise, given the difference in strength between the 2 sides, killing the 3 in front of them would have been an easy task for Goku and his companions. Goku was dealing with Salza, while Vegeta was brutally beating Dory, and the final opponent, Nias, was left to Piccolo. Why is there even a name Kian here? And how can this name Kian be so strong? Nias angrily glared at Piccolo, cursing at him. Piccolo silently watched him, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his body disappeared from sight and reappeared in front of Nias. Pfff. The fierce attack caused Nias to spurt out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying backward. Just as Piccolo moved to give chase, a sudden beam of light tore through the sky and penetrated his body. In just an instant, Piccolo felt all of his strength fading away, and as he slowly plummeted from the sky, his gaze finally caught sight of a purple figure standing tall in the sky. With a loud bang, Piccolo crashed heavily onto the ground. Piccolo! Goku turned around and quickly landed on the ground, rushing to Piccolo's side, who was already on the verge of death. Piccolo! Are you okay? Piccolo! Damn it! Goku looked up towards the direction where the beam had come from, his gaze immediately narrowing. In the sky, Vegeta's body also began to tremble slightly. Right in front of them, Cooler, radiating a terrifying aura, was looking down at them with cold eyes. Saiyan's Cooler's mouth curved slightly, a cold smile appearing on his face. Chapter 179, The Desperate Z Warriors. A cold wind blew over. As Cooler appeared, the once noisy battlefield suddenly became quiet. The soldiers of Cooler Force who had been on the brink of despair just moments ago, now seemed to have been rejuvenated as they erupted into excited cheers. On Earthling's side, it was dead silent. Everyone could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Cooler. So frightening. He is Cooler? How is this possible? He is too powerful. King Cooler. Salza and the other 2 flew to Cooler's side, bowing in the air, looking glad but also scared. Because of their incompetence, Cooler had to personally take action. In the past, Cooler would have punished them himself. Fortunately, this time, Cooler did not say anything. Salza, retreat with others. Even if you were to die, you must do it on Planet Vegeta. Yes, my lord. Salza immediately understood the meaning of Cooler's words. Their final destination was Planet Vegeta. Cooler did not want to lose too many troops before the final battle with the Saiyans. Having narrowly escaped death, Salza turned around and showed a smug smile to Goku and the others. With King Cooler taking action himself, Saiyans, you will regret not dying in our hands. Vegeta's face was now extremely ugly. He realized that he was completely wrong. Raditz was right before. They should have left Earth earlier. This was not Planet Vegeta, even if it was destroyed, it had nothing to do with them. But it was too late to leave now, for the aura emanating from Cooler's body was enough to cause him to unable to move. Goku's face looked grim as he took out a senzu bean and fed it to Piccolo, then said, "Piccolo, take Gohan and the others and leave. They won't be able to help with the fight here anymore." Piccolo stood up and said, "Goku, your thinking is too naive. Where can we escape to now? Now our only way out is to buy time and wait for Kami to use Shenron to summon reinforcements." "Oh?" Cooler saw Piccolo quickly recover after eating the senzu bean and smirked. "He's completely healed now?" As expected, Earth is indeed full of secrets. Cooler slowly landed on the ground and walked towards Goku and the others. As if on cue, Krillin and others arrived by Goku's side, and even Vegeta landed on the ground. The immense pressure brought by Cooler instinctively made them feel like they should gather together. Stopping his steps, Cooler laughed and said, "Saiyans. Long time no see, I'm Cooler. I wonder if any of you have ever seen me before. Back then, I received a lot of care from you all on planet Ifrit. Why did you come to Earth? Leave this place immediately." Goku shouted. "I'm naturally not interested in this place, but if you tell me why Bardock from Planet Vegeta comes here every year, I'll leave," Cooler said with a smile. Everyone was stunned by his words. They couldn't believe that this was all he wanted to know. "Bardock is my father. He comes to Earth to see me," Goku replied immediately. "What?" Cooler's mouth twitched. One of the 3 Super Saiyan from Planet Vegeta actually visited Earth once a year just to see his child? Cooler suddenly felt like he had been fooled. He had always thought that Bardock frequently came to Earth, such a remote place, because there was something important that needed guarding, but it turned out it was just for his child? What about Vegeta? Cooler turned to Vegeta. "I've heard about you, the most promising younger generation on Planet Vegeta. Why did you come to Earth?" "I came here to fight Kakarot." Cooler clenched his fists. So it was all a mistake from the beginning? There was no secret worth his attention on this planet? All of this, just for the ridiculous family bonds among these Saiyans? For this, he had traveled across 2 galaxies. It was truly ridiculous. Cooler laughed angrily. "All right, it seems like everything was just a misunderstanding on my part. In that case, I'll leave. But before that, all you Saiyans here will die." "What?" "I'm going to Planet Vegeta next and will kill all the Saiyans. But before that, I'll warm up by taking care of you guys first. It'll be a little warm up before going to Planet Vegeta, so thank you in advance." Cooler stretched his hands to the sides, and his body began to tremble slightly. A terrifying aura began to boil and burn like an ignited flame. The air trembled, and the ground shook. Goku and the others sensed the aura released by Cooler and their eyes widened in despair. Why is it like this? Earth is finished. Just then, Cooler finished his warm-up. "Alright, who wanna go first?" "He, no one wants to step up? Then I'll just choose by myself." As soon as he spoke, Cooler swung his hand in the air, and a strong aura blew towards everyone. In an instant, Krillin, Gohan, and others were blown away, leaving only Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, as well as Piccolo standing their ground against the gusts of wind. "Good, I've chosen my target." A cold light flashed in Cooler's eyes, and he disappeared from his position. "Oh no! He's coming!" Vegeta immediately shouted. Almost at the same time, Cooler had already rushed to the 4 of them and hit Raditz with a punch. "Darn it! Why me?" Raditz yelled in frustration, while trying to block with his hand. "Idiot! Get out of the way!" Seeing that Raditz was trying to take on Cooler's attack, Vegeta immediately cried out in alarm. But it was too late. Cooler's fist was like a sharp blade, and when Raditz tried to block it, it directly broke his arm in half. "Ah!" Raditz screamed in pain. "Big brother!" Goku shouted and his body erupted out with a red aura. 10x Kaioken. Goku punched towards Cooler with all his strength, but missed, and Vegeta exclaimed, "Kakarot, behind you!" Bang! Cooler kicked Goku in the back, and the immense force sent him flying into the ground, creating a hole at least tens of meters deep. "Dad!" Gohan cried out in sorrow, and suddenly raised his hands, "Don't hurt my dad! Masenko!" "Gohan!" Krillin was shocked to see Gohan provoking the demon, and immediately cried out in alarm. But seeing Gohan already making a move, Krillin had no choice but to call out, "Everyone, attack together!" At his words, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Tietsu, and even Piccolo, who had just eaten a senzu bean, all unleashed their own ultimate moves. A series of energy blasts hit Cooler all at once. Great! Right on target! Yamcha excitedly waved his fists. But before they could even rejoice, a beam of light suddenly flew out of the smoke. Splat! Tiaozu's head was pierced by the beam of light and he stopped breathing instantly. Tietsu! Amidst Tien Shinhan's wail of despair, Cooler burst out with a piercing laugh from behind the smoke. Ha ha ha, did I hit someone? Saiyan? Earthling? Or Namekian? Everyone turned their heads, their faces showing despair. Despite receiving the full brunt of the group's combined attacks, Cooler not only did not die, but also emerged without a single scratch. Earthy's finished Yamcha couldn't help but repeat Vegeta's words from earlier. Chapter 180, Kami, hurry up. Ah? So I only hit a small child? It's a pity it didn't kill a Saiyan. You, how dare you kill Tietsu? Tietsu has already been revived with the Dragon Balls, he can't be revived again. Because he was hit directly on the head, even a senzu bean can't save Tietsu. Tien Shinhan's body shook with anger, having lost his close friend forever. Suddenly, he shouted and his body split into 4 clones. Quadruplication. What kind of technique is this? Cooler squinted his eyes curiously. 4 Tien Shinyan rushed towards Cooler from 4 different directions. Then, the 4 of them simultaneously brought their palms together in a triangle shape. The triangle's center was aimed at Cooler. 10x Kaioken, Neo Tri-Beam. The 4 Tien Shinyan let out a loud yell at the same time, and a red aura exploded from their bodies. Following that, 4 intense waves of energy surged forth, instantly pressing down on Cooler, catching him off guard. Seeing that Cooler seemed to be overwhelmed by Tien Shinhan's move, Yamcha immediately cheered, "Well done." But Krillin shouted, "Stop, Tien Shinyan, stop quickly." Yamcha asked in confusion, "Krillin, isn't Tien Shinhan's move effective?" But Tien Shinyan is burning his own life force. Tri-beam is already a heavy burden on the body, and he also used the Kaioken at the same time. If it doesn't defeat Cooler, Tien Shinyan will die first. What? Yamcha quickly turned his gaze towards Tien Shinyan and indeed saw that his face was becoming increasingly pale. His complexion was almost as white as a corpse. Not good. Give him a senzu bean. Yamcha turned around and yelled, but it was too late. The sound of the tri-beam suddenly stopped, and Tien Shinyan became one again, then he fell to the ground. When Krillin rushed over with the senzu bean, Tien Shinhan's breathing had already stopped. Another one died. Cooler smirked, looking relaxed. Even Tien Shinhan's life-risking attack had no effect on Cooler. Kami! Hurry up! Krillin couldn't help but shout as he saw his friends falling one by one. At this moment, on the lookout. Seeing Tietsu, Tien Shinyan fall one after another, Kami couldn't help but close his eyes. Mr. Popo had already gathered 6 Dragon Balls, and Shenron could be summoned soon. Until then, Piccolo and the others had to hold on a little longer. Beside Kami, Broly had a grim look on his face as he watched the situation in the mortal world, his fists clenched tightly. Tien Shinyan and Tietsu had both been to the lookout and lived with Broly for a while. Their death seemed to have affected him in some way, but Broly had kept the vow for more than a decade and it was clearly not so easily broken. Below lookout, the one-sided battle continued. Shortly after Tien Shinhan's death, Goku finally emerged from underground and saw the deaths of Tien Shinyan and others. Goku was furious and directly used the 12x Kaioken before rushing towards Cooler. But this punch didn't even budge Cooler. Even though Goku had already used all his strength, he still couldn't make Cooler budge, the disparity between the two sides was so huge. Too strong. Is this the strength of a frost demon? We're going to die. Raditz trembled, fear making him forget his pain as endless cold enveloped his whole body. But just then, another red figure suddenly rushed forward. Unlike Goku, he punched Cooler in the face, and actually sent Cooler flying. Kakarot! Let's attack together! Vegeta? Looking at Vegeta, whose body was emitting a red aura, Goku was stunned. Isn't that Kaioken? How did you learn it? Humph! This is just a small trick. I only needed to see it a few times to learn it. After all, I am a super elite from Planet Vegeta. Heh heh. Goku chuckled and glanced over at Cooler, who had already stood up. Besides being covered in a little bit of dust, Cooler looked like he hadn't been hurt at all. Vegeta's powerful punch was also useless. Goku thought for a moment and said, "So, Super Elite Vegeta. Can you buy me some time? What do you want to do?" Vegeta asked. "I have a trump card that might be able to kill Cooler, but it requires a lot of time to prepare. If I am disturbed during the process, the technique will be interrupted." "How much time do you need?" Vegeta frowned. "Probably a few minutes." "Humph. Fine. I'll try my best. But if your trump card doesn't work, I won't let you off." After saying that, Vegeta gritted his teeth and used the maximum 8x Kaioken he had secretly learned while watching Goku and others, and charged towards Cooler. Vegeta's power level had already reached 1 million, and with his 8x Kaioken, it far exceeded Goku's power level from before. Originally, Vegeta was planning to challenge Goku again at a later time to show him his strength, but he didn't expect that his first use of Kaioken would be to help Goku. The world works in mysterious ways. However, even with 8x Kaioken boost, Vegeta's strength was still far behind Cooler's. After a flurry of flying sand and stones, Vegeta's expression changed. He touched his slightly numb arm and a storm brewed in his heart. Even with a power level of 8 million, he was still no match for his opponent. Did he have to become a Super Saiyan to defeat the Frost Demons? Are you done? Cooler yawned. The most outstanding elite of the younger generation of the Saiyans is indeed not bad. Then, it's my turn now. Cooler's figure flickered and he appeared next to Vegeta. So fast, Vegeta was greatly shocked and his black pupils shrink into dots, realizing it was already too late to dodge. A steel-like fist smashed into him. Vegeta let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. He bent over and took a few steps back, then suddenly let out another loud yell as his entire body exploded with a burst of energy. The ground under Vegeta's feet couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure from his body and collapsed, with cracks spreading in all directions. Then, energy spheres flew towards Cooler like arrows. Boom! Following the dense explosions, a huge golden mushroom cloud rose above the open ground. After the mushroom cloud dissipated, a massive crater with a diameter of over 10 kilometers and an unknown depth appeared. The area within a radius of 20 kilometers was slightly raised with terrifying cracks all over it. However, in the center of the explosion, Cooler was still completely unscathed. With a smirk on his face, he said, "Forget it, I'm already bored of this. Saiyans, get ready to die." Cooler bent down slightly and was about to take action when he heard Salza and others shouting behind him not far away. "Your Majesty! In the sky! Quick, look up!" Cooler looked up and saw that at some point, a huge energy ball had appeared above his head. The diameter of that energy ball was probably 100 meters, but even Cooler felt a sense of foreboding when he saw it. What is that?" Cooler suddenly turned his head and saw Goku in the distance, with his hands raised high up in the air. Chapter 181, Goku's Last Trump Card and a Glimmer of Hope. Seeing Goku raise his hands high, Cooler's first reaction was to think that he was surrendering. Raising one's hands in surrender is a commonly recognized gesture throughout the universe. But soon, Cooler snapped out of it. That guy who looked like Bardock, one of the 3 great Super Saiyans of Planet Vegeta, was a Saiyan. Saiyans are fighting maniacs, how could they surrender easily? It's him. The energy ball above my head is a technique that this Saiyan has used. You bastard, die! The energy within that energy ball was so powerful that even Cooler didn't dare to take it lightly, so he immediately pressed his fingers together and fired a beam of light at Goku. Kakarot! Vegeta wanted to stop him, but Cooler also fired a beam of light at him. The speed was so fast that Vegeta almost couldn't react. He managed to block it with great difficulty, but he was sent flying and could only watch helplessly as the other beam of light rushed towards Goku. Just as Goku was about to be hit, someone suddenly appeared in front of him to block it. PFF. Death beam pierced through his body, but its power was weakened as a result. Piccolo rushed over from the other side, emitting the red Kaioken's aura from his body. With a forceful push, he diverted the beam's direction, causing it to hit the ground instead. Goku! Old son! Dad! Kakarot! As everyone shouted, Goku yelled, "Here it comes!" The massive energy ball hidden in the sky instantly descended and floated a few meters above Goku's head. Goku forcefully pushed his hands downward and the spirit bomb created by absorbing Earth's vitality smashed towards Cooler with great momentum. Filled with tremendous energy, the spirit bomb made Cooler feel threatened for the first time. His eyes widened and he pointed his right hand towards the sky. Supernova! In the next moment, an energy ball which was as hot as the sun appeared on his fingertips and rushed towards spirit bomb. This was Cooler's strongest move, one that could destroy a planet. However, to his surprise, Supernova was instantly swallowed upon colliding with Spirit Bomb, without even lasting a second. The unstoppable Spirit Bomb collided with Cooler and pushed him back. How can I die here? To everyone's surprise, Cooler managed to momentarily halt the progress of the Spirit Bomb by using both hands to block it. Although his feet were only rooted slightly into the ground, he put all his upper body strength into an attempt to push the Spirit Bomb back. Rumble, the rocks and pebbles around Cooler began to float up. An icy storm blew in all directions. Cooler gritted his teeth, but his body kept sliding backwards under the overwhelming power of the Spirit Bomb. Not good, I can't stop it. In the end, Spirit Bomb engulfed Cooler and then it continued forward and consumed a portion of the Cooler Force soldiers who were hiding behind him, before finally exploding. Under the impact of the Spirit Bomb, the ground in front of everyone looked like it had been dug out by a giant beast, leaving a huge semicircular pit. The aftermath of the Spirit Bomb caused an abundance of dispersed energy to permeate the area, disrupting everyone's key sense. However, to the naked eye, it was evident that Cooler had completely disappeared from the world. How is this possible? Along with Cooler's disappearance, there were at least hundreds of his soldiers from the Cooler Force at the scene who were also gone, including even Dory from the armored squadron who had been caught up in it. However, compared to the huge damage, Salza found Cooler's disappearance even more unbelievable. That's Cooler, their king. Aside from a moment of embarrassment on planet Ifrit a few years ago, Cooler had been invincible wherever he went. Now, after years of building up his strength and preparing for revenge against the Saiyans, how could Cooler die on such a desolate planet like this? Compared to Cooler Force, who were already in great shock and panic. On the other side, Goku breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of this result and turned to look at Raditz lying on the ground. Earlier, in order to protect him, Raditz had taken the fatal ment blow for Goku and was now barely clinging to life. Big brother! Did you see that? I did it! I did it! Goku hugged Raditz, excitedly exclaiming. Beside him, Krillin and Yamcha also raised their hands, cheering, Great! We won! In the distance, Vegeta flew over and stood beside Raditz with his arms crossed, saying, Raditz, I have a newfound respect for you. If it weren't for you, Kakarot's move would have failed just now. Raditz coughed up blood and smiled bitterly, You guys have time to say all this, hurry up and give me a senzu bean. Ah! Gohan smacked his forehead and jogged over with the bag of senzu beans in hand. Uncle Raditz, the senzu beans are here. Just as Gohan was about to stuff a bean into Raditz's mouth, Vegeta, who was wearing the scouter, suddenly saw an anomaly on the screen. Beep, beep, beep. This is... Vegeta's mouth fell open as he saw something on the screen, and he suddenly yelled out, Kakarot! Cooler isn't dead yet. What? Whoosh! A red beam hit the bag of senzu beans in Gohan's hand, instantly burning the entire bag along with the senzu beans. Following the direction of the light beam, everyone slowly turned their heads to look. Cooler, who they thought was already dead, stood with one foot on the ground and there was a one-person wide hole behind him. Cooler's body was battered and bruised, with wounds visible all over. He appeared somewhat miserable, and his aura had weakened compared to before. However, none of these were fatal injuries. Despite everyone's best efforts to protect Goku and allow him to unleash his last trump card, Spirit Bomb, they ultimately failed. Long live, King Cooler! Seeing that Cooler was still alive, Salza and the others immediately cheered. On Goku's side, a suffocating pressure hung over everyone's heads. Senzu beans! Gohan looked blankly at the bag in his hand, which had turned to ash, then looked at Raditz on the ground. Without senzu beans, Raditz's mouth was already full of blood. After a few coughs, he finally succumbed to his severe injuries and stopped breathing. Uncle Raditz! Gohan couldn't help but cry in grief. Cooler! Goku turned around and for the first time, he wanted to kill someone. A Saiyan finally died? Hee hee! Cooler's face contorted into a maniacal grin. Saiyans, you really are a dangerous bunch. Just a moment ago, I even thought I might actually die, had I not come up with that clever idea. Just now, when Cooler felt he couldn't hold on any longer, he suddenly thought of hiding underground, which fortunately allowed him to escape a disaster. But for someone who proclaims himself as the Emperor of the Universe to hide like a rat in front of a Saiyan was an insult that made Cooler gnash his teeth. Get ready to face death, Saiyans. Today, I won't let any of you leave alive. Chapter 182, The Last Wish and Bardock arrives. As soon as Cooler finished speaking, he suddenly looked up in the sky, a bit surprised. Why is the sky black? At some unknown time, the sky above everyone's heads had suddenly become dark, and not a trace of light could be seen. But strangely enough, just a while ago, it was still daylight here. Compared to Cooler's puzzled look, Goku and the others were clear in their hearts. It's Shenron. Kami has summoned Shenron. Subconsciously, everyone looked up towards Lookout. Sure enough, Shenron's silhouette was faintly visible in the sky. Cooler also noticed it. Although he didn't know what it was, he vaguely felt a hint of danger. Saiyans. What is that thing? That is something that will bring you your death. Cooler. It won't be long before the reinforcements from Planet Vegeta arrive. Vegeta shouted. Reinforcements from Planet Vegeta? Cooler's mouth twitched. Ridiculous. Do you think I'm still afraid of Planet Vegeta's Saiyans? If they come, it could just save me some trouble. But before those Saiyans arrive, I'll deal with you ants first. Oh no. Everyone, run away. Get away from here. Goku's heart stirred, and sensing Cooler's intentions, he immediately shouted out loud. But it was too late by then. Cooler lifted his hand, and a wave of energy more powerful than the Kamehameha Goku unleashed during 10x Kaioken swept across the sky and landed at Goku and the others' feet. Suddenly, the grassland was covered in a bright white light and Goku and the others' figures were swallowed by this light. When the light dissipated, the appearance of the grassland had completely changed. The once lush green grassland had vanished, leaving behind a desolate land. In this land full of broken stones and dust, Goku emerged from a pile of rubble, looking disheveled and covered in injuries, clearly having suffered significant injuries. Gohan? Krillin! Goku shouted, searching for his companions. Not far away, Vegeta was the first one to stand up from a crater. His condition was slightly better than Goku, but he still looked disheveled. Next was Krillin, who looked much more miserable. His entire body was drenched in blood, and his clothes had already burnt down. Seeing Krillin's condition, Goku's heart sank. Where was Gohan? Gohan! Just then, Goku sensed Gohan's aura and ran towards it, only to find a sight that left him in disbelief. Gohan was lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious, and beside him lay Piccolo, who had stopped breathing. Piccolo's back was covered in bloody wounds, but his front was unscathed. Seeing this, Goku knew what had happened. At that moment, Gohan woke up and, upon seeing his father, began to cry. Daddy! It was Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo blocked the attack for me. Wah! And Piccolo wasn't the only one who had died from that attack. Krillin stood next to Yamcha's body with a sad expression. Seeing Yamcha's curled up body, his shoulders shook slightly. Humph! Only took out 2? These guys are lucky. Cooler spat, dissatisfied with his attack. However, he suddenly looked up at the sky and noticed that the black night that had been overhead had turned into daylight again. The green monster that was in the sky before was also nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Planet Vegeta's reinforcements have arrived? Haha, how interesting. Cooler clenched his fists. On the lookout, Kami watched as Shenron disappeared and couldn't help but smile. At the critical moment, they had finally summoned Shenron and made their wish. Now, the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta should know what happened on Earth, and it wouldn't be long before they arrive. Upon thinking of this, Kami let out a deep sigh and looked towards Broly, saying, although I know you are unwilling, please forgive my stubbornness. From this day forward, you are the new Kami. Kami pointed his scepter at Broly, and immediately a set of clothes identical to his appeared on Broly's body. Broly, please use your power to protect Earth. This is my final request. Before Kami could finish his words, it seemed as if he had used up his last bit of strength. His body shattered into a burst of light and disappeared. Kami! Popo muttered expressionlessly and a sad look appeared in his eyes. Broly looked at the clothes on his body with a bewildered expression, feeling lost. Mr. Popo, Broly-sama, from today on, you are the new Kami of Earth. Kami? Broly looked at his hands with a serious expression. Mr. Popo, what should I do? Popo said, Kami's responsibility is to guide the people of Earth and maintain peace on the planet. Broly-sama, Goku and the others are unable to continue fighting. If you don't act now, Earth will be destroyed. Broly walked to the edge of the lookout and gazed at the mortal world below for a moment before returning. Let's wait a little longer, Mr. Popo. Planet Vegeta has received the news, and their reinforcements will arrive soon. Maybe I won't have to act. Broly-sama, only by facing your own weakness can you overcome them. If you continue to be afraid of your power, you will end up getting controlled by it. I'm sorry, let's wait a little longer. Seeing that Broly was still hesitating, Popo remained expressionless. At this moment, the battle had already resumed on the ground. Gohan's anger at Piccolo's death once again unleashed his astonishing power, and his black hair swayed wildly in a raging storm of fury as he fearlessly charged towards Cooler to attack. Because he was worried about Gohan, Goku also took the initiative to rush up, followed by Vegeta, who cursed the Goku father-son duo for overestimating their abilities while also rushing over to help. The reinforcements are on their way, and this is the time to conserve our strength. Why throw away your life by charging into battle? Oh, interesting, this little guy has suddenly become several times stronger. Cooler easily dealt with the three of them while a look of loathing appeared on his face. Even a child has such strength, Frieza was such an idiot. If he had destroyed Planet Vegeta back then, we wouldn't be facing this situation. Frieza! You useless piece of trash, let me make up for your mistake from back then. Suddenly, Cooler spread out his hands, and with him as a center, a storm blew in all directions. Immediately, the originally imposing Goku and the others struggled to keep their balance under the storm. What made the three tremble even more was that Cooler's aura had actually increased again under this storm. He still has hidden strength? Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably. Gohan was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. His anger from earlier disappeared due to Cooler's sudden outburst. But just then, Goku suddenly turned his head, a hint of surprise on his face. This aura, Dad? Vegeta and the others also turned their heads in astonishment. They all sensed that an incredibly powerful aura had appeared on Earth. West City, Bardock, and Tights, who should have been on Planet Vegeta, were standing next to Bulma, who was using a scouter to observe the battle from a distance. Chapter 183, Cooler's Trump Card and New Transformation. Sister? Why did you both come here? Bulma was stunned to see Tights and Bardock suddenly appear in front of her. Shenron informed us of the situation here. Tights said with a bitter smile. For some reason, her complexion was somewhat pale. Upon seeing this, Bardock helped Tights to Bulma's side. Miss Bulma, I will entrust Miss Tights to your care for the time being. She has just given birth and cannot use instant transmission at the moment. I must ask you to take care of her as I have to leave immediately to provide support to Goku and the rest. Gave birth? Sister, you have had a child? Bulma exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Bardock had already flown out and was speeding towards Goku and the others. While flying, Bardock could sense the aura in the distance. Vegeta and Kakarot are both there. Gohan is fine. Raditz, did he die? Damn Frost Demon, taking advantage of His Majesty's absence to attack Earth. With an angry roar, Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan and turned into a golden shooting star, flying at super high speed towards Goku and the others. Even before Bardock arrived, the astonishing aura of the Super Saiyan had already spread out. Sensing this aura, which was no weaker than Cooler's and even slightly stronger, Goku and the others were overjoyed. After sacrificing so much, they finally held out until the reinforcements arrived. Although they were a bit confused as to why they only sensed Bardock's aura, in the eyes of everyone else, one Super Saiyan was enough to deal with Cooler. Is the person coming, Bardock? I thought the other female Super Saiyan would come too. Upon learning that Bardock was coming, Cooler temporarily stopped attacking and took a few steps back before flying back to Salza's side. As he recovered his strength, Cooler asked Salza, did the scouter have any reaction? It seems like a new Saiyan has arrived. Yes, my lord. Salza said as he broke out in cold sweat. 1 minute ago, the scouter detected a huge energy signal suddenly appearing in the west. The signal is now rapidly approaching us at a super high speed and is expected to arrive here in a few minutes. What's the power level? 3.32 million, Salza said fearfully, afraid of offending Cooler. Oh? 32 million? That's much higher than the intelligence we gathered before. Saiyans, what a terrifying race. I've really been looking forward to this. Finally, a serious battle, Cooler said with a slight smile, his blood-red eyes gleaming with icy light. Salza was surprised by his calmness. What's going on? The opponent's power level is clearly much higher than Cooler's, why is he still so calm? Does Cooler have any other tricks up his sleeve? A golden light? He has come so quickly, Cooler suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads and saw a golden figure standing proudly in mid-air. The figure gradually descended and landed in front of Vegeta, Goku and others. Kakarot, Vegeta, Gohan. Dad. Grandpa. Goku and the others were excited. Bardock's arrival was like a beacon of hope, finally giving them a sense of relief. Bardock looked coldly at the scene and soon spotted Raditz' body. He took a deep breath and threw a few senzu beans to Goku and the others before slowly walking towards Cooler. With each step, Bardock's aura increased. When he finally came to a stop, Bardock's appearance had once again undergone a change. His entire body seemed to expand and become much more muscular than before. Super Saiyan 1 Stage 2. In the 10 months since Lin Chen left, Bardock had mastered this new transformation. Although the original form of Super Saiyan 1 was already enough to deal with Cooler at the moment, Bardock was filled with rage and he decided to use his full strength. Cooler. I can't believe you're still alive. Wasn't the lesson King Lynx taught you last time enough? Lynx? Upon hearing this name, Cooler's face immediately grew cold, and his body began to tremble slightly. Behind him, one of his subordinates trembled and said, My lord, this Scion's power level exceeds 50 million. We should run away quickly. Snap. Cooler snapped his fingers, silencing the subordinate completely. Humph. It's only a mere 50 million power level, I had expected it. Upon hearing Cooler's words, Bardock furrowed his brow. Cooler walked towards Bardock at a slow pace, sneering at him. Saiyan. I don't need your reminder. The humiliation of Planet Ifrit is still fresh in my mind. But do you know why I have re-emerged after so many years of hiding? I'll tell you why. It's because I now possess strength far beyond that of you Super Saiyans. Oh? Just by yourself? Bardock scoffed. Cooler coldly chuckled and raised a finger, there's one more thing. Oh? My younger brother Frieza has the ability to transform 3 times, but now I have surpassed him. Besides my current form, I have one more transformation. What? Bardock's expression immediately changed. You should feel honored. Cooler smirked. You'll be the first to witness my final form. As soon as he finished speaking, Cooler's body began to violently tremble. At the same time, with Cooler as the center, powerful wind-like crimson blades swept out in all directions. Cooler's subordinates behind him were the first to bear the brunt of it, sliced in half by the powerful wind as they scattered in terror. But before they could escape far, they saw terrifying cracks appear on the ground. The cracks were like a monstrous creature, swallowing those people whole. Only a few with formidable strength were able to escape the powerful wind and the cracks. Bardock, who originally thought he could easily defeat Cooler, now revealed a shocked expression as he was pushed back by Cooler's terrifying aura and couldn't move an inch. He never expected that Cooler's aura at this moment would surpass his own, and it was still continuously skyrocketing. Following Cooler's low growl, his appearance began to change. First, Cooler's muscles swelled up to twice their size, followed by the emergence of 4 fishtail-shaped bone spurs on the top of his head. He also grew 2 curved blade-like bone armor on his arms. After a moment, Cooler completed his transformation. Ha ha ha, Saiyan. I've kept you waiting. Now my power level is 88 million. What? Bardock's eyes widened and he suddenly felt a thick killing intent envelop his body. Danger. Without hesitation, Bardock quickly retreated backwards. However, almost at the same time he stepped back, Cooler's body disappeared from its original spot. Bang! Bardock, who was retreating rapidly, suddenly felt like he had hit something. Saiyan, this is my revenge feast. Without my permission, you can't escape. Cooler's voice echoed from behind Bardock. Chapter 184, Broly arrives. His expression changed and turned around to punch the body behind him. But before his fist could connect, Cooler's fist had already smashed into Bardock's stomach. PFFF. Bardock spat out a mouthful of blood. Cooler clasped his hands together in a fist and then forcefully slammed them down like a hammer, sending Bardock crashing into the ground. Bang! The ground instantly cracked, and Bardock lay in the center of the web-like cracks, his body trembling slightly. How is this possible? Even Bardock isn't his match? That guy has become even stronger. Vegeta and Goku looked at Cooler with frightened expressions, tightly clenching and then relaxing their fists. Although they wanted to help, they knew that their strength wasn't enough for this battle. The difference between the two sides was just too great. On the other side, Cooler stepped on Bardock's back with one foot, feeling more satisfied than ever. Super Saiyans! You also have your day of reckoning. Ha ha ha! A group of uncivilized monkeys. Look, the most powerful in this universe is not you Saiyans, it's the frost demons, it's this king. Thud. Cooler stomped heavily, burying Bardock deeper into the ground. I, who have 4 transformations, have already surpassed you Saiyans by far. Today I will kill you first. Then I will go to Planet Vegeta. What Frieza couldn't accomplish back then, I will do it for him. I want you Saiyans to become completely extinct. Cooler stomped with force again, but this time, Bardock, who had suddenly climbed up, caught it with both hands. Saiyans' honor, I will not allow you to insult it. Drops of sweat as large as beans slid down Bardock's face. He was about to use his strength to push Cooler away when suddenly, his opponent disappeared. Where did he go? Bardock paused and was about to turn around, only to see Cooler's fist suddenly hit him from the side, dealing a gut-wrenching blow. Bardock's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Cooler followed closely behind, appearing in front of Bardock's flying body. He lifted both arms high, then forcefully smashed them down, hammering Bardock once again and embedding him deeper into the ground. Look! This power! This invincible power! Even that lynx isn't my match. I am invincible. Bang! Cooler's triumphant laughter was suddenly interrupted as a figure swiftly kicked him away, leaving him stunned and speechless. Who? Cooler stood up in anger, but he saw another Saiyan he had never seen before standing in front of him. Yes, a Saiyan. Despite the strange clothing he was wearing and his seemingly weak appearance, which was unlike any Saiyan he had ever seen, the presence of a tail protruding from his back confirmed that he was indeed a Saiyan. 1, 2, 3 There are really many wild monkeys on this planet. Broly. With Broly's help, Bardock stood up. He was surprised to see this Saiyan who had been away from Planet Vegeta for a long time. Uncle Bardock. Broly nodded at him. Let me help you. In the distance, Goku and the others had been about to rush over to assist Bardock when they suddenly halted in surprise upon witnessing Broly's unexpected arrival. Is he finally going to take action? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Among the people present, only Gohan had never seen Broly before, and he asked curiously, Dad, who is that? Is he also a Saiyan? Yes. And, he's also the strongest person on Earth. Goku rubbed his nose and said. The strongest person on Earth? Gohan's mouth opened wide. He found it hard to believe his father's words. If he was the strongest person on Earth, then why had he never heard of him before? The fight continued. This time, Bardock had an unexpected ally in Broly, which quickly changed the situation. The sudden appearance of this Saiyan has sent Cooler's emotions on a roller coaster ride, fluctuating up and down. At first, he was very wary of Broly. After all, Cooler had never seen this particular Saiyan before, and Goku and the others had been beaten badly without Broly appearing, so he assumed that Broly was a reinforcement who had arrived with Bardock. Naturally, he had to be careful if he was a reinforcement. But when the battle began, Cooler saw that Broly didn't even transform. He immediately underestimated him, thinking that this Saiyan was just a foot soldier. He's not even a Super Saiyan, how is he going to fight me? But after a few rounds, Cooler became somewhat shocked. Because he realized that, although Broly didn't transform into a Super Saiyan, his power level was just as strong as his own before he transformed. How is this possible? Not only Cooler, but Bardock and the others were also shocked. Bardock hadn't seen Broly in over a decade. Although he knew that Broly was a super genius second only to Lynx on Planet Vegeta, he never thought that Broly would be this powerful. He is just as strong as me without even transforming into a Super Saiyan? Goku and the others were even more surprised. Goku's face was full of regret and joy. Wow! Broly is already this strong. No wonder I couldn't beat him no matter how much I challenged him in the past. Vegeta clenched his fists with a furious expression, almost breaking his teeth. Power level 15 million. This was the power level displayed on the scouter at this moment for Broly. In just his normal state, he has strength equivalent to a Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his teeth so tightly that they produced an unpleasant, grinding sound, as a bitter and enraged emotion flooded his mind. He had always thought that he would be the second strongest on Planet Vegeta in the future after Lin Chen, but since he came to Earth, he first lost to Goku, and when he finally thought he had surpassed Goku with great difficulty, Broly emerged to once again stand in his way. Darn it! Darn it! Darn it! With Broly and Bardock teaming up, Cooler could only defend for a while. But gradually, his counterattacks became fierce as well. Although Broly's performance was surprising, there was still a gap between them and Cooler. Sure enough, I am truly invincible now. Bang! Rumble! After dodging Broly and Bardock's attacks, Cooler suddenly accelerated, lifted his leg, and hit Broly's back, slamming him directly into the ground. With a tremendous force, Broly was buried deeply into the ground, and the sound of him drilling through the earth was intense, as if he would pierce through the entire planet. Next, let's deal with that Super Saiyan first. Between Broly and Bardock, Cooler chose Bardock, who looked stronger, and struck him down first. Bang! 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 He launched several continuous attacks. The sudden outburst of Cooler's full power was beyond Bardock's ability to keep up with. Within a few seconds, he had been relentlessly struck countless times, each attack seemingly shattering his bones. Ah! Bardock screamed in pain. Chapter 185, Two Super Saiyans. Thud, thud. Ouch! In the pitch-black underground, Broly rubbed his head and struggled to get up from the ground. It had been a long time since he last fought, almost forgetting what pain felt like. Cooler is truly powerful. Besides Lynx, he was the strongest opponent Broly had ever encountered in his life. Should I use that power? Broly hesitated in his heart. During the past decade on Lookout, it's not as if he had not gained anything. One day, he unexpectedly gained the ability to maintain his great ape strength in his human form. If he used that power, he could easily defeat Cooler. But Broly was afraid. The last time he practiced using that power was in the hyperbolic time chamber on the Lookout. According to Mr. Popo, who was present at the time, the situation was that with Broly's mentality, he was unable to control the power. If they weren't in the hyperbolic time chamber, he could have even destroyed the entire Lookout. However, just as Broly was hesitating whether to use that power or not, Mr. Popo's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Broly-sama. Please don't hesitate anymore. Mr. Bardock is already on the verge of death. Uncle Bardock? Broly's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked up. And just then, he sensed Bardock's aura rapidly disappearing. Uncle Bardock! Broly yelled and his whole body emitted a green radiance, and like an arrow, he rushed out of the hole. When he flew into the air, the scene before him made Broly dumbfounded. Bardock was no longer in Super Saiyan form, his hair had turned black, and his body was hanging from Cooler's right arm like a curved bone armor. Bright red blood slowly dripped down from the white bone armor. Thump! A violent heartbeat suddenly sounded in Broly's ear. It wasn't just Broly who was behaving abnormally. On the other side, Goku also finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Piccolo's death had already made Goku extremely angry, and now witnessing his father's death finally caused him to lose control over his emotions. Although Goku had spent very little time with Bardock, he was still his father. Goku tried his best to suppress the anger, but the more he tried, the more he couldn't control it. Finally, his hair suddenly turned yellow, and a golden aura erupted around his body. Super Saiyan? Vegeta looked at Goku's transformation in shock. He couldn't believe that Goku was able to transform into Super Saiyan earlier than him. Why? I am a super elite among the Saiyans, so why did that low-class warrior become a Super Saiyan before me? Dad! Gohan also looked at his father in surprise. He never thought his father would become so powerful. Vegeta, take Gohan and the others far away. The upcoming fight will probably be intense, Goku said coldly. Kakarot, are you trying to die? Even a Super Saiyan is no match for Cooler. Vegeta loudly reminded him. But Goku ignored him and just stared at Cooler with a fierce gaze. He had never been so angry before. The next moment, Goku appeared in front of Cooler. Another Super Saiyan? Cooler looked at Goku in front of him, waved his hand, and threw away Bardock on his arm like garbage. Upon seeing this, Goku clenched his fists. You bastard! You dared to kill Piccolo, Raditz, and even my father. I'm really angry now. Cooler. Ha! So what? Don't you understand? In front of me, a mere Super Saiyan is nothing. Goku responded with a punch full of anger, but Cooler stopped it with his hand, then he tightly clenched it, exerting a tremendous force that almost broke Goku's hand. Do you understand now? Now I am far superior to you Super Saiyans. No matter how many Super Saiyans come, I will kill them all. Cooler's face twisted as he spoke. Just as he was about to break Goku's arm, a crazed roar suddenly sounded in the distance. What's going on? Goku and Cooler both turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Not far away, a huge green pillar of light shot up into the sky. Within the light, Broly had golden hair and bulging muscles, and his body was radiating a mix of golden and green light. Another Super Saiyan? Cooler exclaimed in surprise. What's going on with this Earth? It's just a border planet, yet he has encountered 3 Super Saiyans in a row here? Broly? Your aura is so terrifying. As expected, you can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku was both shocked and delighted. However, neither of them noticed that Broly's transformation was not just that of a Super Saiyan. Only Vegeta noticed something strange. This guy Broly, why does he look so much like the legendary Super Saiyan form of King Lynx? He wondered. Just as everyone was puzzled, the green energy pillar surrounding Broly suddenly compressed into a green energy ball, enveloping Broly within it. Cooler. Cooler. You are the only one I cannot forgive. Ah! Broly roared madly, and the green energy ball suddenly exploded, turning into a barrage of green energy bullets that shot out in all directions, with Cooler's location being hit the most heavily. Broly. Goku saw the rain of energy bullets falling towards Vegeta and the others and rushed over to help them get away from the scene. As for Cooler, the dense rain of bullets completely sealed off his surroundings, making his scalp tingle with fear. He shouted, his aura bursting forth as he waved his arms in front of him, trying to deflect the rain of energy bullets. 1 shot, 2 shots. At first, Cooler was able to deflect a few energy bullets. But he didn't expect Broly to barrage him with a rain of bullets like a machine gun without stopping. Cooler was able to block a few, but not the dozens or even hundreds that followed. Soon, explosions resounded as Cooler, who was already unable to hold on, was suddenly bombarded by Broly's frenzied barrage of attacks. Things weren't much better on Goku and others' side. Explosions kept ringing in their ears, and Vegeta had already used Kaioken, unleashing his maximum power. He knew he couldn't deflect those energy bullets, so he used his own energy bullets to detonate them in mid-air. When Goku rushed over to support him, the two of them cooperated and kept retreating until they finally left the range of the rain of bullets. Looking at the scene in front of them, which was like the end of the world, Krillin couldn't help but ask, Goku, that's Broly, right? What happened to him? I don't know. Goku shook his head. Vegeta was equally at a loss. Broly-sama is going berserk. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Mr. Popo was standing on the magic carpet, having appeared behind Goku and the others without them noticing. Chapter 186, The Strength of the Legendary Super Saiyan. Mr. Popo. Everyone turned around and exclaimed. Mr. Popo, what's this about going berserk? Goku asked. Mr. Popo looked at the explosions happening in the distance as if it was the end of the world, and said with a blank expression. Don't you guys know? Broly-sama is actually the legendary Super Saiyan. Legendary Super Saiyan? Goku scratched his head. Isn't that just a Super Saiyan? You idiot, Kakarot! Vegeta shouted. They are two completely different things. Super Saiyan is just a transformation achieved by us Saiyans through natural talent and training, but legendary Super Saiyan is a super talented warrior that appears only once in 1,000 years among the Saiyans. Is there a difference? Goku asked in confusion. Of course there is a difference. Such a super talented warrior's strength can increase even without training. Their transformation into Super Saiyan is also different from ours, and the increase in power level is completely different. Vegeta turned around and gritted his teeth, looking solemnly at Broly in the distance, who was wrapped in green energy. King Lynx is a legendary Super Saiyan, and I never thought this guy Broly would be too. No wonder we always lost to him before. He could become stronger even without training. After hearing Vegeta's explanation, Krillin turned around and asked, Mr. Popo, is there any connection between Broly being the legendary Super Saiyan and his current state? Mr. Popo said, legendary Super Saiyan possess immense energy, and this huge amount of energy can only be used freely after rigorous training, otherwise, it is easy to lose control. Unlike Lin Chen, Broly-sama has always been afraid of this power, and his mental state is far less tough than Lin Chen's. In addition, for more than a decade, Broly-sama has been avoiding fighting with others to control his energy. Although he could avoid losing control of his energy in the short term, it also made Broly-sama's control of his energy worse. Just now, because of Mr. Bardock's death, Broly-sama, like Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan. This magnified the energy in Broly-sama's body by dozens of times, and now he has completely lost control of his strength. Next, he will first destroy Cooler in front of him, then Earth, and then the entire universe. Hey? Goku was startled. Mr. Popo, is there any way to save him? Mr. Popo reached out and suddenly took out something that looked like a flute out of nowhere. This is something that Lin Chen gave to old Kami when he brought Broly-sama to look out. It is said that this flute can stabilize Broly-sama's emotions. Super Saiyan transformation requires maintaining an angry mood. If the emotions stabilize, it is easy to exit the transformation state. By then, Broly-sama may regain consciousness and regain control of his strength. However, this thing only works within a limited distance. It will be useless if Broly-sama escapes too far. So, Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, you guys need to find an opportunity and think of a way to trap Broly. Only then can I use this flute. Trap Broly? Can we do it? Vegeta glanced towards Cooler with a pale look on his face. In the distance, Broly, having exhausted his energy, charged directly towards Cooler, engaging in close combat with him. Even Cooler, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was completely helpless in the face of Broly's strength and was being pummeled like a punching bag. Although frost demons have a sturdy physique, under Broly's powerful punches, Cooler's body became a broken mess. If even Cooler became like this, could he and Kakarot do it? Whether we can or not, we have to try, Vegeta. Goku pumped his fists and encouraged himself. Kakarot, you fool! You're willing to go this far and sacrifice yourself? Vegeta cursed, but he no longer hesitated and instead kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield, looking for that opportune moment. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of beating, fierce shockwaves continued to erupt out in the sky. Under Broly's continuous attacks, Cooler was beaten senseless until he became terrified. As the severe physical pain that continued to assault his body, Cooler began to feel fear. Saiyans! How can Saiyans be so strong? Shouldn't the strongest race in the universe be us frost demons? Gritting his teeth, Cooler pushed both palms with force, and two shockwaves emanating with savage power collided head-on with Broly. But this attack, which would have been enough to kill the two Super Saiyans Bardock and Goku before, couldn't even make Broly take a step back. Broly rushed out from the shockwaves, a cruel smile on his face as he grabbed Cooler's left arm, giving it a hard twist. Crack! Cooler's left arm instantly broke. Broly lifted his leg again and kicked Cooler, sending him flying several kilometers away and then threw away Cooler's broken left arm. Ah! Cooler's face twisted into a grimace and he let out a mournful roar. Damn it! Damn it, ah! This isn't how the script was supposed to go. It was not supposed to be like this. Cooler looked in disbelief at the Super Saiyan emitting green aura in front of him, veins bulging on his forehead. No race stronger than the frost demons should exist in this universe. Cooler seems to have gone crazy as he suddenly raised his right hand as a massive energy sphere appeared above his head. Supernova! Cooler concentrated all his power into this one technique and slammed it down on the ground beneath him. If he couldn't beat Broly, couldn't he at least destroy a planet? Oh no! Seeing that Cooler wanted to destroy Earth, Goku immediately wanted to rush forward. But then Mr. Popo suddenly spoke up. Wait! In the distance, as if sensing a threat, Broly was in a state of rage, suddenly roared and transformed into a green ray, punching the descending supernova. Boom! A massive tremor shook the heavens and the earth, followed by a thunderous boom that resembled the birth of an ancient planet. In an instant, the supernova that had consumed all of Cooler's power vanished into nothingness. How is this possible? He actually shattered my supernova attack with just his fist? Cooler gazed in disbelief as Broly effortlessly broke his fully powered attack, leaving him completely stunned and hopeless. Why? Why can't I beat him no matter how hard I try? Damn it, damn it! Under Cooler's feet, Broly lifted his head, a cold smile on his lips. His yellow-green hair fluttered in the wind as he suddenly roared again. Cooler! A green energy sphere burst forth from Broly's body. Boom! 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 With each loud sound, the energy sphere doubled in size. Finally, the energy sphere detached from Broly and flew straight toward Cooler. Without being able to put up any resistance, Cooler's figure disappeared amidst the astonishing energy sphere. He was sent flying into the sky and out of the atmosphere. Chapter 187, Going Berserk. King Cooler. Seeing Cooler get sent flying out of the atmosphere and completely losing his signal on the scouter, Salza and others on the ground lowered their heads in terror and saw Broly turned his gaze towards them, looking like a demon. Run! Quickly run! Salza immediately shouted loudly. The surviving members of the Cooler force immediately ran towards their spaceship like crazy, then without waiting for everyone to arrive, the disc-shaped spaceship began to ascend, preparing to escape. But just then, a smile flashed on Broly's face and he opened his mouth towards the spaceship. Cooler! With a loud rumble, green light rays suddenly gathered in front of Broly and a massive ki wave shot out of Broly's mouth as it covered the entire sky, violently slamming into the spaceship with devastating force. Don't! Under Broly's attack, Salza and others' armors burst and shattered amidst the ki wave, their bodies gradually melting under the intense heat until not a drop of blood escaped their remains. Swoosh! Broly then lifted his head, and the huge ki wave turned before rushing towards the spaceships in orbit. There was no sound of explosion in space. Under the sweep of Broly's ki wave, those spaceships turned into balls of fire one after another, and their debris turned into meteors as they fell straight towards the ground. It's over. Goku clenched his teeth. Cooler Force, who suddenly attacked Earth and almost killed all the Z-warriors and destroyed Earth, was wiped out just like that. Although there were still some scattered spaceships that were able to escape because of their location, there was no particularly strong aura on those spaceships, and they could no longer pose a threat to Earth. Therefore, this time, the invasion of the Cooler Force was completely crushed. With the destruction of the last spaceship in sight, Broly finally stopped attacking and hovered in midair like a demon god, staring blankly. Upon seeing this, Mr. Popo said, "Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, it's time." Okay. The two of them were about to step forward, but they didn't expect Broly's gaze to suddenly turn around and look into the horizon. He suddenly created a green energy sphere in his hand and threw it in that direction. What's going on? Vegeta flew up. Who is Broly attacking? Krillin also floated up. Immediately, something unexpected appeared before everyone's eyes. On the horizon, a human army had actually appeared. Not good. Goku shouted and rushed over. Kakarot! Don't go there. They're just mere humans, Sai. You fool! At this time, at a distance from the battlefield, there was the first army of the central city. This army was the elite force of the human kingdom. This time, they received an urgent order from the king of Central City to investigate the suspected location of alien invasion. Although Goku and others' battle was far from human habitation, the commotion was so great that it was impossible not to alarm humans. However, the fluctuations of the on-site battle were so strong that even the humans' reconnaissance aircrafts were destroyed before they could approach. So, Central City could only rely on blurry images and eyewitness reports from the surrounding areas to suspect that there might be alien invasion in that area. To confirm the truth, Central City sent this army. However, the timing of this army's appearance was not good. In the center of the army, in an armored vehicle, the general was listening to his subordinate's report. Reporting to the general, the suspected alien landing site is still 30 kilometers away. Okay, order the entire army to raise alertness. The other side may have heavy firepower. Yes, General. The subordinate saluted and then whispered, "But, General, are there really aliens over there? Who knows? This is ultimately the king's order." As the two were talking, a soldier in the driver's seat of the armored car suddenly exclaimed, "General! It looks like something is heading towards us from the sky." Something? What something? The general walked over and looked up. A green light sphere was seen growing from small to large, and finally landed above their heads. Boom! The violent energy instantly engulfed the entire army, turning everyone into ashes. Whoosh! In the sky, Goku stopped and looked at the explosion site, not sensing any aura at all. He clenched his fists and turned to Broly. Broly! Look at what you've done! Bang! A loud explosion sounded as Goku instantly appeared in front of Broly and punched him. But Broly just lifted his hand lightly, and stopped his fist. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. His fist was so easily blocked. But, he is now already a Super Saiyan. Cooler, cooler. Rumble. Broly's fist hit Goku, with no mercy at all. With just one strike, Goku's hair color changed, and he was almost knocked back to his original form. Broly. It's me, Goku. Goku held his stomach, practically losing the strength to fight, but Broly didn't stop as he raised his fist towards. If it hit, Goku would probably die on the spot. Fortunately, Vegeta rushed over at this moment. Kakarot, Broly has already gone crazy. Don't hesitate. Quickly find a way to hold him back. After saying that, Vegeta went crazy and smashed a ki blast towards Broly, as he kept waving his hands. Goku gritted his teeth and joined in. The two of them threw ki blasts at Broly like raindrops, but there was no reaction at all. Broly slowly turned his head, and two yellow-green ki blasts condensed in his hands, containing a power that made Goku and the others feel the aura of death. But at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared next to Broly. Broly-sama, please wake up. Mr. Popo picked up the flute of tranquility that Lin Chen had obtained by making a wish to Porunga and started playing it. A soothing tune immediately appeared in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this sound, Goku immediately involuntarily exited the Super Saiyan state. Vegeta, who was attacking continuously, also inexplicably paused. Then, it was Broly's turn. A painful expression appeared on his face as he covered his ears, trying to prevent the sound from entering his brain. But how could the flute of tranquility created by the powers of Porunga be resolved like this? Mr. Popo's tune continued to enter Broly's ears. Cooler. Broly roared and attacked Mr. Popo. Oh no! When Goku saw Mr. Popo under attack, he immediately wanted to help, but he was surprised to find that he was thinking too much. Mr. Popo easily dodged Broly's attack, while his hand continued to play the tune. On the other hand, Broly's movements became slower and slower, and the crazy killing intent on his face gradually dissipated. Broly-sama, wake up! As the tune played by Mr. Popo reached the climax, Broly's hair finally changed back from gold, and the violent aura on his body completely dissipated. As the sun set over the mountains, the worst day on Earth had finally come to an end. Chapter 188, Target Planet Namek. A great crisis that had never been seen before was finally resolved. However, the price paid for resolving the crisis was extremely grievous. Piccolo, Raditz, Tien Shinyan, Chietsu, and Yamcha all died at the hands of Cooler, and even Bardock who came to support them died. When Goku and the others returned to West City with this news, Bulma and Tights were also plunged into sadness. I didn't expect even Bardock. If only Lin Chen was here, Tights said sorrowfully. No one expected the battle to be so fierce that even Bardock, a Super Saiyan, died. Anyway, it's good that you guys came back alive, Bulma comforted. Upon hearing this, Gohan was the first to start crying. Uncle Piccolo died to protect me and Uncle Raditz and Grandpa also died. Gohan's tears flowed down his face. It's okay, we still have Shenron. We can just ask Shenron to resurrect them. Bulma's words were met with shaking heads from the others, and Krillin said, Shenron no longer exists. When Piccolo died, Kami died too. When Kami dies, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone. There are no more Dragon Balls in this world now. What? Bulma was shocked. Shenron had always been the last hope of the people on Earth. When the great Demon King Piccolo appeared, it was also thanks to the power of the Dragon Balls that Turtle Hermit and others were resurrected. Who would have thought that this time Dragon Balls would actually no longer exist? However, upon hearing this, Tights suddenly lifted her head. Wait, there are still Dragon Balls in this world. What? Everyone turned their attention to Tights. Tights said, don't you know? The old Kami was actually a Namekian, and on his home planet, Planet Namek, there is another set of Dragon Balls. I went to Planet Namek with Lin Chen before and saw those Dragon Balls. They're huge, like a basketball. I heard their divine dragon is also different from Earth's Shenron, it can grant 3 wishes. Really? That's great. Uncle Piccolo and the others can be resurrected. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately erupted into cheers. However, no one noticed the light flashing in Vegeta's eyes as he hid in the corner. Planet Namekian's Dragon Balls. Vegeta turned around and quietly left the scene, unnoticed by everyone except one person. Bulma saw Vegeta leave and stood up, following him. The two people, one in front and one behind, walked all the way to Bulma family's spaceship launch site where Vegeta and Raditz spaceships were parked. Vegeta opened his spaceship, turned on the computer, and quickly searched for the coordinates of Planet Namek. His eyes lit up as he prepared to launch the spaceship, but someone suddenly blocked the hatch of the spaceship. "Where are you going, Vegeta?" Bulma asked. "Get out of my way." Vegeta waved his hand, causing the air to hum. Bulma was knocked down by the aura and fell to the ground. "Vegeta, you've gone too far. You're going to Planet Namek, aren't you?" Bulma stood up, put her hands on her hips, and yelled. Vegeta snorted and ignored her. He was indeed going to Planet Namek, so he didn't have time to waste on her. "Vegeta, are you trying to steal the Dragon Balls of Planet Namek for yourself? They are the hope for everyone to resurrect Piccolo. Don't you want to revive Raditz and the others? Didn't your sister just say it? The Dragon Balls of Planet Namek can grant 3 wishes. I'll use 2 of them to revive that Namekian and Mr. Bardock. I only need 1 of them to fulfill my wish. If that's the case, then why aren't you going to Planet Namek with everyone else?" Bulma asked. "I'm not your companion." Vegeta sneered and didn't bother to talk to her any further. He promptly closed the spaceship's hatch. With a loud rumble, the spaceship took off, and the scorching updraft stirred up gusts of wind, before it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bulma watched as Vegeta's spaceship flew away, stomping her feet in dissatisfaction and anger. "This guy. What does he mean by not being our companion? Going by himself, serves him right for not being able to use a good thing." Although Vegeta left early, he didn't know that his decision to go to Planet Namek alone was an unwise one. Planet Namek was far from Earth, and even though Vegeta's spaceship had been modified into a single-person ship using Galactic Patrol's technology, it would still take at least 7 days to reach there. However, Bulma had a special spaceship that could reach Planet Namek in just 3 days. This spaceship is the one Lin Chen commissioned Dr. Brief to create for him when he went searching for the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 6. At that time, after Dr. Brief completed the spaceship's design, he built 2 spaceships in total. The first spaceship was given directly to Lin Chen, while the second ship was kept for Dr. Brief's own use for future space travel. This spaceship not only has complete living facilities, but also has a gravity chamber for training, which is much better than Vegeta's single-person spaceship. But speaking of which, they actually have a faster way to get to Planet Namek, which is to let Tights use instant transmission to send them to Planet Namek. Unfortunately, due to having just given birth, Tights' ability to use instant transmission has greatly decreased. It was already extremely difficult for her to send Bardock to Earth this time, so it would be impossible for her to send multiple people to Planet Namek without at least 1 or 2 months of rest and recovery. So after a day of rest, Goku took his son Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma, who was in charge of operating the spaceship, and flew towards Planet Namek. Originally, they wanted to bring Broly along. After all, there are many dangers in the universe, and they don't know what unexpected events may happen on Planet Namek. Moreover, it is said that Broly has lived on Planet Namek for a period of time in the past. Unfortunately, when Goku went to look for Broly, he only saw Mr. Popo. After the battle, Broly fell into deep self-blame because he knew he had massacred a human army during his rampage and had completely closed off his heart. Even Mr. Popo didn't have a chance to say a word to him. As Goku and others as well as Vegeta subsequently headed to Planet Namek, they did not know that a fleet had already appeared in the distant skies above Planet Namek. King Cold. Below is the Planet Namek. In the disc-shaped spaceship at the center of the fleet, a massive figure walked out of the shadows with heavy footsteps. Jinyu, who had taken over King Cold's body, looked down at the green planet beneath him, a crazed expression crossing his face. Cooler. Thank you for attracting those Saiyans' attention. When I use the Dragon Balls of Planet Namek to gain eternal life, I will avenge you frost demons. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Chapter 189, Lin Chen's Child. Now going back to the present. In the Saiyan Palace, Lin Chen was listening as King Vegeta and Paragus filled in the details about Bardock's situation. The way things unfolded was beyond his expectations. He had never thought that even without the attacks of Vegeta and Nappa, the Z-warriors on Earth would still suffer such a blow in this world. Frost demons. Sure enough, they indeed cannot be underestimated. So, Planet Vegeta is now heavily guarded just in case? Yes, Your Majesty. Bardock died in battle, Queen Hanasia is pregnant, and the defense of Planet Vegeta has never been more severe. Although there are Super Saiyan gods like Tarbal, as you can see, these guys have powerful strength but lack combat experience and can barely. King Vegeta replied. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. What did you say? Pregnant? Yes, Your Majesty. Shortly after you left, Miss Tights and Queen Hanasia discovered they were pregnant. Miss Tights' child is already 2 months old now. Saiyans have a longer gestation period than Earthlings, so the Queen has not given birth yet. Lin Chen wryly smiled. He didn't expect to come back and find out that he already has children. It all felt like a dream. Oh, I never expected you to have children already. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly heard a cold voice behind him. It was Lazuli, standing right beside him. Turning around, he saw Lazuli looking at him with a strange smile on her face. Hee. Your Majesty, who is this young lady? King Vegeta asked, changing the subject. Lin Chen was still trying to find the right words when he saw a pregnant woman sitting on a hovercraft being pushed towards him by 2 female Saiyans. Behind them, another female Saiyan was pushing a Saiyan incubator with a naked baby inside. Your Majesty! You've finally come back. Despite his initial surprise, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed as he gazed upon Hanasia's protruding belly, leaning in to plant a kiss on her forehead. I've troubled you. It's no trouble, Your Majesty. This is Tights and Your Majesty's child. Hanasia waved her hand and asked the female attendant beside her to push the incubator over. In the incubator, a golden-haired mixed-blood Saiyan baby was sleeping soundly in nutrient fluid, wearing a mask. Your Majesty, it's a boy. And the doctor said it's the same in my belly too. With a somewhat amused expression, Lin Chen looked at his own child and thought to himself, the genes of Dr. Brief family are really strong. The baby's hair is the same color as his mother's. In the original work, Vegeta and Bulma had 2 children, and both had their mother's hair color. And now, his and Tights' child was the same. A golden-haired Saiyan, isn't that an innate Super Saiyan? Your Highness, Tights' child and my child have not been named yet, Hanasia said. Lin Chen smiled. Let's call Tights' child Lin Luo, and as for ours, how about Taro? Lin Chen named his and Tights' child with an Earthling name, while for Hanasia child, he used the Saiyan naming convention. Taro? Lin Luo? Hanasia softly repeated the 2 names, smiling. I really like them. I think Tights will like them too. Female Saiyans get easily tired when pregnant, so Hanasia left after a while. To his surprise, Lazuli and Hanasia didn't show any hostility towards each other. On the contrary, after learning that Lazuli came from another world, Hanasia became particularly curious and actively invited Lazuli to go out with her. Watching them leave together, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, who was that woman? Paragus asked. Never mind her. Just think of her as another Tights. Lin Chen massaged his forehead and shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. By the way, I heard from Tarbal earlier that there was news from Tights' side that Kakarot and the others are planning to go to Planet Namek. What's the situation now? King Vegeta reported, Your Highness, based on the timing, Kakarot and the others should have already arrived on Planet Namek, but that brat Vegeta is still on the way. Vegeta is too smart for his own good, Lin Chen chuckled. Ever since he heard that Vegeta went by himself to look for the Dragon Balls, he knew what Vegeta was up to. He just wanted to use Porunga to become stronger. Unfortunately for Vegeta, he didn't expect that there was a spaceship on Earth faster than his own. Vegeta was King Vegeta's son after all, and upon hearing Lin Chen's evaluation, King Vegeta's face turned red with shame. Lin Chen waved his hand, indicating that the matter was over. He continued to ask, so, have Kakarot and the others found Planet Namek's Dragon Balls? Well, there's still no news at the moment. Kakarot and the others didn't bring a communicator with them, and although that brat Vegeta did. But he hasn't arrived on Planet Namek yet, and when we tried to contact him, he had already turned off his communicator, King Vegeta said with a bitter smile. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. In theory, with Frieza and Cooler both dead, Goku and his companions shouldn't encounter any danger on their journey to Planet Namek. Moreover, the current Goku is not like the one in original work where he had yet to attain the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Even though he may not have fully mastered the transformation just yet, his strength is not something that any ordinary person can contend with. But for some reason, Lin Chen still felt uneasy. It was just like Cooler's appearance, which was completely outside his expectation. Wait a minute. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, right. I remember that Galactic Patrol had warned us before that Cooler and his minions were beginning to move again. Besides Cooler, I remember them mentioning another frost demon. Who was that? It was Frieza's father, Cold. Paragus answered. Cold? Lin Chen stood up suddenly, thinking to himself that it couldn't be that coincidental, could it? In this world, although Frieza was dead, could his father Cold replace him and go to Planet Namek? Just as Lin Chen was wondering if such a coincidence was possible, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was a certain day when Bardock was still alive, and Lin Chen was talking to him about his prophetic abilities. Back when Bardock invaded Planet Kanasa, he was attacked with Future Punch technique by a surviving Kanasan warrior, giving him the power of foresight. It was precisely because of this prophetic ability that he stood by Lin Chen's side from the beginning, becoming his staunch follower, because he knew that if he didn't follow Lin Chen, the future of the Saiyans would be nothing but darkness. Years later, when the two of them were talking about Bardock's ability, Lin Chen inevitably asked about Goku. At that time, Bardock had told Lin Chen that the reason he agreed with Lin Chen's suggestion to send Kakarot to Earth was because he saw a vision of Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan and fighting on planet Namek one day in his prophetic ability. Chapter 190, The Most Frightening Enemy in History. In this world where Frieza no longer exists, how could there still be a battle on planet Namek? And one of them, surprisingly, is Goku as a Super Saiyan? Could something unexpected have happened on planet Namek? Just as Lin Chen was pondering, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Not only Lin Chen, but King Vegeta and Paragus also heard the voice. But compared to these two confused guys, Lin Chen immediately recognized the owner of this comical voice, North Kai? It's me. Lin Chen, something bad has happened. Goku and the others are in trouble on planet Namek. What happened to them? With an anxious tone, North Kai yelled in Lin Chen's ear, Goku and the others went to planet Namek to revive their fallen comrades, but there's an opponent there that they can't possibly handle. Is it? That's right. It's Frieza's father, King Cold. As expected, it's him. Lin Chen furrowed his eyebrows. Then North Kai continued to explain, Lin Chen, after I found out that Cooler had died, I paid more attention to Goku and the others. But I didn't expect that the planet Namek they were heading to had already turned into chaos. Before Goku and the others arrived, Cold Force had already landed on planet Namek and started fighting with the Namekians on the planet. Although the Namekians' strength has grown rapidly in recent years due to Slug's efforts, Cold Force has also absorbed many strong experts from the former Frieza Force. Some of them are almost as strong as Frieza, whom you killed in the past. Are you talking about Abo and Kato? Lin Chen pondered and said. North Kai was surprised, Hey? You know? Yes, it's them. In any case, the Namekians' resistance only delayed them for a while. Now, Cold Force has already obtained 4 Dragon Balls, and while Goku and the others have also obtained 1, it is useless. Given that Goku has not yet fully mastered his Super Saiyan form, even fighting against Abo and Kato would be quite difficult, let alone Cold. So, Lin Chen, please hurry over to support them. I understand, I'll go right away. Don't worry, North Kai-sama. Lin Chen stood up relaxedly. However, North Kai, who was on Kai's planet, noticed Lin Chen's attitude and suddenly shouted, Lin Chen! You can't be careless. The current Cold is a completely different existence from Frieza and Cooler. On the surface, he may be cold, but in reality, his soul is that of the captain of the Frieza Force's Jinyu Special Squadron, Jinyu. Jinyu? Lin Chen was surprised. How could it be him? North Kai explained, I only discovered this after observing Cold closely. The soul inside his body is not the original Cold, but Jinyu. As you know, Jinyu is from a very special race in the universe that can take over other people's bodies. From the way Cold looks, I suspect that Jinyu has already occupied his body for many years. Jinyu is different from Cold. He is a born warrior. Under his possession, the body that originally belonged to Cold is now even stronger than before. Furthermore, just like Cooler, he has mastered a form even stronger than Frieza's. Jinyu can also transform into a fourth form. North Kai exclaimed, it's not just the fourth form, but all the forms. Oh? Lin Chen was stunned. Cold could not transform before. Unlike Frieza, his normal form was his final form. But since Jinyu took over Cold's body, he has been undergoing brutal training, and after several years, Jinyu has not only mastered Frieza's 3 transformations but also, like Cooler, he has developed his final form. The current Jinyu not only has top-notch strength but also has the ability to swap souls. Apart from you, there is probably no one who can defeat him. Lin Chen, you must be very careful. Interesting. Lin Chen clenched his fists. He did not expect that after Frieza and Cooler's death, there were still such interesting opponents in the world. Ding! The system has detected that the host is preparing to confront Cold possessed by Jinyu. Triggering strongest choices. Choice 1, personally kill Jinyu, reward, power level plus 1 million, technique, body change. Choice 2, let Goku kill Jinyu, reward, power level plus 1 million, technique, spirit bomb. Choice 3, let Piccolo kill Jinyu, reward, power level plus 1 million, technique, dragon fist. Hey? Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. This system was up to something. It was obvious that if Lin Chen personally took action and killed Cold, this crisis could be resolved. But the system chose to give him a choice task instead. Moreover, the rewards were all good, directly increasing his power level. Lin Chen was aware that in recent years, as his normal state's power level continued to increase, even with the boost of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, the speed of his normal state power level's growth had been slowing down. So, being able to increase his power level by 1 million in one go was already quite rare. As for these techniques, they all have some advantages, especially Dragon Fist. Lin Chen remembered that this seemed to be Goku's technique in a movie, with tremendous power. When executed, the punch would be accompanied by a unique force, with a golden dragon shadow appearing behind him, making it both cool and impressive. This technique is something that only the movie version's Goku may know, and Lin Chen was worried whether it existed in this world. If he misses it, he might never get another chance to learn it. Therefore, without much thought, he said, System, I choose 3. Ding! Confirming host's choice. Please make sure Piccolo delivers the final blow to Cold. After ending the conversation with the system, Lin Chen sighed. The situation was now a bit troublesome. The biggest problem was that Piccolo was already dead. To complete choice 3, he needed to bring Piccolo back to life first. Lin Chen thought of 2 ways to revive Piccolo. One was for him to summon the Super Shenron and give himself the ability to create Dragon Balls, and then he could use the Dragon Balls he created to revive Piccolo. The other way was to use the name Qian's Porunga. After some thought, Lin Chen could only choose the latter. He didn't know how much time the former would take, and by the time he finished, Goku and the others might have already been killed. Moreover, reviving Piccolo with the name Qian's Dragon Balls might earn him some time points. With this in mind, Lin Chen looked at King Vegeta and Paragus below, who still looked dumbfounded. They had heard North Kai's words earlier and knew that the current Cold was Captain Jinyu, who used to work under Frieza. They just didn't expect Jinyu to be so powerful that he could make new breakthroughs with Cold's body. Chapter 191, The Chaos on Planet Namek. King Vegeta, Paragus, you heard what North Kai said. Then, I will be going to Planet Namek. Your Majesty. King Vegeta asked, do you want to bring Tarbal and the others with you? It wasn't that King Vegeta didn't have confidence in Lin Chen, but the news transmitted by North Kai just now was quite alarming. That Jinyu had actually learned to transform? It is important to note that Cold's strength was originally only slightly inferior to Frieza. Now that he has learned to transform, wouldn't that mean there's a monster with initial power level of 10 million, and can continuously get stronger by transforming like Frieza? Oh my god! Thinking about how Frieza's first form had a power level of 530,000 and increased to 10 million after transforming to his final form, what would the true strength of Jinyu be if he had an initial power level of 10 million and could keep transforming? Lin Chen smiled and said, no need, let Tarbal and the others stay on Planet Vegeta. This time, I will go alone. Tarbal and the others may have powerful strength, but they lack combat experience, so bringing them along would only be a burden. This time, Lin Chen's goal was to gather the Dragon Balls on Planet Namek and then revive Piccolo and the others. He by himself was enough, and bringing them along would only hinder his movements. King Vegeta, Paragus, I'll leave now. Please relay this to Han-Asia for me. Thinking that Goku and the others were probably already on planet Namek, Lin Chen decided not to delay any longer and immediately used instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had arrived at a high ground on planet Namek. Several years had passed since the last time he came to planet Namek and borrowed the Dragon Balls. For Lin Chen, the scenery of planet Namek had become somewhat unfamiliar. After a few years, the greenery on the planet had undergone drastic changes, and the once desolate scenery had significantly improved. Unfortunately, although the scenery before him was lush and vibrant, Lin Chen could feel that the Namekian's aura on the planet had decreased compared to when he last came. As for the reason, Lin Chen took a step forward and teleported to the location next to the former Great Elder's house. This is a highland where Slug, after succeeding as the Great Elder, moved away to and established a new Great Elder village on the level ground below the highland. However, at this moment, the village built by Slug looked as if it had gone through a doomsday. Most of the houses in the village had been destroyed, and the bodies of the Namekians were scattered around. They ranged in age from young to old, and Lin Chen even spotted the former Great Elder's bodyguard, Nail. Did Jinyu and his men do this? Lin Chen scanned the area and found bodies of aliens wearing Frieza Force's battle armors, in addition to the Namekians. Clearly, a battle had taken place here, and the Namekians had put up a strong resistance. But as North Kai said, the army led by Jinyu, who has possessed cold, was incredibly powerful. Even the Namekians, who had been strengthened by Slug, could not resist them with their strength. However, Lin Chen did notice that there was no sign of Slug's corpse among the bodies at the scene. Was he still alive? Upon sensing around, Lin Chen indeed detected numerous auras on the planet, scattered across the planet, which included Namekians, Slug's army, and even Goku and others. Some of these auras were separated from each other, while others were gathered together, seemingly in battle. In short, there was utter chaos. What exactly happened here? Lin Chen frowned as he put on his scouter. Compared to using his senses to detect auras, the feedback from the scouter was more intuitive. At this moment, in the far west of Lin Chen, he saw dozens of life reactions with an average power level of several thousand gathered together. Meanwhile, a large troop led by a life form with a power level of 10 million was rushing towards that direction. A power level of 10 million. It looks like it's Jinyu. This guy actually also has his sights set on the Dragon Balls. Are those life reactions on the other side Namekians? The one with the highest power level is only a few tens of thousands. It's strange, where is Slug? Lin Chen turned his head to look in another direction. In the east, Lin Chen sensed Goku and others' auras and saw two individuals with a power level of around 6 million battling each other. One of them was definitely Goku based on his aura, while the other was probably a high-ranking officer who used to work under Frieza. But, Lin Chen couldn't understand why Goku and others were wasting time fighting instead of looking for the Dragon Balls. Whatever, I need to regroup with Goku and the others. They should have a Dragon Ball radar with them. In fact, Lin Chen also had a Dragon Ball radar, but it was Super Dragon Ball radar used to search for the Dragon Balls across the universe, not on a planet. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was taking place near several spaceships. In the sky, Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with an alien who resembled a humanoid with an ox's head. Meanwhile on the ground, Krillin and Gohan were also engaged in a fierce battle, desperately defending against a group of soldiers from Cold Force. However, Krillin and Gohan were unable to shift the battlefield and remained stuck in a single area because behind them was a Namekian, who was on the brink of death as he leaned against a rock for support. The one they were protecting was precisely the Namekian named Slug. Facing the relentless attacks from Cold Force, Krillin and Gohan were able to manage to hold their own. But the situation above their heads was looking precarious. To their surprise, the battle between Goku and the ox-headed alien seemed to have reached a stalemate without any clear winner. Although Goku's strength was slightly superior to that of the ox-headed alien, the latter was as powerful as his appearance suggests, and extremely resistant to beatings, making Goku very frustrated and unable to defeat his opponent. You can't defeat me. With a single punch, the ox-headed alien sent Goku flying. While exhaling heavily, the alien laughed wildly and declared, I am Shisami, the former #1 warrior of the Frieza Force. Even if it's for the honor of the Frieza Force, I won't let you take this Namekian and Dragon Balls away. Damn it! Does this guy have endless stamina? Goku gritted his teeth in frustration. Goku! Transform into Super Saiyan! Krillin shouted, seeing Goku using Kaioken without transforming into a Super Saiyan. After much difficulty, they finally managed to launch a surprise attack at this location. However, if that monster discovers it and returns, they will not have another chance to escape. Chapter 192, Namekian's Crisis. Upon hearing Krillin's shout, Goku yelled in frustration while fighting back, "Damn it, I don't need you to tell me, I want to too. But I can't do it, I can't transform into Super Saiyan." Even though he had briefly transformed into Super Saiyan during Cooler's invasion, Goku failed to do so in his subsequent attempts. On their way to Planet Namek, Goku and others underwent grueling training using the gravity chamber on their spaceship. They nearly died a few times, and even used up all the senzu beans they had brought with them, but they made great progress in just a few short days. However, even so, Goku still couldn't fully master the Super Saiyan transformation. Now, seeing the predicament in front of him, Goku began to regret his choices. If only he had known that besides that monster, Cold Force also has such powerful subordinates, perhaps they could have waited for Vegeta to arrive on Planet Namek before taking any action together. But there was no medicine for regret in the world, so Goku could only decide to fight with his all. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Shizame's fist, preventing him from making any more moves. He looked at Shisame first, exclaiming in surprise, then turned his head and greeted Goku with a smile, "Goku, long time no see. Is that Gohan over there? He's grown so much?" "Lin Chen. Lin Chen? You're finally here." Goku and Krillin both exclaimed in delight, while Gohan was still confused. "Who is this person? How did he appear just now? And why does his aura seem even stronger than Grandpa's?" "Great! Lin Chen, you're here, everything will be fine now." As if relieved from a heavy burden, the pressure on Goku from before disappeared instantly. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was surprised to see Slug, who was being protected by Krillin and Gohan. "Slug? How did you end up like this? It's you?" Slug opened his eyes and looked at Lin Chen with a wry smile. "Saiyan, you can mock me all you want. I once swore to protect the Namekians in front of you, but now I have fallen to this point. Why mock you? Protecting the Namekians was originally a promise between me and the former Great Elder." Realizing that Slug was on the verge of death, Lin Chen pulled out a senzu bean and threw it to Gohan, "Give it to him to eat." "Who are you?" Shisame backed away frantically, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Shizame's scouter had long been broken, so he couldn't check Lin Chen's strength. But when facing Lin Chen, Shisame didn't know why, but it felt like facing King Cold, making him feel apprehensive. Lin Chen ignored Shisame and scanned the surviving soldiers of Cold Force on the scene. Then, he smirked, "There are still more than 100 people left. That's quite a lot. All of you can die now." Swoosh! Suddenly, a green wave of energy emitted from Lin Chen's body, and a sphere of yellow-green energy immediately enveloped him, covering his entire body. A few seconds later, the energy suddenly burst out from the sphere and scattered like shotgun pellets, hitting the soldiers of the Cold Force. Bang! 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 These shotgun pellets seemed to have eyes, and not a single person could dodge them. Even Shisame, who had been battling Goku for a long time earlier, couldn't escape. Seeing the energy pellets flying towards him, Shisame concentrated all his power on his arms and tried to push them away. But as soon as his arms made contact with them, he immediately realized how laughable his idea was. Not to mention pushing them away, as soon as he touched them, the energy pellets swallowed his arms, and then his whole body. Cold Force, which had been causing headaches for Goku and the others, was instantly wiped out. After dealing with the enemies on the scene, Lin Chen flew down and walked over to Goku and the others, asking in a puzzled tone, "Goku, where's Bulma?" Hearing that, Goku slapped his head and pointed to one of the spaceships, saying, "Bulma. It's safe now. You can come out." Gohan also shouted, "Aunt Bulma, it's safe now." A moment later, Bulma, wearing the Cold Force uniform and a helmet that covered her face, flew out of the spaceship. Taking off the helmet, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Chen in surprise. "Brother Lin Chen? You finally came back. I'm sorry. I know I'm late. Can you tell me what's going on now? How did you all end up here?" As everyone was talking, several Namekians' auras disappeared in the distance. Sensing it, Slug stood up with a serious expression, gritted his teeth, and said to Lin Chen, "Let me tell you everything." As he spoke, Slug began to recount the beginning of the whole incident to Lin Chen. It happened suddenly, with the cold force descending on planet Namek without warning and targeting Slug's village from the start. As for the reason, Slug figured out the clues from a few familiar aliens who were following cold at that time. Although planet Namek is located in a remote area, it is not completely isolated from the world. Occasionally, there are also aliens passing by. However, most of these people are here for temporary supplies and trade, and there are rarely any troublemakers. Moreover, because of Slug's plan to enhance the strength of the Namekians, making them unprecedentedly powerful, the Namekians no longer fear interaction with the outside world. But it was unexpected that among these aliens who came here, there was actually a spy from Cold. Before the attack began, Cold Force had already investigated planet Namek thoroughly and immediately targeted Slug, the Great Elder, upon arrival. Great Elder, I am Cold, the leader of the Cold Force. I heard that your planet has something called Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. Can you lend it to me? I'm sorry, sir, you must have heard it wrong. Planet Namek doesn't have such a thing. Please leave. Slug was not afraid of Cold at all, because when he was still Evil Slug, he had fought Cold Force many times to gain control of the North area. They had even fought each other personally a few times, and they were old enemies who knew each other well. Now, because Slug had regained his youth and his appearance had changed greatly, Cold did not recognize him. But Slug knew Cold's strength, so he was not afraid of him. Upon hearing Slug's reply, Cold's lips curled up and he said, Great Elder, don't try to fool me. I made sure to thoroughly investigate before I came here. As long as I gather 7 Dragon Balls, I can summon Porunga to grant any wish. So, be sensible and hand over the Dragon Balls, or I will have to take them myself. Namekians do not fear any danger. Cold. The one who should be sensible is you. Saying that, Slug shouted, Namekians. Defend our home. Yes. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Namekians shouted and rushed towards the Cold Force, engaging them in a fierce battle. Chapter 193, Slug's Nightmare. Good. A few minutes into the battle, Slug inwardly exclaimed for his fellow Namekians. Cold Force was unable to deal with their assault and their soldiers who rushed to fight the Namekian warriors were overwhelmed by the skilled and powerful use of Ki by their opponents. Ever since Slug became the Great Elder, he had been strengthening the power of the Namekians. From mastering the unlock potential technique after fusing with the Great Elder, to significantly increasing the Namekian population and regularly birthing warrior-type Namekians. This series of actions brought the average power level of the Namekians to almost that of the current Planet Vegeta Saiyans. Although they lacked top-level forces, their average power level has reached nearly 30,000. As a result, the Cold Force's cannon fodder soldiers were unable to resist against the powerful Namekian warriors and were forced to retreat. Just when Slug thought that victory was in their grasp, his gaze suddenly fell upon Cold King and the people beside him. To Slug's surprise, despite the unfavorable war situation, their faces showed no signs of panic. Oh, so this is the power of the Namekians? They truly are a mysterious race. No wonder they were able to create the Dragon Balls, Jinyu sneered as he watched the battle before him. King Cold, please allow us to intervene, said 2 short, plump aliens who looked identical but had blue and red skin respectively. Jinyu glanced at them, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. He knew exactly what these 2, Abo and Kato, were thinking. As the former captain of the Frieza Force's Special Squadron, Jinyu had absorbed a large number of scattered members of the former Frieza Force after taking over King Cold's body. After all, the predecessor of the Frieza Force was the Cold Force, and under the name of their former leader, Jinyu easily re-recruited them. However, Jinyu knew that not everyone was truly loyal to him, the former leader. Especially after Frieza's death, the myth that frost demons were invincible was shattered, and many who were already disloyal began to grow restless. Among them, Abo and Kato were the most active, constantly recruiting soldiers under Jinya's eyes and secretly building up their forces. It is said that these 2 brothers came from a unique, high-level planet and possessed great strength. Back then, Jinyu himself was no match for them and it was rumored that they even knew a fusion technique. It is said that even Frieza himself evaluated their technique, saying that it could reach up to 70% of his own strength. Therefore, in order to intimidate these people, Jinyu felt that he should personally take action and in passing also temper his body. After all, since he took over this body until now, he has never actually fought. No need, I'll do it myself. At the same time, Slug also noticed Cold's movements. He knew that although Cold was not as powerful as his son Frieza, he was not someone an ordinary Namekian could handle. So Slug also stepped forward. Namekians, leave their leader to me. Upon hearing Slug's words, the Namekians who had been ready to attack Jinyu stepped aside. Namekian, you want to be my opponent? Ha ha ha, perfect. I'll use you as a whetstone for my new power. Jinyu sneered and then bent his arms as if he was going to stretch his body and unleash his power. However, immediately after, he suddenly shot out 10 purple light beams from his fingertips. These beams dispersed and flew in all directions, hitting the Namekians along the way, either killing them or injuring them. Even members of the Cold Force were accidentally killed. But Jinyu didn't care at all and just laughed maniacally. You bastard! Seeing his fellow Namekians being slaughtered, Slug roared and charged at Jinyu. Seeing Slug rapidly approach him, Jinyu calmly sneered and went to meet him. Two towering figures, one purple and one green, collided with each other. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a terrifying shock wave swept in all directions. At first, Slug was fully confident about the outcome of the fight, thinking he could protect his people. But just a few minutes later, bang! Slug, who was covered in wounds, was trampled underfoot by Jinyu, and then he helplessly watched as Jinyu, with a cold smile on his face, personally shot down each of his people one by one. No! Don't! Don't kill them! Slug gritted his teeth in anger as he watched his people die. Jinyu stopped and said with a smile, well, Great Elder Sama, as long as you hand over the Dragon Balls, I will naturally spare them. Slug shouted, impossible! Dragon Balls can only be used by those recognized by them. A demon like you has no qualifications to use the Dragon Balls. No qualifications? Then, it can't be helped. Upon hearing this, Jinyu resumed his slaughter. This time, he prioritized shooting down the Namekian children one by one with his death beam. In order to protect the children, many Namekians wanted to use their bodies to shield them, but they also ended up being killed. Slug was filled with grief and anger. Cold! Just kill me! I can't do that! I know that if the Great Elder dies, the Dragon Balls will disappear. Otherwise, why would we have gone after you first? Jinyu smiled and killed the last Namekian in the village. As the scene quieted down, Cold Force began to search the entire village and eventually found the Dragon Balls, which they brought to Jinyu. Compared to before, even the most arrogant and stubborn brothers, Abio and Kato, were now obedient to Jinyu, a respectful look on their face. Because everyone had just witnessed how powerful Jinyu had become. Even when the Namekian transformed into a giant and raised his power level to 50 million, he was still like a child in front of Jinyu and easily defeated. Powerful, terrifying, vicious and cunning. The current Jinyu caused everyone to not have the slightest thought of betrayal. Jinyu won the loyalty of everyone and also obtained the Dragon Balls and Slug. Everything went smoothly just as he had planned. At this moment, he felt quite proud. On the other hand, Slug fell into a nightmare. After the Great Elder's village fell and Slug was captured by Jinyu and shackled with energy cuffs, Slug watched as one after another Namekian's village was destroyed, with countless Namekians dying tragically before him, yet he was completely powerless to do anything. His brave words in front of Lin Chen back then had now become an empty promise. In the face of absolute strength, Slug could only lament his own weakness and loathe his past descent into darkness. If it weren't for the fact that he had to purge himself of his evil thoughts, which greatly diminished his strength, Slug might have had enough strength to protect his people at this moment. In order to give the Namekians a glimmer of hope, Slug could only use his telepathic ability to alert the people in various villages to flee. However, due to the use of scouters, the fleeing Namekians were quickly discovered and chased down. And just like this, in the midst of this continuous nightmare, Slug suddenly crossed paths with Goku and others. Chapter 194, Snatching the Dragon Balls. Let me tell you what happened next. Krillin took over when Slug's story reached the point where he encountered Goku and the others. Goku and others arrived on planet Namek when the Cold Force was trying to seize the fourth Dragon Ball. But their arrival was unnoticed by the Cold Force because of one person, and that person was Bulma, who came to planet Namek together with Goku and the others this time. Unlike in the original work, this world's Bulma received guidance from Lin Chen and Turtle Hermit when she was young, which gave her some self-defense power and a bit more courage than the average person. During this visit to planet Namek, Bulma not only volunteered herself but also specially prepared many unique devices. And one particularly useful device she prepared was Scouter Jammer. As the name suggests, this device interferes with the signal of a scouter. After all, the scouter that was prevalent in the multiverse was not the same as the one developed by Frieza Force scientists in the past, but rather a new model developed by Bulma. When Cooler Force attacked Earth, Bulma learned that her invention had been used by these evil aliens, and she was so angry that she specially made this anti-scouter jammer. With the help of the jammer, the Cold Force did not notice the landing of Goku and his team. Moreover, there were no warriors in the Cold Force who could sense aura. Therefore, when Goku and others approached for reconnaissance later, the Cold Force still had no idea. At that time, we discovered that the Cold Force was slaughtering Namekians and seizing Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, we found several individuals among them who were far stronger than us. There was even one guy who, with just a glance, made us feel scared from the bottom of our hearts. I think that guy must be cold, right? In short, due to the vast difference in our strength, we could only follow them from afar and wait for an opportunity to make a move. However, we didn't expect that Gohan wouldn't be able to hold back when a village was being attacked to save a Namekian child, which exposed our presence. Although we still managed to escape, it raised the alert level of the Cold Force. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen asked, "Then, what's the situation now? Why did the Cold Force separate?" In fact, we had already obtained one Dragon Ball before the Cold Force. After we took action, Elder Slug used telepathy to notify a Namekian in a village, asking them to hand over the Dragon Ball to us. Because we hid the Dragon Ball, Cold's people never found the last Dragon Ball and could only search for remaining Namekians throughout the entire planet. Elder Slug couldn't accompany them on their journey due to his serious injuries and was left on their mother ship, which gave us the opportunity to rescue him, Krillin explained. At this time, Goku said, "Speaking of which, we have Bulma to thank again this time. If she hadn't interfered with the communication of those aliens, the commotion just now would have long attracted that bastard." "It's nothing," Bulma said while blushing. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Anyway, you've really been through a lot. From now on, leave it to me." "Uncle Lin Chen, what's your plan? That bad guy carries the Dragon Balls with him. Are you going to snatch them back?" Gohan asked. "Well, I plan to revive Piccolo first. As long as he's alive, the Dragon Balls of Earth can be brought back. Unlike the Dragon Balls on planet Namek, Earth's Dragon Balls can revive many people at once." "Really?" Hearing this, Slug's eyes lit up. "Of course," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile to Slug. "By the way, Slug, Porunga of planet Namek can grant 3 wishes. I want to use 2 of them, one to revive Piccolo and another to bring him to planet Namek. As for the remaining wish, should I send all you Namekians to Earth?" "Earth?" Slug said in daze. "Yes, I'll be dealing with Cold on planet Namek. You should already know how powerful he is. Once the battle begins, the massive energy released could easily harm the people on the entire planet. If you don't want your just revived fellow Namekians to die again, it's best for you to temporarily take refuge on Earth." "I understand," Slug sighed. "Lin Chen, I was too confident back then. I thought that with my strength, Namekians could be fearless. Unexpectedly, my arrogance caused my people to suffer this disaster today. So, as long as I can restore the peace of the Namekians, I am willing to let planet Namek become the battlefield." Slug's voice was filled with helplessness. After going through this experience, he had a great deal of doubt about the direction he had taken in building his planet in the past. Witnessing the brutal massacre of his own people left Slug emotionally drained. After deciding on the wish he was going to make, Lin Chen immediately asked Goku and others where their Dragon Ball was. Bulma immediately took out a Hoi Poi capsule and produced the Dragon Ball. Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded and said to them, "Get ready. I'm going to go and take back the Dragon Balls." "Okay." Everyone immediately nodded. Then, Lin Chen immediately used instant transmission. At this moment, Jinyu and his group were on their way to the next Namekian village. But on the way, they already detected something unusual. "Your Majesty, we haven't been able to establish communication with Shi's Amos side for a long time, and the scouters are unable to detect their life signals. Could it be that something has happened to them?" Jinyu glanced at the Dragon Balls floating behind him and stopped flying. "Abio, Kato. Take half of the troops back to see what's going on. Shisami and others' life or death is not important, but we cannot let that slug die." They were only one Dragon Ball away from completing the set, and Jinyu was worried that if Slug died halfway, his trip to planet Namek would be in vain. Yes. Abio and Kato nodded in response to the order, then turned around and led half of the troops back to the mothership. Watching their backs as they left, Jinyu still felt uneasy. But just then, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind him. Immediately, cries of alarm rang out around him, "Your Majesty! Behind you!" What? Seeing the alarming numbers flashing on his scouter, Jinyu hastily turned around. Immediately after, he saw that the 6 Dragon Balls, which were previously under his telekinesis control, had been snatched away by a man who seemed to possess the same telekinesis ability as him. The man controlled the Dragon Balls and grinned at Jinyu. Lynx! Jinyu exclaimed in surprise. Jinyu would never forget Lin Chen's face, especially the scene where he killed Frieza. Even today, it was still vivid in his mind. Why are you here? It's a long story. I'll borrow the Dragon Balls for now. Bye. What? Jinyu was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly threw an energy wave towards Lin Chen. However, before the energy wave could hit Lin Chen, he and the 6 Dragon Balls disappeared in front of Jinyu's eyes. Chapter 195, Porunga appears and the enraged Jinyu. Where is he? Seeing Lin Chen suddenly disappear, Jinyu turned on his scouter and looked for him everywhere. However, on planet Namek, there was no power level that could compare to Lin Chen's just now. Lin Chen had already concealed his aura. Damn it! My Dragon Balls! My Dragon Balls! Jinyu's face turned gloomy, and he shouted through gritted teeth. Seeing the furious look on his face that they had never seen before, the subordinates around him took a few steps back in fear. These people knew very well that since exposing his true strength, their King Cold was no longer as restrained as before. He would easily direct his anger towards others and punish them, and wouldn't hesitate to kill his own people. While Jinyu was raging in a fit of anger, on the other side, seeing Lin Chen easily return with the 6 Dragon Balls, even Slug was surprised. No one expected Lin Chen to take away the 6 Dragon Balls so easily from that King Cold. Lin Chen. Where's Cold? Slug hurriedly asked. Probably still there. I just took the Dragon Balls. Lin Chen explained. Slug's face turned dark. Although Lin Chen said it lightly, he knew that no one on this planet, except for Lin Chen, could take anything away from that monster so easily. Sure enough. If he had still maintained contact with the Saiyans like the former Great Elder did, then so many Namekians wouldn't have died a tragic death. Their deaths were all because of his pride and arrogance. Taking a deep breath, Slug arrived in front of the Dragon Balls. Mr. Lin Chen, should I summon Porunga now? Yes. Lin Chen nodded and waited for Porunga to be summoned. Suddenly, he had a peculiar feeling in his heart. He didn't expect that after going around in circles, the storyline would return to planet Namek again. What was this? The inertia of history? He thought that after Frieza's death, planet Namek would not experience the same tragic events as in the original work. But to his surprise, after all the twists and turns, even though Frieza was dead, King Cold, who was possessed by Jinyu, would arrive on planet Namek. If that's the case, will Trunks come to Earth in the future after this matter is settled? It isn't possible, right? After all, Dr. Gero now works under him. Shaking his head to dismiss these temporarily unimportant things, Lin Chen said, Elder Slug, let's begin. Everyone, step back a little, I'm going to summon Porunga. Having Goku and the others retreat some distance, Slug began to use Namekian language to summon. As the low chant rang out, planet Namek, which was surrounded by 3 suns and would never experience night, was now plunged into darkness. After lightning flashed and thunder rolled, Divine Dragon Porunga appeared before everyone's eyes. People who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state thy wish. The deafening voice of Porunga rang out. Completely different from Earth's Shenron, the muscular figure of Porunga surprised Goku and the others who were seeing it for the first time. Bulma exclaimed, this is planet Namek's Divine Dragon? It doesn't look anything like Earth's Divine Dragon. Dad, this Divine Dragon looks really fierce, whispered Gohan. Goku chuckled and said, it does seem a little. Without paying attention to these people's surprise, Slug calmly looked at Lin Chen. Seeing the latter nod, he turned around and said to Porunga, Porunga, please revive the Namekian Piccolo on Earth. After a while, Porunga said, thy wish is easy. After saying that, Porunga's eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and Piccolo, whose corpse was stored in a coffin on Earth, was awakened. At the same time, on lookout, Mr. Popo and Broly were also delighted to see the old Kami reappear before them. On the other side of Planet Namek, Jinyu, who was venting his emotions on a subordinate who spoke carelessly by tearing apart his body, suddenly noticed that the sky above his head had turned dark. He was stunned, threw the broken corpse in his hand, and turned to look around. What's going on? Why is it getting dark on Planet Namek? Jinyu's subordinates were all hiding far away, so no one answered him. But soon, Jinyu himself thought of a possibility. Could it be the Dragon Balls? Damn it! It must be so. Legend has it that summoning the divine dragon shrouds the sky in darkness. So it was all true. Damn it! Jinyu clenched his fists in rage, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Dragon Balls belong to me. They are meant to grant me an immortal body. Damn that lynx! Damn those Namekians! Since I can't have the Dragon Balls, then nobody can. Saying that, Jinyu suddenly raised a finger and a small red dot the size of a peanut began to flicker on his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, the small red dot suddenly grew larger, and a huge fireball several hundred meters in diameter, almost like a small sun, appeared on Jinyu's fingertip, emitting immense light and heat. Seeing Jinyu using this technique, the expressions of Jinyu's subordinates changed, realizing what he was about to do. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Your Majesty, please don't. We're all still on the planet. Your Majesty. Shut up. It's all because of you useless fools that my Dragon Balls were stolen. You and those Saiyans can go to hell and repent together. Meanwhile, far away, Lin Chen and others' expressions suddenly changed. Goku. What's that over there? What an astonishing amount of energy. Is it cold? What is he up to? Oh no! Lin Chen cried out in alarm. While Goku and the others couldn't guess what cold was up to, Lin Chen, who had already fought with Frost Demon several times and knew this move, recognized it clearly. The power fluctuations were clearly the prelude to Frost Demon's use of a technique similar to the planet-destroying ball. Is Jinyu really going to destroy the whole planet just because he couldn't get the Dragon Balls? Slug! Don't forget our wishes. I'll go stop that guy. After saying that, Lin Chen used instant transmission and suddenly appeared in front of Jinyu. Seeing Lin Chen appear, Jinyu was slightly stunned, but a sinister smile appeared on his face, and without hesitation, he swung the supernova in his hand towards Lin Chen, who had just appeared. Die, Saiyan! The enormous fireball plummeted towards Lin Chen, and under the wild energy, it generated an astonishing shockwave even before it approached. In an instant, the shockwave swept through the entire area, and every alien standing beside Jinyu was blown away without exception. Then, they were all incinerated by the intense heat generated by the fireball. The sound of piercing screams, the cracking of the ground, and the monstrous waves churning in the sea all mixed together, creating a cacophony of noise that sounded like doomsday music. Chapter 196, Piccolo's Return and Slug's Regret. Facing Jinyu's attack, Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Although it was a similar move to Frieza's planet-destroying ball and Cooler's supernova, he felt a power in this fireball that was far stronger than any technique used by Frieza or Cooler. It looks like Jinyu has completely mastered Cold's body. At this thought, Lin Chen's eyes widened and a golden aura burst forth from his body, rising into the sky. Super Saiyan form. With his 10 fingers spread open, Lin Chen effortlessly caught Jinyu's move, and then he clenched both his hands. The fireball could destroy a planet and just the energy waves emitted from it could kill the life around it, but it was easily crushed with a single squeeze by Lin Chen. Seeing this, Jinyu sneered and his blood-red eyes glowed with a chilling light. As expected of the Super Saiyan who killed Frieza, you are really incomparable. On the other side, when they sensed the devastating energy suddenly disappear, Goku and others breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Lin Chen is so powerful. Goku exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists as if he had found a new goal to strive for. Gohan and Krillin were surprised. They had no idea that Lin Chen was so powerful. This power is probably not inferior to Broly's, right? Krillin muttered to himself. Suddenly, Gohan said with a frightened look on his face, Dad. There seems to be someone approaching us from over there. Really? Upon hearing this, Goku immediately sensed his surroundings and indeed detected several powerful auras rapidly approaching them from not far away. Oh no! It seems to be Cold's subordinates. Hearing that, Slug didn't hesitate and immediately made his second wish to Porunga, bring Piccolo, who was just resurrected, to planet Namek. Thy wish is simple. Porunga's eyes turned red and the wish was granted. However, to Goku and others' surprise, Piccolo did not appear next to them. Where's Uncle Piccolo? Gohan asked in surprise. Oh no! Slug exclaimed, I forgot to have Porunga send Piccolo to our side. He could be anywhere on planet Namek right now. What? Meanwhile, in a corner of planet Namek, Piccolo looked around at the strange yet familiar surroundings in confusion. Am I on planet Namek? As he spread his senses, Piccolo soon felt the powerful and terrifying auras on this planet, including two that were comparable to Cooler, who killed him last time. Who are those two? They're so strong. Hey? Is that Goku and Gohan? Strange, why did I end up here? Just as Piccolo was feeling puzzled, he suddenly heard Lin Chen's voice transmitted to him through Camus magic. Piccolo. It's Lin Chen. I resurrected you and brought you to planet Namek. Mr. Lin Chen? Why did you do this? I'll explain later, but for now, I need you to come to me immediately. Me? Piccolo was surprised. Mr. Lin Chen, with my strength, I'm afraid I can't help you. Lin Chen immediately interrupted him, I don't need your help. I brought you here for a different purpose. I understand. Although he couldn't guess what Lin Chen was up to, Piccolo decided to obey. Just like Goku and the others, Piccolo had the heart of a strong warrior. Even if he couldn't be of help, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to witness the battles of those who were tens of times stronger than him. So, the next moment, Piccolo quickly flew towards Lin Chen's location. Sensing Piccolo's aura moving towards Lin Chen and realizing that his position was not far from theirs, a resolute expression appeared in Slug's eyes. He closed his eyes and used telepathy to contact the last Namekian elder on this planet, besides himself. The elder who is still alive, are you Muri? Great elder? In the wilderness of planet Namek, a middle-aged Namekian who was leading his people to evacuate the village lifted his head. Muri, later I will make a wish on Porunga for all Namekians to take refuge on a planet called Earth. There are also Dragon Balls on that planet that can revive all of our deceased people. Also, Muri, from today on, you will be the new Great Elder of the Namekians. What? Great Elder, what are you talking about? Slug's words just now surprised Muri more than the news of going to Earth. Muri, when I took over the position of Great Elder from my predecessor while purging the evil thoughts with his help, I had intended to rebuild the glory of the Namekians through hard work and dedication. Alas, I realize now that my thoughts were far too simple. My arrogance caused many Namekians to die. It was my fault and I must make up for it, Slug said quietly. Make up for it? Great Elder, you cannot be blamed for this incident. No one could have imagined that our enemy would be so powerful. Why do you have to? Muri tried to persuade Slug to change his mind, but Slug interrupted him, No, Muri, my mind is made up. You do not know what I have experienced during the time I was held captive by these enemies. I can feel the evil seed growing in my heart again. If this continues, the evil slug will be resurrected again someday. I have made a mistake once and cannot make the same mistake again. So this time, I will use my last strength to avenge those dead Namekians. As for the future of the Namekians, I'll entrust it to you. Muri, remember, do not make the same mistakes I have made. Slug said softly. Yes. The new Great Elder, Muri, sighed and replied respectfully. Then, Slug opened his eyes and made his final wish to Porunga. Porunga, please send all the remaining Namekians and the bodies of the deceased Namekians to a planet called Earth, except for me and Piccolo. After Slug finished speaking, Porunga began to use his divine power. 7 colorful beams of light suddenly appeared in every corner of planet Namek, landing on the remaining Namekians and the bodies of the deceased Namekians. In the blink of an eye, all the Namekians and the bodies of their people were transferred to Earth, leaving only Slug and Piccolo behind. Since Muri became the new Great Elder, after Porunga transformed into the Dragon Balls also turned into flashes of light and followed Muri to Earth. Now, it's time for me to atone. Slug lowered his head and turned to the direction where Piccolo was, making his decision. Chapter 197, Jinyu's Ambition and a Genius Warrior. Looking at the disappearing Dragon Balls, Goku suddenly realized that Slug had not left with the Dragon Balls. Great Elder, why didn't you leave? I have something important to do, Slug replied, looking to the side. Friends from Earth, Cold's subordinates are approaching us. I'm sorry I can't fight with you. Hey? Goku and his companions were stunned, but before they could react, Slug suddenly threw an energy ball into the air. The energy ball didn't have a target, but as it flew into the air, it released a large amount of light and heat, just like a solar flare, obscuring Goku and the others' vision. In the distance, Abio and Kato brothers' troops, who were aggressively charging over, were also temporarily blinded by the light. When Goku and others regained their vision, Slug had already disappeared, and so had his aura. Goku, what happened to that great elder? Krillin asked, surprised. Dad, do you think he ran away? Gohan guessed. I don't know, but Krillin, Gohan, our enemies are here. Get ready to fight. Goku shook his head. Almost as soon as Goku finished speaking, at least 40 people rushed towards them. Abio and Kato, who were in the lead, saw the disorderly scene and immediately pointed towards them and ordered, attack. Kill them. Meanwhile, on Lin Chen's side, the flames surrounding him turned golden, his hair turned erect and golden, and his cold green eyes became even colder. Super Saiyan. This was Super Saiyan. Burning golden flames, golden hair, and greenish blue eyes. Jinyu narrowed his eyes. Ever since his time with Frieza Force, it has been many years since he had seen Lin Chen's Super Saiyan state with his own eyes. He looked at the jumping numbers on his scouter with great admiration. 160 million as expected of the Super Saiyan who killed Frieza. After all these years, he's become even stronger than before. If it were an ordinary person, they would truly feel despair. Jinyu clenched his fists and thought to himself, it's a shame you had to cross paths with me. I, Jinyu, won't make the same mistake as Frieza. The title of the universe's strongest warrior doesn't belong to frost demons or even to you, it belongs to me, Jinyu. At this moment, Lin Chen sensed that the 3 wishes of Porunga had been granted and Piccolo was headed towards him. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at Jinyu with a bright smile on his face. Should I call you King Cold or Captain Jinyu? Jinyu's expression changed suddenly, and his eyes widened. His identity has been exposed? How did he know? For so many years, he had never shown any flaws, and even Cold's former subordinates had been fooled by him. How did Lin Chen figure it out? But after a moment, Jinyu regained his composure. It doesn't matter. He was no longer the Jinyu who had just taken over Cold's body back then. The current Jinyu, even if his identity was revealed, he had nothing to fear. If anyone dared to oppose him, he would just kill them. Ha ha ha, Saiyan, you're quite something for figuring out my true identity. That's right. I am the former captain of the Jinyu Special Squadron of Frieza Force, Jinyu. Regaining his composure, Jinyu posed in the same way as the Jinyu Special Squadron of the past, while speaking with a hoarse voice. As he revealed his identity with his favorite pose, Jinyu suddenly felt a sense of relief. Great! This feeling of not having to hide anymore was great. I've heard that Captain Jinyu has a unique skill of body swapping. I didn't expect you to take over King Cold body. Lin Chen smiled and said, by the way, was it you back then on the spaceship that escaped from Frieza's mothership? You should thank me. If it weren't for me letting you go, you wouldn't be here today. That's right. I have to thank you. Jinyu sneered. Thanks to you, I was able to see the true face of the frost demons. If it weren't for you killing Frieza and causing me to be sentenced to death by cold, I wouldn't have had the courage to rise up against him. Now, I have the most powerful body in the universe and the most powerful strength in the multiverse. All of this is thanks to you. Lin Chen glanced at Jinyu and laughed, just with your current strength? You're not even as good as Frieza back then. No, you've got it all wrong, Jinyu said calmly. Cold's original strength was indeed inferior to Frieza's. Although he is a frost demon, he didn't have the ability to transform into 3 different forms like Frieza. The difference in their innate talent was simply too great. But now, the owner of this body is me, Jinyu. When it comes to innate talent, I'm definitely not inferior to Frieza. To be honest with you, why do you think I've been hiding and biding my time for so many years after taking over Cold's body until today? It's because I've been training all these years. Whoosh! Jinyu raised 3 fingers to Lin Chen, although my current strength may not be as good as yours, I have the same 3 transformations as Frieza. And right now, I'm just in my first form. 3 transformations? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Back then, Frieza's initial power level was only 520,000, but after 3 transformations, he reached a power level of over 10 million, in this world. Now, Genius' initial power level is already 10 million. How much will his power level increase after 3 transformations? No wonder Jinyu wasn't intimidated even when facing him. Just show me what you're capable of. Let me see how you differ from Frieza, commanded Lin Chen, not bothering to be polite. I'm more than happy to oblige, Jinyu replied coldly and then said, keep your eyes wide open. Jinyu extended his hands, and his body shook violently, soon beginning to transform. First, he transformed into a more muscular giant form than before. Then, he transformed into a monster resembling an alien. Finally, Jinyu transformed into a larger version of Frieza's final form. With each transformation, his power level underwent a qualitative leap. Initially, Genius' power level was already 10 million, which was only slightly lower than the Super Saiyan that Bardock and others initially transformed into. After the second transformation, his power level soared to 20 million. And with the third transformation, it broke through to 44 million. However, none of these transformations were as shocking to Lin Chen as Genius' final transformation. Because when he transformed into the final form like Frieza and Cooler, Lin Chen was amazed to find that Jinyu in front of him had a power level of over 200 million. Over 200 million? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Chapter 198, Abo and Kato, an unexpected opponent. Upon seeing Jinyu reveal his strength, Lin Chen couldn't help but be amazed. This Jinyu wasn't just bragging. The talent he has shown, although not necessarily surpassing Frieza, is much better than Cooler. As far as Lin Chen knew, even Cooler in his fourth form had a power level that did not exceed 100 million. No wonder even Slug, who could transform into giant form, couldn't fight against Jinyu. The difference between the two was simply too great. A power level of 200 million was already on par with a Super Saiyan 2. If Hanasia and the others were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, their power level would only be slightly over 100 million. Therefore, Genius' current strength was beyond what Lin Chen had expected. This guy is a truly formidable opponent. After transforming into his final form, Jinyu comfortably twisted his neck, which made a crack sound. With a power level exceeding 200 million, he was now completely filled up with power. Saiyan King, Super Saiyan, they were all ants before him. Back then, Jinyu experienced extreme despair in front of Lin Chen, but now he feels an immense sense of pride. Lin Chen, can you see it? I have surpassed you now. Jinyu looked at Lin Chen expectantly, hoping to see the same look of despair that he once had. However, Lin Chen's reaction left him disappointed. You have surpassed me a little, but Jinyu, you may not know that at our level of power, a small difference in power level cannot determine the outcome of a battle. What? Jinyu's mouth twitched at Lin Chen's words. Are you saying I can't defeat you? That's right. How ridiculous, then I'll give it a try. Without any warning, Jinyu suddenly attacked like lightning, charging straight at Lin Chen. As power level increases, so does speed. Facing the enemy who closed in on him in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen smiled slightly. After such a long time, he finally found an opponent worth going all out for. Then, without any visible movement, Lin Chen effortlessly dodged Jinyu's sudden punch. Jinyu paused briefly, but without much hesitation, he swiftly moved once again. Lin Chen also moved, and the two of them turned into two blurry figures, constantly dodging and moving around on planet Namek. In the sky, on the ground, and across the sea, their after-images could be seen everywhere. With the after-images covering the entire space, the sound of their clashes echoed like war drums in all directions. Every time the sound rang out, it would cause the atmosphere on the planet to shake. This earth-shattering scene naturally made the remaining people on the planet tremble with fear. Goku and the others, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly stopped in their tracks. Both sides, whether it was Goku's team or the Cold Force, were taken aback by the astonishing aura. However, compared to Goku and others' shock, the psychological blow suffered by the members of the Cold Force was even greater. They found it hard to believe that someone could actually fight King Cold on equal terms, who had already become so powerful. Who was fighting against King Cold? How could they be so powerful? Goku. Krillin. Goku and Krillin looked at each other, and their tacit understanding as fellow apprentices came into play. Almost instinctively, they both unleashed their full power. Kaioken. The aura around the two suddenly soared, and the explosive increase in their strength caused the Cold Force, who were still in shock, to suffer a crushing defeat as they fell one after another to the ground. Krillin's strength was not enough, so he had to give it his all, but after Goku used Kaioken, he was able to handle it with ease. The soldiers who fell into his hands lost their combat effectiveness in an instant, but they remained alive and were merely unconscious. Soon, when only the two brothers Abo and Kato were left on the scene, Goku stopped. "That's enough, Krillin. You can stop now. Hehe, as long as that monster is gone, dealing with these small fries is no problem." Krillin chuckled proudly. The opponents they just faced were not only far less terrifying than Cold, who was still fighting in the distance, but even less powerful than the aliens who were guarding the spaceship earlier. Krillin rarely has an opportunity to show off, and couldn't help but feel pleased. As for the two fatties who were left, in Krillin's opinion, there was no need to worry at all. Their power levels were only 5 or 600,000, and he could handle one of them by himself. It seemed that among the enemies who came with Cold to Planet Namek, the strongest person was that ox head from earlier. The remaining ones might be considered skilled fighters in the eyes of others, but for him and Goku, they were nothing at all. Even Gohan, that kid, could give them a run for their money. "Hey, you two guys." After throwing the last unconscious alien to the ground, Goku pointed at them and said, "There are still some people here who haven't died yet. You two take them back to your ship and leave quickly. Don't do bad things again in the future." "What?" The blue Abo was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said to the red Kato, "Kato, did you hear that? He's actually going to let us go?" Kato clenched his fists and said, "You bastard! We are the famous Abo Kato brothers. Haven't you heard of us?" "I'm sorry, I really haven't heard of you." Goku replied. "Are you guys very famous? Damn it! Abo, let's use that move." Kato took off his scouter and said to his brother. "Okay. Well, show them how powerful the #1 expert under King Cold is." Abo also took off his scouter. The two of them threw their scouters into the sky at the same time, then quickly moved closed and used their unique skill. A dazzling light flashed by, and the blue and red brothers disappeared, replaced by a tall and fat purple guy who looked similar to Dodoria, one of Frieza's former subordinates. Their fusion aka appeared. Abo and Kato came from a very special race in the universe. Warriors of this race are born with the ability to fuse. After fusion, their power levels combine and increase by several times. Although he looked strange, aka emitted an aura that made Goku feel uneasy. Easily catching a scouter that fell from the sky and putting it back on, aka laughed, "You fools! I'm even stronger than Frieza was back then. See if you dare to underestimate me now." Hearing AKA's loud voice, Goku gritted his teeth and turned to Krillin, whispering, "I didn't expect this guy to have such a unique skill. I don't have confidence in defeating him now. You take Gohan and Bulma and leave first. Goku, don't forget your ultimate move." Krillin reminded him nervously. "Yeah, if I can transform into a Super Saiyan, maybe I can still fight him. Now, I can only fight to the death." Goku opened his mouth and shouted at the ugly aka in front of him, "Kaioken! 1-2x! Boom!" The clouds in the sky were blown away at that moment, and a red and purple aura collided head-on. Chapter 199, The Strongest Namekian in History. Planet Namek was actually not a resilient planet. An ancient cataclysm had already devastated the planet long ago. Although many years have passed and the past devastation had gradually healed, the structure of Planet Namek was far from as stable as other planets. Therefore, when two battles with power levels above tens of millions erupted out on the planet at the same time, and one of them even involved power exceeding 100 million, Planet Namek inevitably began its descent towards destruction. As Piccolo listened to the deafening sound that seemed like the end of the world and felt the turbulent fluctuations in the atmosphere with the roiling clouds, his face became extremely serious. The ongoing battles on the planet had far surpassed his imagination. Leaving aside the battle happening on Lin Chen's side, Piccolo felt that he couldn't interfere even in Goku's battle. How has the great demon king Piccolo, who had once made the earth tremble, fallen to the point where he is like a common soldier? Piccolo felt a sense of frustration in his heart. He had worked harder than anyone else in his training, but reality told him that he seemed to be falling behind his arch-rival Goku. "I can't accept this. I really can't. If you can't accept it, I can give you power." Just as Piccolo let out a reluctant roar, a voice suddenly fell into his ears. "Who?" Piccolo was surprised. Someone had appeared beside him, and he hadn't even noticed. How careless of him! Before Piccolo could finish speaking, a green figure suddenly leaped from the ground and appeared in front of him. "You are?" Piccolo was slightly surprised as he looked at the figure in front of him. Unlike Kami, this was the first time Piccolo had seen another Namekian besides himself and Kami. Looking at the figure with a similar appearance to himself, Piccolo couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. "I am Slug, the former Great Elder of Planet Namek." Great Elder? Piccolo couldn't believe that the person in front of him was the Great Elder who ruled the entire planet Namek. However, it seemed that there were no other Namekians on this planet now, so why was this Great Elder still here? "Is there anything I can assist you with, Great Elder?" "Don't be nervous, Namekian of Earth. I know you're looking for Lin Chen. Although I don't know what he wants you to do, with your current strength, if you hastily rush over there, you might get caught up in their battle and die before you even get close." Piccolo tsked, but he knew he couldn't refute him as he was right. The current him was indeed too weak in front of Lin Chen and others. "If that's all you have to say, then please excuse me." "Wait." Slug stopped Piccolo. "Earlier, I heard that you were not satisfied with your own weakness. If possible, let me help you increase your strength." After saying that, Slug placed his hand on Piccolo's head. Upon seeing Slug's actions, Piccolo immediately thought back to the past and said, "Are you going to use the unlock potential technique on me?" "Sorry, but Lin Chen seems to have already used it on me." "Don't worry. Unlock potential technique unleashes the dormant potential in one's body. And a person's potential can be continuously enhanced through rigorous training. As long as you haven't neglected your training, you should have potential that I can unlock again." As Slug spoke, he began to use the unlock potential technique. At the same time, he also took a look at Piccolo's memories and learned about his past. When he found out that the Piccolo in front of him had experiences similar to his own in the past, Slug couldn't help but feel emotional. He guessed right. The person in front of him was the most suitable candidate to entrust everything to. Accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy from within, Piccolo suddenly realized that his power was constantly increasing. "Power! My power has increased once again! Ha ha ha!" Piccolo was ecstatic to discover that his power, which he thought had already reached its limit, had advanced another big step forward. But at this time, Slug said, "Don't be too happy, Namekian of Earth. Your current strength is still far inferior to Lin Chen and others. It's a pity. You have strength no less than mine in the past, but like me, you fell into the demonic path and ended up splitting yourself in two. Otherwise, perhaps you could have caught up with him without my help. You bastard! You sneaked a peek at my memories?" Piccolo noticed Slug's small movement just now and immediately moved his head away from Slug's hand. But he quickly regained his composure and remembered Slug's words. "Wait a minute, you mean if I remerge with Kami, I can have strength not inferior to Lin Chen?" "It's very possible. I can't guarantee you'll catch up to Lin Chen, but at least you won't be weaker than the current King Cold." Saying all this now is pointless. That guy isn't on planet Namek, and I don't want to merge with someone like him either. "Then merge with me." Slug suddenly said something shocking, startling Piccolo. "What? Merge with you? Slug, you're the Great Elder." "Former Great Elder, I've already passed the position of Great Elder to someone else," Slug smiled faintly. "You don't have to worry about losing your personality after merging. You'll still be you. I'll just merge my power into your body." Piccolo narrowed his eyes. "What exactly are you plotting? You used to be the dignified Great Elder, why would you want to merge with me?" "I have to do this," Slug said firmly. "You may not know, but before Lin Chen and the others rescued me, I was captured by Cold. Their heinous crime of slaughtering my people has given birth to a demon seed in my heart. If it continues, I will one day fall back into being a demon. As the Great Elder whose heart has birthed a demon seed, I have no right to continue leading the Namekians. My existence will even threaten others. But Namekians cannot commit suicide. So, I hope to transfer my power to you." After saying this, Slug disregarded Piccolo's opinion and grabbed his hand, placing it on his own chest. "Piccolo! Let my life become your power. Please kill Cold who massacred our people. Avenge all the Namekians who died today." With that, Slug's entire body suddenly shone with a dazzling light, and his body began to become ethereal. In the end, amidst a burst of billowing smoke, Slug disappeared completely in front of Piccolo. However, all of his life force entered Piccolo's body, becoming his power. I never expected it to be like this. Piccolo stretched out his palm in a daze, suddenly feeling a surge of vitality in every muscle of his body. Such powerful strength! Is this the effect of merging? My strength now is dozens of times stronger than before. It's unbelievable. Chapter 200, The Trembling Planet and Jinyu Surpassing Limits. As Piccolo was feeling delighted by the sudden surge of power he had obtained, others on the planet also noticed in surprise the sudden appearance of a new powerful expert. Because the aura changes after a name-key infusion, even Gohan, who was closest to Piccolo, did not recognize that the powerful aura belonged to Piccolo at first. Only Lin Chen, who has the power of the system, could see that the powerful aura that had suddenly appeared belonged to Piccolo. Upon sensing the sudden change in Piccolo's aura, Lin Chen easily guessed the reason. Because, apart from sensing that a powerful aura had suddenly appeared, a prompt also appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! History has been revised. Piccolo's first fusion event has occurred. Congratulations host for obtaining 1 time point. In the original work, after Piccolo arrived on planet Namek, he met the dying Namekian Nail by chance and fused with him, thereby obtaining the power rivaling Frieza's first transformation. Now, almost all the Namekians on planet Namek have left, and Nail has long since died. So, the only one who can fuse with Piccolo is the former Great Elder, Slug. Piccolo, power level, 21 million. Seeing the value given by the system, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He never thought Slug would do something like this. Just then, crimson death beams streaked through the sky and appeared in front of Lin Chen. These beams did not arrive at the same time, but at different periods. However, subtly, they completely blocked all the various possibilities of Lin Chen's escape. But just as this attack, which was like an inescapable net, was about to hit Lin Chen, something inexplicable happened. Each and every attack was completely dodged by Lin Chen with almost impossible agility. Damn it! Why couldn't I hit you? What did you do? Jinyu roared before turning into a beam of light and rushed towards Lin Chen. Because he was so fast, he even left a trail of after-images in the air. But just before Jinyu's fist was about to hit Lin Chen, his body moved like a ghost and punched Jinyu's face. Jinyu's eyes widened as he was stunned for a moment before relentlessly continuing his close combat fight with Lin Chen. Their fists clashed like bolts of lightning, swiftly recoiling from the impact. Their assaults generated massive shockwaves in circular patterns, blasting in all directions and leaving total destruction in their surroundings. Crack! After another shockwave, Jinyu was sent flying backwards, resembling a falling meteor as he crashed into the sea. Boom! The impact of Jinyu's fall caused a nearly dozens of kilometers long waterless zone on the sea to form. Why? My power level is obviously greater than yours, and I'm faster too. Why am I the one getting beaten up? Jinyu stood up, touched the blood on the corners of his mouth and gritted his teeth. His expression showed a mix of confusion and unwillingness. The rhythm of the battle was clearly under my control. Wait a minute, could it be? Jinyu suddenly looked up, recalling the strange feeling that appeared during the battle just now, and his eyes widened. Time. Could it be that you can stop time? Skills related to controlling time were not unfamiliar to Jinyu. After all, there was an expert who could toy with time named Guldo in Jinyu Force back then. Although that guy's real strength was nothing to boast about, he could stop time for several minutes. As the captain of the special squadron at that time, Jinyu had naturally trained with Guldo. During the battle with Lin Chen just now, Jinyu had a strange feeling several times. After pondering over it, he was surprised to find that the feeling was extremely similar to the feeling when Guldo used time freeze. It has been discovered? Lin Chen coldly smiled. Indeed, he had used a trick similar to time freeze just now. But what he used was the even more powerful time skip skill. Seeing Lin Chen admitting it so frankly, Jinyu licked his lips and said, You really deserve to be someone who once killed Frieza. Besides Saiyans' abilities, I never expected you to have this kind of skill. If it weren't for me, you would have been the strongest in the universe. Lin Chen couldn't help but find it funny. Are you saying that you are currently the strongest? That's right. Jinyu's face revealed a sneer. Even if you can stop time, it's useless. Because in the face of absolute strength, these are just small tricks. Do you understand what I mean? Are you still hiding something? Congratulations, you guessed it right. But unfortunately, your reward will be death. Jinyu laughed, his purple lips curling up into a smile, and his face was full of smiles. Look at this. Due to my talent, after training, the true potential of this body has been unleashed. Even the Frieza of old would have to admit defeat in front of me. After speaking, Jinyu suddenly spread out his arms and with a painful roar, his body suddenly expanded like a balloon being filled with air. As his muscles kept expanding, Jinyu's outside appearance changed greatly. In just 1 or 2 seconds, a huge monster over 3 meters tall appeared in front of Lin Chen. Although he had not seen Cooler's fourth transformation in this world, Jinyu's appearance now was extremely similar to the fourth transformation of Cooler in his memory. He has 4 white horns on his head, and a sharp tip appeared on his tail. I never thought you would learn the fourth transformation like Cooler. Lin Chen looked at Jinyu, whose power level had reached 440 million, and smiled slightly. Who could have thought that Jinyu, who was almost equivalent to a comedic character in the original work, would have such development in this world? Not only did he seize the body of Frieza's father, King Cold, but he also fully developed all the potential of this body. Based on what Lin Chen has seen in this world, the current strength of King Cold has already surpassed the level of the perfect cell that he saw in the year 228th world. However, even Lin Chen couldn't have expected that his transformation was not over yet. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Jinyu sneered. "Hat! You say I'm like Cooler? Those foolish frost demons! How can they compare to me, Jinyu? Their race clearly has immense potential. But these idiots didn't know how to tap into it and they thought they were the strongest beings in the universe. Those idiots, how can they compare to me, Jinyu?" Boom! Rumble! Jinyu yelled again, and at the same time, tremendous energy surrounded his entire body. Rumble! Suddenly, electric arcs resembling those that appear during a Super Saiyan 2 transformation burst out in the air, flashing around Jinyu in a strange manner. Seeing that Jinyu's aura had once again gotten stronger, Lin Chen frowned deeply. Could it be that Jinyu has a fifth transformation?